Sea decided to unite against the demonic blades. The name of one of the blades, Yunin. Somewhere in the mountains, a group of people are moving along a set route. They're on edge. A young man with a huge sword in his hands walked towards this group of people. Everyone saw the look in this man's eyes. It was obvious that he was not a man, but a demon. His eyes were glowing with demonic fire. The girl recognized the man. It was her brother, E. She called out to him. The girl realized that something was wrong with her brother. This girl's companion said it's not her brother anymore. He's just a shell. We have to be careful with him. That girl's companion looked into the young man's eyes and said, "All that's left of your brother is a sword gulch." The men decided that he was not to be trifled with. They drew their weapons and decided to finish him off. The disgruntled people had rage in their eyes. They waved sticks and swords and attacked the young man, or rather, what was left of him. The young man with burning eyes began swinging his blade and dealing with the peasants who were attacking him. He was aggressive and ruthless. The attackers recognized the legendary demon blade in this demon's hands. It was the demonic blade of the Yunin. Many peasants had fallen from those who attacked this demon. The blade, like its master, knew no fatigue. The survivors thought that this opponent was very strong. This blade made him seem invulnerable. The young men decided to be cunning. They wanted to distract the warrior and, having made preparations, attack him. The man said that with cunning and preparation, they might be taking their only chance. The second phase of the attack began. Many of the peasants didn't think they could survive this battle. The demon was invulnerable. It's all thanks to Yunin's sword. The man shouted that they should all attack together now, in the name of all the souls that this villain had ruined. The demon was surrounded. The attackers with swords and sticks surrounded him on all sides. The demon was trapped, but he didn't give up. He continued to deliver deadly blows with his demon blade. The attackers were also injuring and wounding him. The sister jumped at the demon that used to be her brother. She intended to give him a devastating blow. At some point, the demon pierced the girl with a demonic blade right through the heart. Blood splattered in every direction. The girl cried out and managed to say her brother's name. The young woman managed to give the demon a wriggling blow with her last strength and said that they could die together now. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. The bodies of the young men intertwined in a death grip. From the outside, it looked like they were embracing. The girl and the demon looked into each other's eyes. A man appeared behind the demon and said that this was his chance. The man thought that the rampage of this demonic blade would end here and now. He dealt the demon a powerful, staggering death blow. The blow was so strong that the energy beam pierced through the demon. The blow was fatal. The demon's mouth bled, and he screamed loudly. The girl, losing consciousness, let go of her brother and fell to the ground. The demon, still screaming, lowered his blade. The man who delivered the fatal blow to the demon took the demonic Yunin blade from his hands. The demon told the man with his last breath that it was arrogant of him to think he could control that sword. The man holding the blade with his hand noticed that his hand was undergoing a change. Is this blade trying to infect his body and turn him into a sword ghoul? The man shouted to his partner to act quickly while he was still human. The partner pulls a lever and the man with sword in hand falls into the cage, which slides down. The man with the sword apologizes to his partner for getting him involved. The man said, "We can't take any risks, but the sword of the Yunin can't be touched by anyone. They need to stop the bloodshed soon." The man, clutching the blade tightly, said that in order to do so, both the blade and the body must be destroyed. The man added, "If everything works out, this place will be under eternal quarantine. Even if the blade survives, it won't be able to find a host." The partner bowed to the man and said that for him, the carpenter Tang Shichi, to die next to such heroes was a great honor. The man smiled and said, "The carpenter could very well be a hero too." The carpenter took hold of the lever once more and told the master not to worry. This place will be sealed from everyone forever. A cage with a man holding a sword fell directly onto the bamboo stakes. The man died. His body was pierced by the stakes like spears. He clutched the Yunin tightly in his hands. This cage was forever buried beneath the huge rocks that littered it. This cage was the grave for this man and for the demonic blade of the Yunin, the city of the morning skyline. Much time has passed. Many heroes of the past have fallen into eternal sleep. A few unusual murders have sparked rumors in the Eastern Sea of a resurgence of demonic blades. An old shack on the edge of town. In this hut lives the seventh man, the young man's uncle. The young man tells his uncle that especially for him, The second manager has given him the best quality tea. The uncle told the young man to come and continue to help when he had free time. The young man always liked coming to visit his uncle. He felt safe here. It was the place where he had lived for 12 years. The uncle asked from the young man, "How old is his sister now?" "Probably 21 years old. It was time for her to collect money for a dowry." The guy figured his sister was already 25 years old. If she doesn't get married soon, she will have a hard time. The young man said that he was now working as a security guard, so he was helping his sister to collect for a dowry. The young man thought that this seventh man, along with Uncle Muji, were his family. The young man remembered himself in his early childhood. He remembered how the children had laughed at him. They said he would never be able to forge a real sword for himself, and advised him to forge horseshoes for horses. The young man said that forging horseshoes for horses is also a good thing to do, and making a good horseshoe is quite difficult. The kid said he would still learn how to forge a sword in the city of Morning Silhouette, and he would be a winner. The young boy remembered that when he was 5 years old, his father sold his donkey and sent it to the Morning Silhouette. The lad remembered saying goodbye to his sister and thinking that he would help her earn a dowry. The young man always remembered that, and from every paycheck he saved money for his sister's dowry. The old man shows the craftsman a piece of metal that this child has made. The master is incredulous. The work is done very professionally. The master looks at the boy and he seems very young. He says that the boy must be brought home. Another old man appears out of the darkness and wants to look at this metal plate. Something interests him. The old man thought the child was talented and decided to take him on as an apprentice. He thought it would be difficult for him to manage with one hand. This child would live in his hut and help him. The old man's name was Seven, so the child lived with the old man for 12 years. The boy grew up, then he was transferred to security, and now he looks at this cabin, which hasn't changed a bit in 12 years. In the old house, the young man saw a blade hanging on the wall. Memories came flooding back to him. The boy thought it was the first blade he had forged when he was 13 years old. The young man asked the seventh man why he kept this blade here. The old man cursed. It's only been 2 months since the young man was transferred to the guards, and he talks as if he hasn't been here in 10 years. Seven added, even though this blade looked neither like a sword nor a knife, it had the soul of a young man in it, and his energy. The old man told the young man that he was getting old, and if the young man has time, he is always happy to have him here, to come and help him. This old man had outstanding skills in forging, but many people in town were afraid to come here. They thought it was haunted. The townspeople were afraid of the seventh, probably because of the scar on his face. Seven advised the young man to go to Uncle Muji's house. It had been a long time since they had played woodchopping with him. The young man smiled and remembered this game. During this game, you had to chop a log into many pieces. Uncle Muji was an old man who was also feared by the townspeople. The young man liked to play this game with him. The guy struck the log, splitting it into several pieces, and said it was Uncle Muji's turn. He noted that the old man had lost a lot of weight. Hadn't anyone taken care of him? When it was the old man's turn, he struck the log as well, doing it professionally despite his age. The boy thought that Uncle Muji had done it so well that the wood didn't even shake. Seven, smoking a pipe, said that Uncle Muji only moved when he was playing with the young man. He doesn't even open his mouth when they try to feed him. The young man said that they are having an intense duel today. It's not clear yet who will win. The boy said it was his turn to cut the log. The young man thought that he rarely visited the old man. He should make him happy today. The young man grasped the cleaver and began to professionally make powerful blows on the wood. When it was the old man's turn to strike the wood, the young man couldn't help but shriek. He realized that this time he had lost. The old man, without flinching, chopped the log into small pieces. Seven said it was expected. The young man rarely holds an axe now because he works in security. Seven beckoned to the young man and said he wanted to show the lad what he would have to deliver today. The old man showed the young man the sword. Seven reminded him that this sword had a name. The sword was very beautiful and packed in a box. It was a real work of art. The old man said he would advise the young man to look at the sword without the sheath. He could draw it. The young man picked up the weapon and noted to himself that it was very heavy. The blade was very huge. The handle was made of brass. This sword was incredibly strong and hard. If the bearer of this sword mastered it well, his skill in striking would reach unprecedented heights. The boy paid attention to the tip of this sword. He thought it was different from all the swords the old man had made before. Seven looked at this blade and said thoughtfully, its name, Kunyu. The old man said that this sword should be taken to the Moonwater sect. The young man noted that he had never been there before. The guy said that only girls are accepted as students there. He wondered why guys couldn't get in. The old man told the young man to be careful. The girl to whom he was to give the sword was rumored to be very stiff. The young man asked if the old man had already met her. The old man smiled and shook his head negatively in response. He had only heard about what was being said about this girl. The young man said he would be careful. He said goodbye to the old man and went out. The boy went up to Uncle Muji and told him that he would visit him again soon. Seven asked the young man not to push his uncle too hard. He could barely stand on his feet as it was. The boy said goodbye and left the hut. At that moment, he did not yet realize that this trip to deliver the sword would drastically change his fate. Seven, smoking his pipe, silently looked at the young man. It was as if he knew something. East Sea region, Lunar Water Pavilion. The girl stood by the lake that concealed her grief. Her hair fluttered in the rain. It was raining like a bucket. The girl thought if she could disappear in this rain, it would be the perfect ending for her. Another girl appeared nearby. She reached out and said that if she wanted to die badly, she could do it alone, because she still wants to live. The girl thought her interlocutor was only good for talking. A friend said that the fourth beauty of their sect, Miss Kailan, wants to die. That's really sad. Had her heart been broken by some guy from a prestigious sect and turned black with anger? It must have been that young priest from the Ocean Gate. Kailan told her friend not to talk nonsense. If Lady Scarlet hears, they'll be punished. Where did the title of fourth beauty come from? The girl thought that they still had many beautiful youngsters in their sect. Moonwater Pavilion is divided into courtyards. Only some female students can serve as courtyard keepers. Their current lady only has 3 caretakers. The position in the 4th courtyard is already available. The girls began to discuss candidates who might be suitable for the 4th position. The friend asked Kailan who could have left a scar on the previous candidate's body. The girl said she had no idea, but she remembered how things really happened. That day, she had helped Breve, the previous candidate, heal her wound. When Kailan noticed this and asked what she was doing, the girl said she was taking care of her. That's what Lady Scarlet brought them here for. That day, when Breve took a walk, they secretly followed her. They had to find out where she was going. But suddenly their eyes went black. When they came to, Breve already had this horrible scar on her face. Everyone says it was caused by the demonic blades that threw the entire martial arts world into chaos 30 years ago. Lan agreed and said that troubles had started in other sects as well. A friend said their head keeper went to the temple specifically to look into it, but maybe Breve will wake up before she gets back, so they might find out sooner. The girls agreed that in any case, they should be more careful and keep a close eye on the situation. The girl looked around. It seemed to her that there was someone nearby. The girl felt someone's gaze on her, but she didn't see anyone. Could there really be a ghost here? The young man couldn't understand why it was so cold. He had only come here to deliver the sword. He needs to calm down. He doesn't want to die. Why is all this happening to him? The young man thought he felt terrible. The boy remembered that the 7th had told him that there were no ghosts in the world. The boy thought that there was one ghost standing right in front of him right now. The young man could clearly see this ghost with glowing eyes. What was going on? 2 hours earlier, a young man was walking in the rain toward the place where he should leave his sword. The boy was relieved that he had finally arrived. It was raining heavily, and he didn't really feel like making the journey today. The young man approached the Moonwater Pavilion. This place seemed attractive to him. There were many beautiful things around. The young man's name was Pei Lai, a disciple from Morning Silhouette City. He came here on behalf of the 2nd Chief Steward to deliver the sword. The young man was invited into a warm room, poured hot tea, and asked to wait. The boy drank the hot drink with pleasure. The old man introduced himself and said he was the keeper of the outer hall. The head keeper had left for a meeting, so we would have to wait a bit. The young man said that this sword was made especially for the 2nd mistress. She must like it very much. The young man thought that even the keeper of the outer hall was not allowed to enter the inner hall. The rules here are very strict. The young man thought of the setting in this grid. Even the cup in his hands is delicately made. She is very precious. This sect is really a sect for girls only. The young man wondered what the inner hall looked like. The guy warmed up and dozed off under the influence of the hot drink. After a while, the young man woke up and wondered if he had been asleep. There was still no response from the keeper. How long had it been? The young man became alarmed. Why hasn't the keeper returned yet? Is there anyone here? The young man decided to look for the old man. Looking in different rooms, he moved forward. He was surprised that there were no guards anywhere. Pele looked into yet another room. He asked if there was a hallkeeper here. The young man was startled by the picture he saw before him. The hallkeeper and the guard appeared before the young man. They were dead. Both of them were pressed into the wall with such force that the wall cracked. The young man was terribly frightened. He had never seen a corpse before. And now there was a murder. The boy tried to leave the room quietly. Pele thought, where is the killer? Maybe he had already escaped. First, he had to calm down. Seven had told him that even in the most urgent situation, one should remain calm. The guy decided to calm down and after that analyze the situation. The bodies of the two men were in a terrible condition. The young man thought that some terrible force had driven them right into the wall. Their ribs are broken. Perhaps they had been hit with a very heavy weapon. The boy thought he was very close, but heard nothing. Maybe they were destroyed in one blow. The boy looked at the floor and saw the marks. Perhaps they were left by this weapon. The tracks led to the inner hall. Maybe it's revenge? Maybe the killer wants to destroy someone else. Pele thought that even if it was revenge, these two were just ordinary servants. Could it be that the assassin is destroying even servants? An assassin with monstrous strength infiltrated the inner hall, and yet went unnoticed. The young man decided that there was no time to waste. He should hurry up and report the incident to the disciples of the Moonwater Pavilion. Maybe he could save someone by doing so. The young man went outside into the rain and was puzzled. There were many houses around. In which one should he look for the apprentices? The guardian had said that many people were gone now. Could the assassin have known about this as well? The young man realized that he couldn't start screaming now. After all, the killer could hear him too. He couldn't let the killer know about him. The young man moved forward without attracting noise. He didn't know which house to start with. Behind the young man with the sword in his hand, someone was moving cautiously. The unknown person did not want to attract attention. The boy felt the cold metal of a sharp blade touch his neck. The unknown man told him to freeze. The young man thought that the killer had found him. The unknown man asked who he was. And how did he get into the inner hall of the Moonwater Pavilion? The young man could tell from his voice that it was a girl talking to him. Is she one of the members of the Moonwater sect? The young man tried to turn around, but the girl pressed her blade against the young man's neck and told him not to move. The blade left a cut on the young man's neck. Blood appeared. The young man introduced himself and said that he was an apprentice from Morning Silhouette City, and he had come here on the orders of the second chief steward to bring the sword to the Moonwater Pavilion. The girl wondered if he was a simple courier, why didn't he ask a servant to give them the message? If he lied now, he would lose his head. The boy remembered the words of the seventh who said that the girls of the Moonwater Pavilion were real savages. The young man asked the lady to remove the sword from his neck. The boy tried to explain. He said he brought the sword on his back, a sword for the second lady. He was in a hurry and found out that criminals had broken in. He wanted to warn you about it. The girl told the young man to look into her eyes and let her look at the sword. The guy noticed that he was ordered to hand the sword directly to the second lady. The girl menacingly said that she was the second lady of Moonwater. How old does he think she is? Pele looked into this girl's eyes and blushed with embarrassment. Is it really the second lady herself? The young man scrutinized the girl. She seemed pretty, and he noted that they must be the same age. The girl hid her sword in its scabbard and told the young man not to stare at her so intently. The second lady handed the young man a handkerchief and told him to put it on the wound. It was to stop the bleeding. The young man thanked and said it was just a scratch. The second lady asked the boy what he knew about the intruder who had infiltrated the sect. The young man, wiping the blood from his neck, said that in his opinion, the criminal is ruthless, and he has a terrible weapon. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange sound. The girl asked the guy, did he hear that suspicious sound too? The boy said that it seemed to be a girl screaming from the other side. The young man was very alarmed. The girl thought that this young man had very good hearing, even better than hers. He heard it despite the rain. The young lady told the young man to go back to the outer hall and wait for her there. She'll be here soon. The girl turned and ran away in the direction from which the sound had come. She kept the sword and scabbard in her hand. The young man stood for a while in indecision. He looked at the girl and told her to be careful. The young man sniffed the handkerchief. It was still warm and had an exquisite fragrance. A thought struck the boy. He hadn't given the girl the kunyu sword. That was unforgivable. The young man thought that that criminal was using a very large and dangerous weapon. The guy decided to catch up with the second lady. Kunyu's sword is incredibly strong. She could definitely use it. The young man reasonably thought he could help the girl in some way. He was almost there. He thought he could hear the sounds of battle. The young man found the second lady. She was standing in the rain with a naked sword. Across from her stood the assassin. He was incredibly huge. The assassin stood at a distance from the girl, and in his hands was a very huge sword. It was a deadly weapon. Lightning appeared in the sky, and in the flashes of light, the killer seemed even more sinister. The boy saw the girls lying unconscious nearby. Did they really suffer at the hands of this killer? Were they also from the Moonwater Pavilion? The young man turned his attention to this assassin's weapon. It was a huge stone mace. There was definitely something wrong with it. The second lady turned her attention to the girls who had been hurt by the man. She thought that Breve, still in the pavilion, was the third victim. The girl asked the man why he was attacking her sect. The guy started mumbling incoherently. The assassin shouted loudly and could be heard uttering, "Eternal sword!" The man jumped, swung his weapon, and went on the attack. The villain tried to hit the second lady with a stone mace. The girl made a block with her sword. Her weapon broke. The sword broke into two pieces. The girl didn't stop and continued to defend herself and strike her opponent, even with a broken sword. The young man watching this fight was amazed. She attacks the enemy with a broken weapon. She's a real lady. The girl was like a hurricane. She circled around her opponent and constantly struck him. When she came face to face with the enemy, she made a powerful sword thrust straight at his head. This blow was so accurate that the young lady stabbed a piece of the blade into her opponent's eye. The man screamed loudly. The enemy struck her opponent with his mace. The girl jumped back and managed to avoid the blow, and she was unhurt. The blow with the mace was so powerful that the enemy's weapon got stuck under his feet. The villain released his weapon, and despite the unbearable pain, continued the battle with the girl. He was a true demon who knew no fatigue. With another attack, the assassin was able to strike a precise blow, and the second lady broke through the fence with her back. The girl coughed up blood. The young man thought, "This is not good. This criminal doesn't seem to be sensitive to pain at all. Even with one eye, he still fights fiercely." The young man saw the boats on the water and decided that this could be their salvation. "We should get the girls there." The second lady and the assassin clashed glances. The girl was determined. The man's gaze expressed nothing. The eyes were empty and only burned like two hot coals. The villain began to use the chain that was wrapped around his arm to attack. The huge metal chain could do a lot of damage. The second lady was attacked by her opponent and was knocked down. She thought it was the end. Although her opponent is clumsy, he still has tactics. It looks like he's not just relying on brute force. The assassin, seeing that the girl had fallen, rushed straight towards her, wanting to end this fight. The monster approached and swung. The girl realized she couldn't dodge now. At the same moment, a young man with a sword in his hand appeared beside the man. He immediately plunged that sword into his opponent's leg. The monster screamed again. The leg was pierced through. The young man told the girl to calm down. He made it so that the killer would not be able to move now. The second lady bought time and was able to move away from her opponent. The assassin could not stay on his feet, fell to his knees. The girl asked the young man why he was still here. The second lady said the young man should get out of here immediately. He doesn't belong here. The young man replied that his task was to deliver the sword for this girl. He handed it to the second lady and told her to use the kunyu sword. The young lady took the guy's sword, looked at him, and thought that this young man was quite loyal. He was not afraid and came straight to the place of battle. The young man heard the noise and looked at the murderer. He was trying to get up. The villain decided to use a chain to support his leg. The boy thought that was a bit much. This man didn't look like a normal villain. He must have a special relationship with the sect. The second lady said she knows the man. He's a regular delivery man. He's been running errands for their sect for several years, and he doesn't practice martial arts. She doesn't know how he got that way. The young man wondered, why is this guy so strong? He even looks intimidating. The young man noticed that this assassin started moving towards them. The villain swung his stone weapon again, and the girl managed to bounce aside at the last moment. The young lady thanked the young man for delivering the sword on time. The young lady thanked the young man for delivering the sword in time. The second lady told the young man that the two girls on the bridge were also disciples of the Moonwater Pavilion. She would be grateful if he could save them. After all, they are still alive. The girl stated that there should be another student inside the pavilion, but she would take care of her herself. The young man thought that he could help in any way he could. His martial arts skills may not be great, but he could try to save the girls. The villain raised his stone implement high up and spun it hard. He shouted loudly, "Eternal Scar!" The young men did not understand what he meant. The second lady told the young man to move away quickly. He is only getting in the way underfoot. The boy shouted for the lady to be more careful. The girl said that she could not allow the enemy to be in the Moonwater Pavilion. It's unacceptable. The second lady used the 13th maple technique in her attack. The young man looked at her and noted to himself that she was quite good. The boy watched the girl wield her new sword. He decided that if he stayed here, he would only be a nuisance to her as well. But he must help her sisters. The guy walked up to the girls and realized one of them in his arms. He delicately apologized to the girl for touching her. The second lady gracefully launched an attacking sword strike at her opponent. This is the Kunyu sword, she thought. It matched her technique perfectly. The girl thought it was a coincidence. She only obtained the sword after the enemy invaded. The 13th maple technique, it was her creation. This technique puts a lot of strain on the sword, so she asked for a strong weapon. The second lady thought that a sword was the best thing to have. She would feel safe with such a sword. The young lady gracefully dodged the stone hammer while simultaneously delivering a staggering sword strike to her opponent's leg. The second lady noticed that her opponent's stone sword had an ominous aura. How is that possible? Something is wrong with this sword, she thought. The second lady turned her attention to the young man who was trying to get the injured girls away from here. She thought, not unreasonably, that they might also be the enemy's target. She told them to get out of here quickly. The perpetrator tried to strike the young boy and girls. They were forced to jump into the water to avoid being hit by the stone weapon. The boy began to plunge into the cold water. The young man noticed that he couldn't feel anything. Is he dying? Where are the girls? Maybe they fell into the water too. The young man thought that he would not be able to fulfill the second lady's request. The young man decided that he had definitely disappointed this girl. As he sank into the deep water, the young man saw a boat on the surface. He thought it was the boat he had recently noticed. The young hero thought that he should go up to this boat and try to make a difference. The boy felt that his back hurt terribly. The young man surfaced near the boat and saw one of the girls in it. She held out her hand to him and said, "Is he still alive?" She thought that that blow had finished the young man off. The boy thanked her for her help. The guy asked where the other girl was. The young lady replied that she had actually been conscious the whole time. But since she was not strong in martial arts, she was going to lie down and escape unnoticed. The girl said that her friend was lying unconscious in the boat. She asked how the young man's back situation was. He was lucky it wasn't a direct hit in the back with that hammer. The girl stated, "They have another sister, Breve. She is sick and lying in the pavilion. We should do something about her." The guy thought that the second lady was purposely taking this monster in the other direction away from Breve. The young men from the boat watched the fight continue. The young man noted that his opponent had terrifying strength and an extremely high pain threshold. If it continued like this, there would be trouble. The young man told the girl to take a boat with her friend to a safe distance. He thought he might be able to save Breve. The young man noted that the opponent is quite strong, but his hearing is not that good, and that's something to take advantage of. The second lady, despite the power of her opponent, felt quite confident on the battlefield. The Kunyu sword added to her confidence. The second lady turned out to be a first-class expert and a master of sword fighting. Her opponent couldn't match her. The second lady thought that the girls were still in danger. She had no right to hesitate. The second lady noted that the aura of the opponent's sword was quite strong, but his swordsmanship style is unstable. She decided to take advantage of that. The girl remembered what the man had been like before he became a monster. She couldn't understand what had happened to him. The young lady decided she couldn't hold back any longer. She had to finish him off quickly. She used the 13th maple technique again. The girl has decided that she can't run away from her opponent forever. She finally needs to get serious about attacking. She thought she should flutter like a butterfly and sting like a bee. The monster swung once more and struck with its stone weapon. The second lady managed to dodge. The girl applied the technique wind cut, and right after that, the pine tree strike. The monster's arms appeared to be wrapped in chain, and the opponent pierced both arms with a single blow. She thought that his movements were definitely sealed now. and his pain threshold had lowered. The second lady and the monster noticed that the young man had brought the third girl here. The young man turned around and realized that the villain had noticed him. This was very unfortunate. The girl thought the young man was crazy. He's really determined to save Breve. This guy's taking a big risk. The assassin spread his arms and freed himself from the ball. He hurled his stone sword tied with a chain towards the young man and the girl. The second lady wasn't going to calm down and shouted that the monster should fight her, because she was his opponent. The second lady kicked her opponent with both feet, and he fell into the water with a scream. The young man fearfully told the girl to look up at the roof. The second lady looked up and saw Breve standing there. Lightning flashed above her. There was something wrong with her. The young men could not understand what had happened to Breve. Her gaze was absent. There was emptiness in her eyes. She held a stone sword in her hand. Breve stood to her full height. In her hand was a deadly weapon, the exact one the assassin had. Breve looked exactly the same now. The second lady was stunned. What happened to Breve? She asked me to talk to her. Breve's eyes lit up like a demon's. She let out a shriek. Eternal scar! The girls took a boat across to dry land. The young lady was telling Kailan to wake up and stop pretending she's not even hurt. The girl looked back and saw a young man and a second lady approaching them. They were already very close to each other. The second lady shouted for everyone to get into the cart quickly. They have to run now. There's absolutely no time. The girl asked, wondering if the killer was after them. Where is Breve now? The second lady said there was no time to talk. We have to move immediately. The young ladies say that Breve is after them. Now she is the monster that is after them. After Breve picked up that strange weapon, she became possessed. She started screaming, Eternal scar! There was nothing human left in her eyes. She's become unimaginably strong, but I can't kill her. The second lady thought all she could do was stall for time. What to do next, they would think after they got her out of the Moonwater Pavilion. The girl tried to come to her senses. Surely she was awake. Was she really dealing with demonic blades? The girl looked back and said she had to get away quickly. Breve was already approaching. The young men settled into the wagon, and the young man began urging the horses to move faster. Breve was already in close proximity. The girl pushed off the roof and expected to jump right onto the moving wagon. The young men had no time to break away from their pursuer. Breve caught up with them and destroyed the wagon into splinters. She acted like a monster. The second lady was again confronted with a new opponent, and again it was the same stone sword against her. The second lady threw her opponent far back with a strong blow. She flew a good distance away from the cart. Breve wasn't hurt. She had secured herself on the roof of a neighboring building and was about to launch another attack. The girl monster unconsciously repeated that she must kill. The wagon, already roofless, continued on its way. Breve kept trying to catch up with it. Already in the wagon, the girl noticed that the second lady was probably injured. It was obvious that she wasn't feeling well, and her mouth was bleeding. The girl said she was fine, and they need to hurry up now. The second lady thought, the way Breve handles weapons is very strange. Far more problematic is her movement technique. If Breve catches up with them, she'll have a hard time protecting everyone. The girl assumed that the demonic blade had enslaved the heart of her friend, Breve. The young man said that his uncle, a blacksmith, believes that all blades have a story to tell. But a weapon can't become a demon. There must be some reason for what's happening. The girl wondered if they might go to his uncle now, and he would be able to explain something to them. The young man said that might be a good idea. Seven knows a lot about blades. The young man announced that they had to go to the City of the Morning Silhouette to do so. The girl said that her phrase was not a suggestion to go to his uncle. The second lady said they had no other choice now. The young man steered the wagon toward the seventh. The girl, looking at the second lady, thought she was guilty in front of her for not being strong enough. The second lady asked, what would she do in that case if she were her? Capital of Zhang Province, Donghai Sect. Grand Elder Shao has something important to discuss with the Four Sword Sects. For that, he has chosen this abandoned temple. The guards are discussing the recent sect attacks related to the appearance of demonic blades. One of them stated that demonic blades will come to this temple at some point as well. The guard wondered, did his interlocutor really believe in the existence of demonic blades? If so, they might be in danger right now. The interlocutor decided that the demonic blades didn't care about them. If the demon blades came here, they would go straight inside the temple. The guard said that after the words of his interlocutor, he wanted to go there and find out everything. The elder asked, Why wasn't everyone gathered? He had mentioned demonic blades in his letters. The man said that he would speak for the elder today, because the elder is now involved in big state affairs. The elder said in that case, he would put the topic of demonic blades aside. And first, he would like to know the reason for the 12 murders in the Ocean Gate territory. He wouldn't just leave it at that. The elder showed the wounded young man and said that fortunately, he had a strong body, and he survived. He thinks the demon blades are to blame. After the sword aura penetrated the young man's body, all of his veins ruptured, and blood clotting became impossible. He was left with abrasions from the attack. This was something only the ominous storm technique could do. The man continued, he has already started investigating. He is sure that Mu Yunza of Jin Pavilion is responsible. The Moonwater Pavilion senior apprentice said, she is sure that this is not the case. The four sword sects stopped fighting almost 100 years ago. If the elder is right, then why would the culprit use the sinister storm technique on his fellow man? The elder said that his interlocutor, Lady Shu, was quite intelligent. Does she also believe that the culprit is someone who couldn't withstand the temptation of the demonic blade? Lady Shu replied that the elder was a decent man. He wouldn't say such things without reason. There must be good reasons for it. The man noticed that the Grand Elder was very old. Perhaps he is just delirious. The third caretaker of the Moonwater Pavilion said that this Lubieja is behaving very indecently. It's like he owns the place. The companion told the girl to be quiet and told her who the elders were and that the wounded man was the bastard son of one of them. The girl added, as for wanting to be the most important, all he could say was that that guy was his stepson. Those present noticed that this was probably true. One can pay attention to the indecent looks of this old man's disciples. As they say, the apple does not fall far from the tree. The discussion of those present continued. They noticed that Lord Tang looked quite interesting. He was a little nervous when he said that his elder couldn't come here. The girl thought to herself, are these two sects just a bunch of idiots? Demonic swords that devour people's hearts. How is that possible? The girl said she expected to have fun when she could get out of the pavilion. It was so boring. The girl's gaze fell on a wagon standing not far away. What was so special about her, she thought. Why was everyone being so careful with her? The companion said it had to do with recent events involving demonic blades. The girl intervened in the elder's conversation and said that much light could be shed on many things by looking at the contents of that large box. Maybe we should open it. The Moonwater Pavilion's eldest disciple told the girl to be quiet. She dare not interfere with the conversation of the elders. The elders said that there was logic in the third lady's words. Perhaps there is definite evidence in that box. The man said that Elder Shao had warned him that the box could be opened with representatives from all sects present. The elder asked Lord Thane to at least tell him what was inside this box. The man replied that he himself did not know. Only Grand Elder Shao knows about it. He was only entrusted with the transportation. The elder remarked that it was outrageous. So many people have died because of the Ocean Gate, and all the evidence points to the Jinyu sect. Perhaps there are intruders sitting inside the box. Do they really need to be given to the members of this sect? The older student thought that this meeting might not end quietly. Demonic virtuoso, Wei Wuyuan. Among the heroes who participated in the battle against the demonic blades, some are still alive. One of these heroes was a member of the Jin sect, the oldest Wu echelon. The guard asked his colleague, is this really the legendary demonic virtuoso? This is the last elder of the Jin sect. No one would have thought that the demonic virtuoso himself would come here. Perhaps his apprentice is here as well. The girls thought that they were very lucky to see Wei Wuyun. Did he really come here alone? The elder said, if there was such a revered master here, justice would definitely be served. Wei Wuyuan ignored this old man. He didn't even say hello to him. The elder was angry. How dare he ignore him? The eldest disciple of the Moonwater sect bowed her head and said hello to the Grand Master. The man said that the girl could say hello to her master and tell her that he had already gotten old and his sword wasn't as sharp as it used to be, and now she could drop in on him so she would have no reason to regret it later. The old man said, did this Wei ignore him because of guilt? Or maybe he had a plan to justify killing his disciple. Wei replied, judging from those words, one would think that the old man has proof that his disciple is to blame. Are there already witnesses to these murders? The old man said that his disciple had survived the attack and was a witness. He was struck by the evil storm technique. Who could have done it if not his disciple? The old man continued, According to the Great Elder, the assassin might have been controlled by the demonic blades and started the massacre. He might reappear here again. The man added that in such a case, the disciples of the Ocean Gate would be happy to help destroy that culprit. Wei said his apprentice had been missing for a while. A month ago, he sent another student after him, but there's no news yet. Wei added, if it turned out that his student was accused without evidence by some scoundrel without giving him a chance for a fair trial, he wouldn't just let it go. The old man said that in that case, the Ocean Gate would recognize Jin's skill and sinister storm technique today. He ordered his warriors to surround Wei. The man said that everyone should calm down. The treaty between the four sects is still in force. The Grand Elder gathered them here to discuss the appearance of the demonic blades. The old man said he didn't want to discuss anything. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He told Wei to draw his weapon. Wei wondered, what kind of weapon are we talking about? Doesn't the old man know that his sect practices the formless sword style? Wei added that his opponent's sect was not worth even a single hair. The old man smirked and said that he would now see how long his opponent's arrogance would last, and ordered his warriors to attack. The attackers surrounded Wei. He said that the old man's warriors used the noise of sword strikes to confuse and distract. They used rather pathetic tricks. The warriors and the old man pounced on Elder Wei. The man was very successful in evading the attacks. Not even a small scratch appeared on him. He was truly a great master. Wei said that he had wandered through all lands, but not to seek ascension. For many years he indulged in the blessed rapture, living the rest of his days in complete delight. The master rose gracefully upward and became out of reach of his enemies. He floated above the ground and was invulnerable. Elder Wei released a powerful energy from his fingers that shattered his opponent's swords. He calmly reasoned aloud and said that he felt the speed of life surpassing the speed of his blades, dancing in jubilation. Wei only used formless swords. It was his internal energy. With that, he could just as easily pierce through his opponents. And at the same time, he was out of their reach. The old man thought that it hadn't even been 100 years since the war started. How was this Wei able to reach such heights? The old man didn't want to let his opponent out and told one of the warriors to guard the gate. The old man said to have his warriors build the 9th Phoenix formation, the demon sealing array. Everyone present was terribly surprised. Did the old man really dare to create such a formation? The older student thought that Liu Bieja would do this for his injured stepson. No wonder there are rumors that this stepson is actually his illegitimate son. If the head of the Ocean Gate was here, he would never have allowed the old man to behave so recklessly. Elder Wei saw that the opponent was about to create a formation. He thought that he hadn't seen it for a long time. The old man said they must attack at the same time to win. The warriors simultaneously went on the attack. Even when forming a formation, it didn't help them. Elder Wei was still masterfully evading his opponent. Wei thought that both his speed and strength had been increased. It was as if walls had been erected around him. It had been years since they had fought. He never thought that this old man would be able to use such a magnificent formation. The old man asked, did his opponent really think he could dodge it by merely running away from the temple? The demon sealing array is not that simple. The old man, chastising his opponent, said to carry the formation along with him. The number of attackers increased. The old man said that Wei might not even think about being able to escape. Wei said that no one is going to run away. His opponents are fools if they think that. The old man thought as his opponent begins to transmit his sword aura through the raindrops. It was an incredible technique. The raindrops rushed towards the attacking warriors with force. It was impossible to escape from them. Wei said this barrage of spears was a warning to everyone. The old man turned to his wounded warriors. He told them not to panic and to stick to formation. Liu Bieja was very angry. Even though he was clearly outnumbered, he couldn't win. The warriors heard some sound. It was the sound of hooves. The guards shouted that they couldn't go any further. Everyone looked in that direction. Everyone present turned their attention to the wagon that had pulled up to the battle site. The cart was driven by an old man. A boy sat beside him. The child childishly wondered and asked why everyone was standing in the rain. One of the warriors asked who they were. What are they doing here? And told them to get out of here immediately. The child got off the wagon and said that his grandfather was very old and weak. He needs shelter from the rain. This temple belongs to no one. Why can't they be here? The warrior swore and said, can't the child see the atmosphere here? Everything is very tense here. The girl went over to the child, covered him with her umbrella, and said that the young man was right. If the old man is sick, he should not stay out in the rain. The girl asked the child what his name was. where is he coming from? If there was anyone else on the wagon, told him not to be frightened. The child looked around. He saw the warriors using this pause to take a break. The boy said if he and his grandfather were given water and bread, he would answer all the questions. The third lady of the Moonwater sect asked her companion to bring the child tea and food. The girl said she was about to call her grandfather to join them and ready to listen to the young man. The child said his grandfather was sick and didn't want to meet strangers. He will take the food to him himself. The kid said his name was Yahello and said where he was from. The boy said that in addition to his grandfather, there was his sister in the carriage. Her body, to be exact. They came all this way for revenge. Everyone listening to the child was surprised. They became quiet and listened to the child too. Was he really looking for his sister's murderer? The young man said that it was not only his sister. The boy, without stopping to eat and talk, he said he would avenge all the boys in their village. Elders Wei and Luvieja became quiet and listened to the child as well. The boy said that all the young men from his village had died. Everyone asked what had really happened. The young man said that about half a month ago, some villains came to their village. These people said they had come there to clean the river that was near the village. In fact, they wanted to mock the villagers. All the children and girls were terrified. They wanted to hide in the mountains. When the newcomers couldn't get what they wanted, they caught all the boys and tied them up. The elder of this faction silently watched the developments. The local youths were tied up and could do nothing. They were guarded by armed criminals. The boy said that his sister was the most beautiful girl in the village. She decided not to listen to them and came back to save the young men. The girl said that when she left here, everyone would have to leave this place because it wouldn't be safe here anymore. This boy's sister came down from the mountain and fell right into the hands of scum. The child continued. He was very scared, but he secretly still followed his sister. The boy noticed that those rascals were immediately attracted to his sister's beauty. The girl told the villains she is willing to stay here, but asked that all the young men be released. The older of these scoundrels silently examined this girl from head to toe. He was in no hurry. The leader of the villains told the girl to come over to him. His subordinates stood nearby and laughed. One of the subordinates pushed the girl and she fell at the feet of their boss. The boss says she's in his hands now, but still wants him to listen to her. The man leaned over to the girl and took her face. He said, "Is that the kind of face that begs for alms?" The rascal said to make her smile. If he liked it, he would set one of the young men of the village free. The girl complied with the man's orders and smiled at him. She looked straight into his eyes. The villain said he liked the girl's smile and ordered the release of one of the prisoners. One of the warriors said that he would now carry out his commander's orders. The invader swung the ball and cut off the head of one of the captive youths. He laughed as he did so. The child, who was watching everything that was happening, covered his mouth with his hand to keep from shrieking. The girl was frightened. She realized that she could accomplish nothing. Her sacrifice would be in vain. But nothing could be changed. The villain laughed and said he kept his word. She stays and he lets those young men go. The villain grabbed the girl by the throat and started tearing off her clothes. The girl began to choke. The scoundrel told the girl to think better of it. If she saved them and they saw her in that condition, what could they say then? The villain said he would help her. He'll let all the boys go, but in pieces. That way the gossip would be avoided. The leader told his men to finish off the rest of the prisoners and then go to the mountains to get the others. The villain added that the nasty farmers dare not play hide and seek with them. Tragedy played out before the eyes of the girl and her little brother. The villains killed all their fellow villagers. The leader laughed and told them to be chopped up properly. The girl stood weeping in doom. The captive begged that the rascal would let her go. One of the villains approached the boss and said that he had found another boy. The young boy fell into the clutches of the villains. The child was kicking and trying to get out of his arms. He kicked his tormentor in the nose. The villain grabbed his nose and let the child go. The boy was about to run away. The villain screamed, "How dare this child resist him?" and said he was going to destroy him. The child fell down. The villain swung his sword at him. The girl rushed to the child and covered him with her body. The villain lowered his sword and it stabbed the girl in the back. She screamed and fell down. Blood rushed in all directions. The child sat beside his dying sister. He looked at her wound and could not believe what was happening. He couldn't move. The girl, dying from her last strength, whispered for the boy to run away. The ringleader, in anger, slapped his hand on the face of the subordinate who killed that girl. He said with annoyance that he dared not spoil such an excellent product. He had taken a treasure from him. The villain told his warriors to make mincemeat of this boy. The rascals approached the child, drew their swords, and swung them at him. Suddenly, there were some sounds in the distance. Everyone became alert. The main villain asked, "Who could it be?" The child realized he was still alive, and that there was hope for him. Suddenly, a stranger appeared who was taking his time, tossing a stone in his hand. He said that he thought he could enjoy the beauty of this village. The stranger added, he never thought he'd find hell on earth here. Everyone looked at the stranger. It was a tall young man. He was calm and confident. He had a weapon behind his back as a warrior should. The villains became alarmed. They forgot about the boy, and with their swords drawn, they went toward the stranger. They asked who he was. The young man, coldly pulling out his weapon from behind his back, said if they wanted to, he would tell them. He is from the 9th domain of the Dragon Mountain, Azure artist Muyunji. The young man added that having committed such evil, these people should pay with their lives. The scoundrel said, "How dare a lowlife from the Jin sect interfere in their affairs?" The child, continuing to eat, narrated further. The villains told the stranger that their boss's father was Lu Bienja, and he dare not interfere in their affairs. Elder Lu Bienja and his subordinates heard the story. They said it was outrageous. The man shouted that this country boy was shamelessly cheating. The man drew his sword and moved towards the child with the words that he was about to destroy him. Pei Lai and the girls continued to run away on the cart from Breve. The girl monster with the stone weapon continued to chase them. The young man kept pushing the horses. He wanted them to move even faster. A few more miles and they would be in the city of the morning skyline. The young men looked around and saw that Breve was not lagging behind. Moreover, she was coming toward them. The young men noticed that Breve was all wet. It wasn't raining anymore. So it's her sweat. What's happening to her? The second lady concluded that the stalker was getting tired. She continued to sweat intensely. The boy thought that Breve still had the body of a normal person, and that's why she's as tired as any normal person. The lad guessed that the cause of this fatigue was the huge sword she was forced to carry behind her. The girl noticed that in such a case, the pursuer would no longer be able to tear their wagon apart with a single blow. The young man spurred the horses on. He shouted for them to move faster. It was only a short distance to the town. The guy pointed to the top. He said it was the lighthouse of their town. They'd be there soon enough. The girls drew the young man's attention to the fact that Breve had disappeared. The stalker was nowhere to be seen. The second lady noticed that Breve had climbed the bamboo and she was now on top. We have to be extra careful. The young man shouted that Breve is using bamboo. She wants to bend it and push off. That might give her acceleration and she would fall right into their cart. That's exactly what happened. In the cart, the pursuer was met by the second lady. She repulsed the attack with her sword. The second lady was able to throw Breve away from the cart, but the cart was damaged. The stalker was able to strike the cart with her stone implement. The girls thought it was a bad thing. They can't get to the shelter in time. The cart scattered, the horses ran away, and everyone hit the ground. They were only a few minutes short. The young man got up from the ground and looked around. The events were not going well at all. The young man saw the wounded second lady lying on the ground. Breve, with her deadly weapon, came closer and closer. The second lady rose to her feet. She looked into her rival's eyes. But unfortunately, she was unarmed. The young man realized that things were taking a bad turn. He looked around. Where was the kunyu? The young man found the sword. It was lying not far from him. There was no time to think about it. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy grabbed his sword and rushed towards his opponent. The young man didn't think long and brought his sword down on his opponent. Breve had time to block the stone weapon. The young man took a fighting stance, swung his sword and said he was ready to see what his opponent could do. The young man shouted for Lady Rand to get out of here and took the girls to the lighthouse. Breve found her strength and jumped high, simultaneously swinging her stone sword at the young man. Lady Rand shouted that she couldn't do that. She can't leave a young man alone with a rival. He's no match for her. The guy fended off the girl's attack and grinned. Was that really all she was capable of? The young man was frightened, but he didn't show it. He said that the aura of his opponent's sword couldn't even hurt him. Breve, flashing one demonic eye, rushed towards the young man. The young man shouted that Lady Rand could care less. Even though he wouldn't be able to defeat her, he was still faster. The boy turned around and started to run away. He thought he would survive anyway. He would survive no matter what and give the girl back the kunyu sword. The second lady yelled at the young man not to play hero. These are not toys, he could get killed. The girls saw the guy lead Breve away from them. They realized that they had to get away. Breve had been chasing them for a long time, and she had little strength left. Perhaps the young man could get away from her. The guy with the sword in his hand kept running away. The opponent chased after him and did not let go of her stone weapon. It was much harder for her, but she didn't stop. At some point, the young man realized that he could not escape, so he decided to take the fight to him. He turned around to face his opponent and put his sword forward. The girl attacked, but the young man repulsed the attack. At some point, they were close to each other and their gazes met. The young men were on the edge of a cliff, and snapping off, they flew down together. The boy saw how high he would have to fall. He thought, "Is this really the end?" The boy closed his eyes and thought he might die. The boy opened his eyes. He realized that he was still alive. He was lying on the ground. The young man found himself in a pit at the bottom of a tank that had water in it the whole time. Breve stood at the top and watched him. The young man looked at his rival. She was looking down at him from above. She looked very sinister. But why isn't she coming down? The young man noticed that the girl was annoyed because she couldn't get downstairs. The young man saw that Breve had a wound on her leg. He couldn't remember when he'd done it. The young man couldn't remember anything. How long had he been here? The boy saw a kunyu sword not far from him. It was stuck in the ground. The young man grabbed his sword and pointed it towards Breve. He shouted, if she continued to pursue him, he would not let himself be harmed. The young man shouted to the girl that she could count on him to take her to the grave with him if she wanted to kill him. Breve stood at the top for a moment, turned around, and walked away, leaving the young man alone in that hole. The young man couldn't believe it had left him. The boy thought, thank God he survived. After all, he had not yet collected the money for his sister's betrayal. The young man realized that he had to get to the lighthouse as quickly as possible. The unarmed girls were waiting for him there now. The warrior struck the young man with his sword because he thought he was speaking untruths about the elder. Suddenly, someone grabbed the sword by the blade with his bare hand and stopped the man. The blade stopped in close proximity to the child. The man's hand was like red-hot metal. The man wondered, what kind of technique was this? The man melted his sword with his bare hand. People screamed, how can you point a gun at a child? Besides, nothing is clear yet. It's worth listening to this young man to the end. The old man thought it was the melting hand of the chiding faction. The technique is incredibly difficult to learn. This person has become Xiao Jianxi's right hand, despite looking like a dog. The old man just felt another breath. Could it be that again? The old man said since he came, why not show himself, Mu 4? The man who had been sitting with the boy in the wagon dropped his hat and jumped up high. The man landed beside Master Wei and bowed to him. The man lowered his head respectfully and said hello to the master. The man said he had sinned and was asking his master for forgiveness for it. Everyone thought that he might really be a murderer. That guy must have sinned a lot if Mu 4 decided to take him out. Elder Wei asked if he did it out of his own ambition or was there another reason. The man replied that his actions did not come from his need. They were aimed at saving the innocent. The elder asked the young man if he were in his place. Would he do the same? The elder would have done the same thing. Master Wei called his interlocutor a fool. If his actions did not come from selfish needs, and he was forced to do so, why is he now apologizing? He should fight for his actions, and if someone dared to do unfair things to him, his master would always defend him. The young man bowed once more and thanked the master for these instructions. The boy admitted that he was the one who had used the evil storm technique. The old man grinned gloatingly. He finally confessed at last. The old man said that everyone around him would be witnesses. The girls thought that this man always behaved properly. On top of that, he is also very handsome. The warriors thought that they should punish him for his actions, and they must avenge Brother Lu. The guy apologized again for not showing up sooner. He acted that way because it happened in the village, and it would have been better if the little boy had told about it. Everyone looked at the child and realized that the young man was telling the plain truth. Mu 4 added that he saw the horror that day, and he had to save the little man. The young man continued, at first he wanted to execute all the villains, but then there might not be any evidence left. So he cut off everyone's left leg. The leader of these bandits, Lu Yanxing, was unable to defeat him, so he was wounded in his right arm. No one would have thought he could use this kid as bait. The man objected, if Mu 4 said he didn't kill, but only cut off the legs, why are they all dead now? The guy said if he'd really killed those people, he'd confess to it now. Mu 4 continued, he said as for the Golden Storm technique, it was forced self-defense. That afternoon, he pursued him to the plain west of the village. The young man continued. There were thickets, lots of trees and vines. It was hard to get through, but when he did, he saw something. He saw a huge stone with words carved on it. It said that this was the tomb of the demonic blades. The day the demon blades break through, the world will end, and the demons will be resurrected. The young man reread the inscription several times. He tried to understand the meaning of what was written. The guy said he didn't care for it at the time and continued to pursue Lu Yanxing. The valley was blocked due to a landslide. The fleeing villain saw sharpened bamboo stalks peeking out from the mountain. He couldn't understand what it was about. Mu the Fourth told the wretch that in the other world he would repent of his sins and atone for the dead in the village. Lu shouted that he didn't want to die here and grabbed a bamboo stick. Mu 4 chopped these bamboo sticks with his blade. The young man shouted for his enemy to surrender. He had nowhere else to retreat to. The villain fell to the ground and fell into some kind of pit. A column of dust rose up. When the dust cleared, he saw that he was in an old wooden cage. It contained a human skeleton, pierced with bamboo stakes. The skeleton was holding an old sword. Lu Yanxing was astonished by what he saw. He saw this sword that the skeleton's fingers were clutching. Lu Yanxing snatched the sword from the skeleton and turned to his pursuer. He said that Mu 4 spared no one. Now he would have to taste the taste of this blade. While the young man was saying this, he saw that his hands began to change. A strange glow appeared around the blade. The villain realized in that moment that this was no ordinary blade, and that green glow wasn't for nothing. Lu Yanxing was transformed. He no longer wanted to retreat. It was as if he had become a different person. Most importantly, even Lu Yanxing's aura had changed. It was definitely not the same person anymore. Mu 4 said that he felt the same overwhelming power he felt when he fought the elders. The young man decided that he should attack first. The guy decided to use the Azure Vine technique, and it seemed to him that his opponent immediately copied his technique. That's impossible. Mu 4 wondered, what kind of posturing is this? After all, it would only get him killed. The opponent repeated the young man's movements exactly. The rivals were in a fierce battle. No one could definitely win. They had equal strength, and they acted in the same way. The moment their gazes crossed, Mu 4 realized that a demon was standing in front of him. The young man couldn't understand how the opponent was able to use his Azure chain technique. He had a strange look in his eyes, and it felt like he didn't even feel his strike. The boy thought it might be about the sword. Maybe the sword was cursed. Mu 4 thought that he should immediately cut off his opponent's hand in which he held that cursed sword. The young man decided to use another technique. His opponent repeated it. In addition, the opponent was even faster. The young man thought it was bad. He dropped his sword from his hands. Mu 4 realized that he had no other choice and had to use the Golden Storm technique. Mu 4 thought he was imagining it. For a second, he thought that his opponent had tried to use the Evil Storm. The opponents continued to fight with their swords. After their swords made contact, Mu 4 noticed that his sword was also glowing. The young man saw a column of luminous mist rise up, and in that fog, the silhouette of a demon loomed. What could it be? Mu 4 confirmed that after that blow, he lost consciousness and couldn't remember anything. Lord Tang asked, how did he regain consciousness, and how did he get here? The young man said that he learned about everything that happened from Yahello, a little boy. When the child came in, he looked like a marionette. Cold stare, even swung his blade. Fortunately, a man appeared from the sky and took that blade away from him. But when that man got hold of the sword, he lost his mind and began to thrash about in agony. That man turned around and walked off in the direction of the village. Mu 4 continued. When he woke up, he realized that maybe demonic swords were involved. He took the child with him, and they followed the trail. At first, he was afraid that he would lose control again and might hurt someone. From the child's description, he realized that it was Mo Zuza, the third disciple of Sect Master John. The old man shouted. He pointed out that the Jian sect was involved. The old man added that they made up the whole thing themselves to cover up the crime. Elder Wei silently looked at his opponent. He saw no point in proving anything. The man said his opponent is a fool. In the face of such a disaster, he is so blind. Everything these people said is pure truth. 30 years ago, a demonic sect released demonic blades, and the entire Eastern Sea was plunged into chaos. These blades are capable of enslaving the human heart. Its victims are called puppets of the blade. They gain incredible power. At that time, all the sects decided to leave their previous squabbles behind and united against the disaster that had appeared. Even then, many had to fight against their fellow sects. Now it will surely become even more difficult. In that war, many brave heroes died against the blades. At present, only a few of them remained alive. The demonic blade sealed in that village is called a devastator. It has no physical embodiment. It is simply passed from one host to another. Its puppets have an ability, a shadow strike, with which they can replicate the special techniques of others. Almost no one knew that the devastator was sealed there. One of the warriors asked, how did they know that Elder Wei was telling the truth? Move forth, his disciple. Of course he would protect him. If the sword really was sealed, why didn't anyone know about it? Wei replied, there will always be fools who think they can bend the blades to their will. To prevent those fools from finding the blades, the place where they were kept remained a secret. The elder said they didn't have to believe him. Soon the demon sword will be sealed here. The Moonwater sect's elder sister asked, why did the elder think that the demonic sword might soon appear here? The elder said, demon blades couldn't distinguish between enemies and friends. They were only made to kill. A demon blade will always seek out its counterpart. A devastator cannot change into the bearer of another demonic blade. Predicting the revival of the demonic blades, it's a gathering of all the sect leaders and a special requirement that he be here. It's obvious to everyone what the Grand Elder is up to. The old man hasn't lost his grip yet. The elder noticed that someone with a sword in hand had appeared in a tree outside the fence. He let himself be discovered and everyone shouted, who is this? The man jumped to the ground and began wielding his sword to destroy everyone around him. The fourth Mu recognized him. It was Zuzei's brother. The man wasn't paying attention to anyone. He was possessed. An elder climbed onto the van and shouted for Mo Zuzei to respond, if he's still there. The young man was not distracted. He held a sword in his hand that emitted a strange light. The young man's eyes were glowing like a demon's. This monster killed everyone he could get his hands on. Lord Tang shouted that it was no longer the same person. Elder Wei should realize this. The girls of the Moonwater sect grabbed their weapons and decided that they must definitely catch him. Elder Wei said that this person had the strongest mind among all his disciples. But even this man's mind couldn't handle the devastator. Everyone who looked at this young man realized that he was no longer him. He was possessed by the spirit of the demonic blade. The elder used his technique to suppress the enemies. He made himself comfortable and took out his musical instrument. The man said for everyone to raise their swords. Here and now they would get rid of the demon. The devastator must not be allowed to escape. The man turned to his student and said if he was still there, he should regain control of his body. The warriors surrounded the monster. Wei said if the young man couldn't handle this demon himself, he would deal with the devastator. The elder said he was about to make the demon taste the real rain of spears. Elder Wei began to activate a storm of spears with his musical instrument. He began to aim them at the demon. The man added that his melodic attacks could never be copied by his technique. The old man, seeing all this, thought that this was his true power. The disciple remarked, if this had not been happening before her eyes, she would never have believed in such great power. The demon didn't have time to reflect all the spears that were aimed at him. Wei thought that demon blades thought of revenge, even when it was given at such a cost, disregarding the lives of their bearers. The elder thought that he would never be the same as this demon. The man called out to his apprentice. There was no response. The young man had only a demonic look in his eyes. The elder at one point decided to stop the demon's attack. He had hope. The man thought, if he had only been enslaved a few days ago, maybe he could still be saved. Wei said that he would try to free his disciple from the devastator. The elder decided to see what else the demon in his apprentice's body could do. With a strong blow, Elder Wei destroyed the cart he was sitting on. The wagon was shattered to pieces. The man was perfectly calm. He was interested in the contents of this wagon. He waited for the dust to clear. The surrounding people watching the situation were surprised when the contents of this wagon came into view. The elder thought that the Mefuyang sect had to pay a heavy price to seal what was here. Everyone saw a young man who was tied to the wall. He was also sealed to this wall with a blade that pierced through him. Everyone saw that it was a demonic blade, a scarlet eye. Its handle was glowing. Elder Wei walked up close to the young man and the blade. The watchers told him to be careful. The man grabbed that blade and pulled it out of the young man's body. The girl thought that this was the legendary demonic blade and wondered why she could feel it. The girl looking at this blade thought that to her, it looked like a handsome young man. What's happening to her? The girl thought dreamily that he would like to be the owner of this sword. The sword left no one indifferent. Everyone wanted to possess it. Elder Wei shouted for the lady from the Moonwater Pavilion to immediately step back. This blade could enchant women's hearts and cause them to hallucinate. Whoever is enchanted by this blade can become its puppet. We should be overly wary of that. Master Wei thought that if Elder Shao sent him this sword, he would take this opportunity. Master Wei thought that this was an exceptional case to fight against the demonic blade in his disciples' hands. The two demonic blades met each other in a fierce battle. Wei tried to control the situation and not be influenced by the blade he was holding. Master Wei hoped that no one would be able to move into the Scarlet Eye. He wanted to test what his opponent's Shadow Strike was capable of. When the two blades collided, a huge amount of energy was released. Everyone thought that it was Master Wei who had created this barrier. The opponents used the same abilities, but Elder Wei's every move was one step ahead. Move 4, looking at it, thought that Master Wei had created a barrier that wasn't quite ordinary. It appeared that the energy within the barrier was restraining the Devastator's movements. Desolator couldn't keep up with his opponent. The Wei Elder was one step ahead and he constantly pressured his opponent. Master Wei decided that he should aim directly at his opponent's hand. He had to knock the blade out of his enemy's hand. The Master launched a series of quick attacks, constantly striking his opponent's blade. After another attack, the enemy flew backwards. The young man landed on his feet and countered with a shadowy strike of his own. The warriors nearby were stunned by this blow. The Elder thought that separating the young man from the sword and yet keeping him alive would be quite problematic. The old man said if Wei doesn't finish off this demon, they will assume that Wei is on the side of evil. Wei shouted for them not to even think of interfering with his demonic blade disciple. Only he had the right to decide his fate. Wei decided to use the Azure Chains to reduce the speed of the enemy, but it must be very tiring. The man decided not to take too long. He would have to exert 10 times his strength to hold off the shadowy blow of the Devastator. The Elder wanted to eventually take the demon blade away from its master. We'll have to separate them. All of the master's attacks failed. He could not achieve the desired result. The man thought that his opponent was worthy to bear the name of his disciple. Wei looked at Move Forth. What was his disciple up to this time? Move Forth thought that the young man had become like this because of him. Move 4 grabbed his sword and rushed to attack. He decided that he would be the one to finish off the Devastator this time. Lord Tang said for the young man to be careful, because the demon can get inside him. The Elder saw that Move 4 was using a wooden stick. He was thinking of something. Move Forth rushed at his opponent and wrapped his arms around him. He shouted to Elder Wei to deprive his opponent of his blade. The young man screamed for the master not to worry about him. The demon raised his blade and decided to stab the young man in the back. At this point, the old man also decided to do his part. He wanted to free the people from evil, so he went after the demon. The old man shouted that he, Liu Beijia, would do his part in destroying the demon. The old man put his gun hand forward and approached the young men. He intended to strike. The old man had a piece of sharpened wood in his hands. He thought it would be enough to hit his opponent. At the last moment, Elder Wei managed to intercept the old man's hand. Elder Wei instructively told his disciple to always value his life. The Elder activated the Azure Rune to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. It was so powerful that everyone scattered in different directions. Liu Beijia was indignant. Wei uses his energy to force the demon to retreat. Master Wei pumped that Liu Beijia was a pathetic rascal. He punched the old man and he flew aside. Master Wei said that now it was his turn to deal with the Devastator. The man used special techniques. He shouted for the demon to return his disciple. When the demon's swords came into contact again, there was a tremendous release of energy. The whole place lit up with light. People around them hid from the shockwave and covered their eyes from the bright flash. The opponents, holding their demonic swords in their hands, scattered in different directions. Elder Wei landed on his feet. He rested on his demonic blade and looked at his opponent. Move Forth asked the master if he was okay. Master Wei noticed that the Devastator and his apprentice were disengaged. The blade was embedded in the ground and was away from the warrior. Move Forth told his master that the Devastator had fallen out of his master's hands. The demon had not yet become human. His eyes still glowed like a demon's, but he didn't take any action. Everyone decided that the young man could return to reality. At the same moment, everyone noticed that someone from behind had stabbed a sword through the young man from behind. Everyone saw that it was Liu Weijia. The old man suddenly snuck up behind the demon and said that it was for his son, Liu Yanqing. In the same second, Master Wei was next to him and delivered a powerful punch towards the old man. He called him an old rascal. The old man flew far back. The demon was left standing, pierced through by the old man's sword. Master Wei did not let go of his scarlet eyes. In the same second, the demon was in front of Elder Wei and used a strike, thunderous storm, against him. The elder gently grabbed the young man's hand and said that he must be tired. He added that the master would do the rest. Wei shouted for no one to move. Only he could deal with his disciple. Master Wei said that Zeus was a great student, and he would not allow him to remain a puppet of the demonic blade, and told him to rest in peace. The master dealt the young man a deadly blow, and that was the end of it. Wei gently lowered the young man to the ground. The man was very discouraged. He couldn't save his best student. The elder turned around and shouted for everyone to move away from the devastator. The sword was still dangerous. Everyone looked around and saw that the sword devastator had disappeared. There was nothing at that spot. Everyone wondered who was capable of stealing that blade after all. One of the warriors noticed that Lu's wounded brother was missing. Junior Lu was seen with the devastator in his hand. The slain warriors were lying beside him. His eyes were glowing like a demon's. He didn't say anything but only growled. The sword had enslaved him. Elder Wei said, since the sword couldn't find another body, he returned to his old one. Wei thrust his demonic blade forward and said that he would finish him off today. Junior Lu looked at the elder with a demonic gaze. The devastator decided not to engage in combat this time. The young man, with sword in hand, jumped onto the roof and from there into the forest and fled. Wei thought he had slipped up this time. Did the blade know his puppet didn't have long to live? The man noted that the devastator had gotten much smarter over the past 30 years. It was hard to believe that 30 years had already passed. What was left of those heroes who had sworn to fight against demonic blades? Master Wei thought that many of them had not lived to the present day. Wei thought he would join them in the netherworld to find out why some of them had become traitors. Wei thought that he was one of the few who had survived to this day in his stunted body. And then he saw the demonic blades reappear. The man asked former associates to lend him their power to fight these blades. He promised that when he was done with all that, he would join in the general eternal celebration. Elder Wei told everyone to retreat back to the nearest shelter from here. There would be no mercy for those who followed him and were swallowed by the devastator. The elder has decided to pursue the devastator and put an end to him once and for all. Everyone looked at Elder Wei, but no one wanted to cross him. He went off to search alone. A young man climbed the mountain with difficulty and said at last he had reached the lighthouse. The young man was approaching the lighthouse and thought that Lady Ran should have been here with the girls long ago. The young man was already running up the stairs. On the way, he wondered if Breve had found the place. A young man just before the lighthouse saw a battle. The participants had demonic blades in their hands. The boy couldn't understand what was going on. The young man saw Lady Ran standing in front of him, and she was holding a strange sword. It was glowing red in color. The young man looked to the side and saw the girls with an unknown man beside them. He didn't know who he was yet. Lady Ran's opponent was an unknown enemy covered in bandages. He had a demonic look and a demonic blade that also glowed. The young man's fear was driven to his bones by the strange glow of the blade in Lady Ran's rival's hands. The opponents fought fiercely, showing the art of blade fighting. The demon in bandages did not look weak or exhausted. Lady Ran was masterful with her sword and repelled all of her opponent's attacks. The young man noted her opponent's blank eyes. Despite his lacerations, he looked just like a criminal with a stone mace. The young man saw his opponent moving towards Lady Ran and decided to help her. He drew his kunyu sword and rushed to her aid with a shout. The young man fearlessly put his sword forward and prepared to repel the enemy's attack. The girl, seeing this, shouted for the young man to be more careful. The unknown man used his inner energy and directed it at the bandaged enemy. The young man got it too and was thrown back. He thought that this master was strong. The guy's arm went numb. The man turned to the young man and told him to listen to him carefully. Master said that for one thing, this enemy has a demonic blade in his hands, and he can control the human heart. In addition, Lady Ran's demonic blade, the Scarlet Eye, the metal touched by the enemy's blade will be enchanted. Its wielder will become a puppet. This does not apply to Lady Ran's demonic blade. A young man with his sword must not approach. The Scarlet Eye contains tangled thread, a poison that only works on girls. Lady Ran has already been infected. If the poison is not neutralized within 12 hours, the girl will become a puppet of the Scarlet Eye blade. The master continued, the tangled thread has an effect on more than just the blade wielder. Inhaling the vapor is also destructive. Those two girls too are already infected. The elder said he would need the young man's help. When he finishes off this puppet, He will tell the young man how to neutralize the poison. The elder shouted, "Go, Devastator!" and rushed to the attack. The elder thought that the wounds on the enemy vessel were heavy. If he wasn't going to destroy it, he would quickly retreat. The elder must have time to release the rest of his internal energy. Master Wei was going to block his opponent's movement. He pressed him continuously. After another blow, the bandaged enemy flew backwards. He did not let go of his sword. Master Wei thought that he was done for now. The next strike should be the decisive one. The rivals' gazes met. Master Wei noticed that only one eye of the demon was glowing. The demon suddenly whistled loudly. Everyone saw another demon appear near him. It was Breve, with her stone sword. Breve took stock of the situation. She was in the right place at the right time. But that wasn't good for our heroes. Elder Wei examined this strange sword. He realized that there was another demonic blade in front of him. The master realized what the eternal scar looked like now. The demonic blades were suppressing each other. Could it be that they could unite now? In front of the elder, there were now two blade puppets. The situation had worsened considerably. The elder looked at Lady Ran and thought that perhaps another puppet would appear soon. He thought that the demon blades had come to take his life. Breve, assessing the situation, went on the attack. She saw her enemy. It was Elder Wei, even though he also had a demonic blade in his hands. The girl attacking the elder produced a blow, a disappearance cut. The elder, using his inner resources, repelled this powerful strike. The monster in bandages also attacked the master. The master also effectively repelled this attack. Lady Ran became animated and called out to the elder. The elder was kneeling and coughing after the two attacks. Master Wei felt that he didn't have enough strength. There was no way he could channel his qi, the secret technique of the Ocean Gate, truly threatening. The elder, assessing the situation on the battlefield, thought that this might be the end. The young man turned to the elder and Lady Ran. He asked them to trust him and at least listen to him. The fellows said that beyond this cliff and lighthouse was the way to their rescue. But here they must trust him. They must jump through this gap to the right side. The young man here knew the entire area thoroughly. Lady Ran and the elder looked at the young man intently. The girl said that she trusted him. Breve waved her stone weapon and rushed toward the elder. There was no time to think. The guy yelled that they couldn't delay any longer. It was time to act. The young man, without waiting for an answer, grabbed the two girls and shouted for the elder to follow him. The elder picked up one of the girls and moved after the boy. It was lightning fast. All 5 people rushed down with a scream. The demonic sword prisoners looked down at them from above. There was a body of water below. Everyone fell into the water safely and was not hurt. The young man saved everyone. The young man dashed outside and coughed. He started screaming and calling for the girls he had rescued. The young man heard someone from the shore telling him to stop screaming. Everyone is alive and well and on dry land. The boy swam to the shore and saw 3 girls lying near the elder. The master asked how the boy knew about the pond. The young man said that many years ago, one of the guardsmen from the city had fallen off a cliff. He and the guardsman had found him here. The elder concluded that the young man came from Silhouette City. The master looked at the girls and said that they seemed to be all right, but they must get rid of the poison immediately. Otherwise, the girls would turn into puppets. The young man couldn't believe what he was doing right now and why he was doing it. Guy touched the girl and thought to himself, so Lady Ran wouldn't wake up. He really didn't want her to. The young man touched the girl and felt her turn around. The girl woke up. The young man blushed with embarrassment. The girl also had a blush on her cheeks. An hour before, the young man and Elder Wei were having a conversation. The young man asked if a master could contain the red mist emanating from the blade if it was wrapped tightly. The elder said that this blade should no longer harm the world and packed the demonic blade tightly. The young man thought it was strange. The scarlet eye only affects girls, but it's as powerful as a devastator or an eternal scar. Master Wei said, "The young man is very perceptive. One should never underestimate demonic blades." The elder added that the scarlet eye can take the form of any ordinary sword. It is only during battle that it reveals its true nature. The scarlet eye is the only blade that can control several puppets at once. 30 years ago, a leader of the 7 echelons of the Wandering Dead received the scarlet eye. This leader destroyed his rival with the scarlet eye and kidnapped his wife. The kidnapped girl had a younger sister. She was called the sister of the 6 heroines. They called themselves the 7 fairies of Yuyang. The 7 fairies broke into the lair of the Wandering Dead and managed to rescue the kidnapped girl. The wandering dead couldn't recover from such a blow. Suddenly, after returning from captivity, the girl fell into madness. Unable to think of anything better to do, her husband imprisoned her in his mansion. What no one expected was that the 7 fairies were infected with a tangled thread. The souls of the 7 beauties were secretly bound in one demonic blade. The girl even pretended to have recovered and bonded with her mentor, a seductress of blades. In the end, both mentor and apprentice died together. The island on which all this happened was shaken and could no longer perform great feats. The remaining 6 heroines turned into ruthless killers. The Yu-Yang sects paid a high price to eliminate them. No one wanted to kill them. After being poisoned, even in isolation, they remained puppets of the Scarlet Eye until their deaths. One of the girls woke up and screamed, "Are they going to turn into monsters and get killed?" A young man said, "At last, Lady Huangying has woken up." The girl continued with consternation. Would she really become a zombie in a few days? She doesn't want to be a puppet of the blade. The young man was curious, so he asked the elder what happened to Lady Jiayu. The elder said that the young man was intelligent. The emptiness within her was discovered. After research by many eminent scholars, this lady was healed. The girl liked that answer. She stopped crying and said that meant she still had hope. The guy queried if there were any special tools needed for this. The elder said it's really simple. It takes the heart of a grown man. The girl was frightened. She thought everything literally and decided that the elder was joking. The young man tensed up too. The guy briefly asked if his heart would fit. Master Wei said he'd do it. If the young man wished, he could take his life. The man asked if the young man was afraid he was deceiving him. The guy said he trusts the master. He's just a blacksmith, and the master has no need to deceive him. The boy said that as a child he dreamed of becoming an apprentice. When he got older, he hoped to earn more to provide his sister with a lavish wedding, and for his father to be well cared for. The young man added that he had no great ambitions, but he could not remain indifferent, knowing the threat the demonic blades posed. The guy is sure that in a battle against demonic blades, he would be weaker than the second lady. If his life can save hers, he will fulfill his mission to deliver the sword. The young man asked the elder to tell his sister and father that he died without regret. The elder said it was so. He looked the young man intently in the eyes and held out his hand directly to the young man's chest. The boy did not flinch. The elder said that the young man was a very entertaining person. Master said that the poison of the Scarlet Eye is like a man's chi invading a girl's body. It starts the blood flow and awakens the yang energy inside her. Girls are unable to resist the influence of such strong chi. Once under its influence, they begin to hallucinate and their minds are taken over by lust. Once poisoned, it's a bone-chilling disease that will never go away. The elders said that the secret of getting rid of the poison was worthless. In order to cure a girl, you have to remove her clothes and immerse her in water. The man performs circulation in her, using a special technique to move the poison of the tangled thread into himself. This is yin-yang pumping. People were amazed when they heard about this method, pumping yin-yang against the reserves of a man and a woman. How might the relationship between Pei Lai and the 3 ladies of the Moonwater Pavilion change in the future? The elder said we'd have to strip. The man sees that this is the only way. The circulation of qi will only start when the water comes into contact with the exposed skin. The young man, blushing, said he was ready to hide, and the girls would start the treatment in the meantime. The elder pulled his clothes apart and showed his chest. He won't be able to detoxify. He is seriously injured. In addition, he has forcibly used up his qi. Wei said he would teach the young man the qi circulation technique, and he would do the detoxification. The boy asked, shouldn't he ask the girls about it? The young lady said there is no time to dwell on it. There was nothing wrong with just getting undressed. If they don't hurry up, she might turn into a demon. The elder warned the young man that time was running out. He knows how dangerous the Scarlet Eye is. He will have to kill the girls if the boy fails. Master reminded him that the young man was neither a member of the Lin clan nor his apprentice. If he taught the young man this technique, he must swear that he would not pass this knowledge on to anyone else. Is the young man ready to save these girls? The young man bowed before the elder and asked to become his apprentice. He promised not to let the master down. Master Wei promised to teach the young man his clan's special technique. He has a good ability and a strong physique. He might be able to transform demonic qi into his own in the future. 2 hours later, the girls are in the water. A young man removes the poison from them, following the master's method. The girls thought that the young man hadn't done anything indecent. It's boring. Suddenly, one of the girls screamed with indignation. She was outraged at what the young man was doing. The young man was frightened. A look of guilt appeared on his face. The girl said that she trusted him. She couldn't believe that he had done that to her. The girl said for Lady Scarlet to kill that rascal boy. The girl stated that she was ready to explain everything to Lady Scarlet in Kylon. She was present at the conversation between the young man and the elder. The young ladies, upon hearing the method of removing the poison, could not believe that this is what detoxification looked like. Lady Rand tearfully said she wouldn't agree to that. She'd rather die already. The elder was sure that if the choice was between her life and her innocence, she, as a descendant of a noble general and a respected count, would choose the latter. However, he had seen many who wished to realize their great plans, but had never made up their minds. The elder continued, he has been friends with the teacher of these girls for 30 years, so he would not want to see her shedding tears at their loss. The girl continued to resist. After all, this young man is an ordinary commoner from Silhouette City. He has no right. Lady Scarlet told Kylon to calm down and be quiet. The girl added and said that they must live and must not become puppets of the blade. They cannot dishonor their teacher and their sect. Lady Scarlet apologized to the young man for his rude behavior and said he should help them detoxify. The young man assured that he would do everything he could to help the girls. The guy gained his strength and engaged in the process of detoxing all the girls one by one. When the last girl was on dry land, the young man exhaled and said, he's finally done. The elder said that the girls should sleep for a while after the detoxification process. He called the young man to him. Master Wei told the young man to try channeling qi into his palm as he taught him. The young man looked at his hands and did what the master had just told him to do. The man thought that the Scarlet Eye's qi immediately mixed perfectly with his own qi. The young man managed it. The elder told the young man to sit down. He had a conversation to have. The young man wondered if the elder wanted him to heal his wounds. Master said he wanted to talk about the young man first. The boy had seen with his own eyes how the demon blade controlled the human mind. The man added that the likes of the young man hadn't been around since the demon blades. The young man said that was why he had learned this technique, to save the three ladies from the Moonwater Pavilion. The elder told, everything he did was to overpower the demonic blade. But he was struck by a stinking storm, a death hold after which one does not live. The master added that he might not die today. The elder said that since the founding of the Zijian house, each of its lords had been legendary and incredibly strong individuals. Lords have been able to become the best of the best by passing on their mantra to others. When a new lord became the head of the house, the old lord would pass on his knowledge to him. If the transfer was successful, the new lord absorbed all the knowledge and experience gained by his ancestors, and the lord became a significant figure in history. The young man asked, what if the transfer failed? If the transfer failed, the previous lord took control of the new lord's mind. The heir to the house must have this ability. The elder said that he wanted to explain to the young man now the difference between the demonic blade from 30 years ago and the current demonic blade. The master said he would start from the beginning, so he began to draw in the sand. The elder told the young man the history of the continent. He described all the dynasties in great detail. In his story, the elder reached the birth of the first empire, the Jade Dragon Dynasty. The Dragon Dynasty prospered for 3 centuries until it fell to the Danfu clan. The Ling clan suffered the same fate. Next, the elder also went on to detail the development of these dynasties and the wars between the clans. The 5 rulers knew that the Lin clan would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, when they entered the land of the Eastern Kingdom, they resorted to diplomacy. The heirs of the Lin clan split into 2 groups. The former wanted war, the latter wanted peace. One of the groups is the Zhejian house. The second group became the strongest in the Eastern Kingdom. They practiced very cruel methods to establish their power. People began to see them as the embodiment of demons. The young man asked, so the legend of the cult is true? The elder replied that there is no true good or evil in the world. It all depends on the desires of the human heart. For 200 years, the righteous forces fought the cult, after which it was defeated. Before he fell, the cult leader created a secret weapon, a 5-fold poisonous demon blade to die with the righteous forces. Greed, anger, stubbornness, laziness, and insecurity, the 5 poisons of the human mind. The 5 poisonous demonic blades are 5 powerful tools that can control the mind and control emotions. The righteous could not resist the power of the blades and suffered a terrible defeat. As the demonic blades destroyed their enemies, they suddenly turned against each other. As soon as the battle began, the 5 blades began slaying each other. The survivor became stronger than ever. His bloodlust grew as they fought to become the Voodoo King. Since then, he had no equal. That's how the Demon Blade came to be 400 years ago. Many tragedies have occurred because of the Demon Blade. Many heroes have fallen before the holy fires did not slay it. Several branches of the cult managed to go underground. They still exist to this day. They are called the 7 echelons. The young man asked, "So these 7 echelons released the demonic blade 30 years ago?" The elder said that he wasn't sure when the spirits of the 4 blades revived. Even the 7 echelons wanted to destroy those blades. The young man tried to memorize and digest all the information he had received. He listened to the elder for a long time. The elder said that the 5th blade had never been seen again since. The remaining blades stopped fighting each other and united against the others. The elder said that he personally captured the eternal scar with his bare hands. The elder said that only 2 people survived the battle against the last blade back then. One of the survivors, that's him. 30 years had passed since then and the demonic blades had returned. The elder assumed that the demonic blades had a purpose to destroy him. But their behavior now was very unusual. They had never behaved like this before. Master Wei said maybe the young man is right, and someone is controlling the demonic blades. That means that the disaster 30 years ago was just a prelude of demonic blades. Stray Sheena said he chose the young man to pass on his knowledge for the greater good. He didn't even ask for the young man's consent. The boy should not try to resist. The elder added, perhaps he didn't have much time left. The young man said he still had 2 more questions in order to understand the whole picture. The elder said that the young man has too many questions for the dying man, but he is ready to answer them all. The guy asked if the master connected with his mind, would he be able to read his mind? The man said that the young man had not yet mastered the intercepting mantra. He had only learned the chi circulation method. The last remaining one could retrieve all the memories of the body owner's past. The guy asked, if he were to be the one to survive, should he return the consciousness of the elder to the current lord of the Zhejian house? The elder asked if that was all the young man thought of after hearing about the intercepting mantra. The man added, everything he just said would be useless if he was the one to survive. He added that the young man must be ready, because he is starting. The elder began to prepare to use the intercepting mantra. The master stared intently into the young man's eyes and activated the soul intercept mode. The boy couldn't look away. The young man's whole life flew before his eyes in an instant. The process of soul interception was painless, but the young man's consciousness was paralyzed. The young man could not understand where he was now and what was happening to him now. In the young man's mind, Elder Wei appeared in front of him. He told the young man to calm his mind. This is the first level of consciousness in the intercepting mantra. The man said that the young man urgently needed to complete the 1,000-word mantra. Otherwise, he would not be able to return from the second level of consciousness of the lost soul. Be born with thy blood, live with thy soul. Broken souls float across the Styx. It was as if the young man was passing through a fog behind which the truth awaits. The boy couldn't understand what this place he found himself in. How did he get here? And what should he do now? Why couldn't he remember anything? The young man didn't realize what the cabinets around him were about. He was interested in what was inside. Opening one of the drawers, the young man remembered how he had said goodbye to his older sister. The boy did not understand how such a thing was possible. He was overwhelmed with the deepest joy. He felt that his identity no longer mattered. Suddenly, the crates began to move in the air. This puzzled the young man even more. Why was this chaos occurring? The guy screamed loudly, grabbing his head, and a bright flash formed somewhere above. The young man kept thrashing around and couldn't find a place to go. The elder thought that this child had already absorbed a third of his divine consciousness. How could he endure all of this? The man thought that the young man might not be able to pull it all the way through. After all, he had not practiced the intercepting mantra before. The young man looks naive and fearless. It was exactly the kind of people who could stand up to the demonic blades. The elder urged the young man to hold on. He must not oppose the elder's consciousness. The master thought that he had taught him the art of this mantra, so the boy is his disciple, and he must save this young man. The man thought that the young man had absorbed almost half of his divine consciousness, but he was already at his limit. The elder seemed suspicious of the young man's behavior. Did the intercepting mantra work? The young man's divine consciousness has become very strong. It begins to absorb and take over the master's consciousness. But what is happening to him? The guy started unrelatedly saying some phrases. He said he'd already saved up for his sister's dowry and asked her to wait for him. The man said he has fought all his life but has been unable to banish the demonic blades. He wants to leave that battle to the young man. The young man hears the elder tell him that he wanted to be a hero since he was a child. But he died a nobody. It was time to say goodbye. The elder said he was finished. Now the young man's time begins. One day this world will belong to this hero. He must seize the moment and take control of his future. The young man woke up and jumped up. He called for the master, but he did not see him. The boy looked around. The elder was sitting with his head down on the edge of the pond. The boy thought it was just a dream. Peli thought that the elder had planned it this way from the beginning. The young man looked at the master and thought it had worked. The intercepting mantra had succeeded. But why couldn't he feel the change? And why doesn't he have Elder Wei's memories? The young man scratched his head and couldn't remember anything. He started to get nervous. He decided it was because he was too weak. A young man was approached by a girl and asked why he was going crazy early in the morning. The young man looked at the girl and she saw that he was crying. He said that Elder Wei had died. The girl saw that the man was sitting motionless. The boy was very upset that he had let the master down. He couldn't remember anything. The men grudgingly said that Brother Su's behavior in such a situation was abnormal. Last night, many of their brothers were injured in the battle, and they haven't rested yet. And he woke them up and makes them go on a search. And they are still hungry. He makes them look for their teacher. They should at least have something to eat. Brother Su grabs the man and tells him that his teacher, the guru, the man has no idea what will happen if anything happens to the teacher. Su said for his opponent to bring the Yan brothers, and he would only talk to them. The man said that all the Yan brothers had laid down their heads in the temple when they went to rescue Brother Su last night. The man was outraged. Were they really plotting a rebellion against him? Suddenly, a young man who had previously been resting in a tree fell from above. A man fell from a tree and got to his feet and said a bunch of useless trash, fighting against his own people. It's a disgrace. Su said he finally found him. It was the Ocean Gate Guru, an unbridled wild horse. Hu Yan Zi. Su asked, why did he come here? The man from the tree hit Brother Su and said that he could call him Brother Hu. The man said that the guru was worried, so he sent him to look after these people. He was resting in a tree, but these people down below would not calm down. They put on a big show. Brother Hu added that after what happened yesterday, they only think about food and looking for their teacher. This is a disgrace. Brother Hu whistled, and a horse ran up to him. The horse jumped out of the huge bushes and ran up close to the men. Brother Hu said it was his buddy. There was some food in a bag on the horse. He said that it could be shared among themselves. After the food, everyone should go with him to the spirit temple. They will carry their fallen brothers back home. They must not be left there. The young man said he had found out all about their teacher. He was seen on the way to the observation tower of the Spiral Red Valley. Nothing was found in the Tower of War. Looks like there was a battle here recently, and someone fell down. Maybe it was the teacher. Brother Su thought that they should find a teacher before anyone else. The men explored the area but found no traces. They decided to look under the cliff. The girl in the tree said the two get along quite well. The young man said that he was paying his respects to the deceased. In addition, Elder Wei taught him techniques that could cure girls of poison. The young man heard someone talking upstairs. He realized that they had been discovered. The girl got excited and said, finally someone found them. She wanted to see if the other girls were awake. The young lady shouted to those above that they were students of the Moonwater Pavilion and asked to be rescued. The man couldn't understand how the people from the Moonwater Pavilion could have gotten here, and who else was there with them. The man looked closely and saw the elder lying below, and it looked like he was dead. The man determined that there was a blade behind the young man's back, and even packed, it was shaped like a scarlet eye. The man thought that he was lucky. If they couldn't capture young Mu, they could bring Wei's body with the scarlet eye. The man thought that Lu Yanxing might already be dead. Master would obviously be pleased with him. The man shouted for a rope to be brought to him immediately. We must help those downstairs to get upstairs, then take Wei's body and the scarlet eye. Destroy the rest of them. One of the warriors expressed a desire to take the girls from the Moonwater Pavilion for himself. The man said there was no hurry. First, we must get the body and the blade. Then the girls could be taken care of. They shouted from upstairs that they were bringing the rope. We just have to wait. The girl tells the young man that they are safe now. She will go to warn the other girls. The young man tells the girl that there is no need to hurry. He smells some strange odor in the breeze. The boy realized the familiar feeling of danger. He even felt dizzy. The young man thought he could smell ironwood. The young man saw Elder Wei in front of him. He looked very young. The young man didn't understand what was going on. The man said for the young man to ask himself, this is his divine consciousness, and he is just a mirage created by his mind. The young man couldn't understand a thing. What other mirage had he created? What kind of divine consciousness? It dawned on the guy, had the intercepting mantra worked? The young man thought that he had the memory of an elder in front of him. Where did that smell come from? Mirage told the young man that the puppets of the Eternal Scar could learn a deadly attack called Death Slash. It can kill without a single trace. If the boy can smell ironwood, the blade puppet has already mastered this skill, and she's somewhere nearby preparing a massacre. The young man thought Lady Breve was somewhere nearby. She has an eternal scar in her hands. The young man asked the Mirage, the lady guided by the blade, is there any way to save her? Mirage said that the eternal scar is a curse blade. If the curse is lifted from the blade puppet, the blade will seek another master. It is unknown if the blade puppet can be saved. But if the blade was taken away from the puppet, he wouldn't be able to control his victim. The young man shouted for Elder Wei not to disappear. The boy couldn't understand what the iron tree had to do with the eternal scar. The young man saw that a rope had been lowered down to him from above. They shouted from above that they had tied a rope to a tree. First, they want to lift the dead man. He must be tied to the rope and they will lift him up. The young man determined that the odor was coming from above. So the eternal temple is somewhere up there. The young man shouted that it was dangerous and they should all leave. The people at the top couldn't understand what the young man was talking about. People noticed that there was another girl not far away from them, and she's looking at them. In the tree sat Breve. With her was her inseparable stone sword. The men looked at the girl and thought she looked like the lady from the Moonwater Pavilion. One of the men said the girl was pretty and he would take her for himself. He thought he had a good day today. Peli realized that the eternal scar had shown up. He cursed and decided to go upstairs. The girl was outraged. How could a young man run away and leave them here? The guy on the way said he sensed danger up there and advised the girls to hide somewhere as soon as possible. The girl could not understand what kind of danger we were talking about. She thought that the young man was climbing up like a monkey. The man introduced himself to the girl and told her that they were apprentices from the Ocean Gate and were looking for their missing teacher. Offered her to come down to them for a while. The girl looked at this suitor and silently climbed down from the branch. She pulled the chain behind her. Breve wrapped the chain around the hapless man and pulled sharply on it. The man's head flew off to the side. He was decapitated. Breve pulled the chain and gripped her stone sword tightly. Everyone present was frightened. They realized that the girl had applied the cut of death. The boy tried to get to the top faster. He thought that the blade had just killed the man, mercilessly massacring him. The man called the girl a devil spawn and told her not to dare approach them. Breve struck with her deadly weapon, and another warrior was struck down. Everyone saw a horseman approaching the girl. He shouted for everyone to stop. The man shouted that the girl dare not be so cruel to these people. The guy leaned down from his horse and wanted to grab this girl. Breve dodged. The girl ducked and once more performed the deadly technique, the slash of death. The young man climbed out and moved forward towards Breve. He shouted for Servant Sue to take cover in the tower, because it's very dangerous here. The man thought, this guy is fast as a beast. He's definitely crazy. It's really dangerous here. The man thought he was going to seize the moment and run away from here. He just needed to find his teacher. The young man didn't stop and ran straight to meet Breve. He thought the girl was distracted by his blow for now. The moment the girl turned to him, the young man threw sand in her eyes. Breve managed to throw the chain at the young man. The boy ducked at the last moment. The chain flew past him. He thought about getting closer to her. Can't let the girl use her blade. The young man wrapped his arms around Breve's waist and grabbed the chain, connecting the girl to the blade with his teeth. The young man gripped Breve tightly, restraining her movements. She could not grasp her stone sword with her hands. The girl released her hand and pushed the young man away from her. Taking advantage of the moment, Breve grabbed a stone sword and tried to strike the young man. The boy dodged. Breve kicked the young man with her foot and he flew backwards. The girl grabbed her sword with both hands and swung to strike the boy with the deadly weapon. Peli realized that he couldn't cope. At this moment, Mr. Hu grabbed the young man by the collar and pulled him away from the girl. The young men stood in an open area. Opposite them was Breve with her sword. The girl was preparing an attack on them. Suddenly, a horse appeared and ran past Breve. The animal drew the girl's attention away from the young men. Mr. Hu said for the young man to hide in the forest while the girl is busy with the horse. Hu asked why the young man was procrastinating. Does he not know Qigong? The boy replied that he didn't know how to climb a tree, but he was more nimble and faster than ordinary people. When the young men had run a safe distance away from the aggressive girl, Pei Lai asked what would happen to the horse. Mr. Hu replied, so the young man wouldn't worry. This horse is very smart. Mr. Hu asked, where did this intimidating girl even come from? She has very powerful attacks. She almost got to him in more fights. The man said that the young man has done well for himself. He doesn't think the young man is a martial artist. Throwing sand and biting a chain with his teeth, that's original. The guy thanked me for saving him, said the girl was innocent. That's it, Demon Blade. An eternal scar. It enslaved her mind. Mr. Hu listened to the young man very carefully. He thought that now it had started again. The young men, resting under a tree, were wondering what to do next. The young man said that he couldn't hide here forever. The three ladies of the Moonwater Pavilion are hiding behind the cliff. The girl with the blade is also from this pavilion. We must help her escape from the blade's grasp. Mr. Hu said he was thinking of Breve. The young man wondered if they knew each other. The guy stated with a smile that he would like to meet her if she wasn't chopping people up with that monstrous blade. Mr. Hu asked the young man how he was going to free the girl from the control of the blade. The young man said that if they could separate the blade and its wielder and subdue Breve's rage, the eternal scar would look for a new puppet. That's what Elder Wei had told him. Mr. Hu asked the young man what his plan was. The boy said he wanted to distract the girl and grab the blade. He asked that the man warn the others about the blade before it causes more harm. Mr. Hu said that was generous. And patting the young man on the shoulder, he asked the young man if he had his eye on some lady from the Moonwater Pavilion. The man reminded the young man that sometimes reckless boldness can hurt. He seeks to protect the girls. Seizing the blade, it is not an easy task. But he has an idea for this plan. He needs someone who can help. Mr. Hu said that if a guy is not afraid to risk his life, he can do a favor. The young man inquired what his interlocutor's plan was. The man warned the young man not to call him master in the future. He is embarrassed to hear that. The man said his name was Hu Yanji. In terms of age, he could be the young man's older brother. So he can just call him Hu, and he will call the boy Pei. The young man was pleased and agreed. He thought they might become friends. Mr. Hu hemmed the sign and a horse came running up to them. Mr. Hu said it was Shadowhunter. The locals call him the Hornless Tyrant Dragon. Those hooves have buried more scum than he has killed with his own hands. The horse can be called a second brother. The young man said that the other brother seemed to be injured. The horse was bleeding from under his eye. The young man stroked the horse. They looked intently into each other's eyes. Mr. Hu took some water in his mouth and splashed it at the horse. He said that the second brother heals very quickly. For him, it's just a scratch. Hu threw a vessel of water to the horse and he began to drink the liquid. The man said that the second brother loves meat and wine. That's what will energize him more than anything else. The horse threw the jug right into the young man's hands. The boy didn't expect it, but he caught the jug. The man said the other brother wants the young man to have a drink with him. This is the first time he wants to have a drink with someone together. It looks like they might become friends. The young man said he would gladly drink and emptied the jug. Hu said that now they should all face the demonic blade and teach it a lesson. Breve looked back and saw a rider on horseback galloping toward her. She hadn't expected anyone to come near her. Hu looked intently into the girl's eyes and thought that this eternal scar, a pathetic coward. All he can do is control a weak, wounded girl. Breve turned around to face the rider, raised her hammer, and shouted loudly. She was preparing to attack. Mr. Hu told the young man that the death slash is an extremely dangerous attack, but otherwise she relies on her chain. The easiest way to get close to her is when she is preparing for her next attack. The second brother is very fast and he will be able to dodge this attack. The young man will be able to seize the moment to get closer. Breve swung her sword and intended to make an attack, a slash of death. The rider on the horse thought for a moment that it would be difficult for him to accomplish what he had planned. Mr. Hu explained to the young man that there was a possibility that the second brother might not be able to dodge the attack. The man added that he would then introduce the girl to his wild double-edged sword. Mr. Hu, defending himself from Breve's attack, thought she was quite strong. Hu took the girl's attack in stride and thought it was now the turn of the second brother and the young man. The second brother was rushing straight at the mad girl. The young man held onto the saddle at the bottom of the horse. The boy jumped off his horse and grabbed the distraught girl. Breve let go of the hilt of the blade. The horse grabbed the chain with his teeth and dragged the dangerous weapon far away from the girl. Pei and Breve rolled on the ground. The sword flew down from the cliff. The young lady below saw this sword. The girls saw that the sword snapped off, fell straight into the water, and went down. Mr. Hu thought that the girl had destroyed his paired wild blades with one blow. It was very powerful. The man asked if the young man had caught the girl. The young man said he had the girl in his arms, but she immediately lost consciousness. The young men and the horse were pleased that they had done well. They had succeeded. The young man heard a shout from below that they should get out of there quickly. It was the voice of one of the ladies. The guy remembered that there were girls left downstairs. They should be helped immediately. The young man tied the rope to the horse and started down the cliff, to the girls who were waiting for him. The young man climbed down and took each of the girls in turn up to the lighthouse tower. Mr. Hu noted that now that they're all together, a plan for how to proceed can be devised. The man said they had 3 casualties and 1 dead body, and somewhere out there is a demon destroyer blade roaming free. Mr. Hu added that he can clearly see that Miss Breve is in a very bad condition. She urgently needs medical attention. The man continued, the girl would certainly be able to be helped at the Moonwater Pavilion, but even if they get there without any problems, the young lady might not live to see it. Lady Scarlet asked that they rescue Breve. The girl did not deserve such a fate. The girls exchanged information about their well-being and thought about how they should proceed. The young man said he had an idea. It might help Lady Breve. The boy pointed his finger at the other brother. The young man said that this forest is part of the city's territory. It's only 3 miles from here. General Hearn from law enforcement is very kind. She'll definitely help Lady Breve. Guy added that the general would figure out what to do with this dangerous blade. The young man said that the young Duke of Silhouette City was not very friendly. Therefore, they should talk directly to the second general and tell their problems. He could handle it. Mr. Hu thought that the second general of Silhouette City was very intelligent. He had heard of her before. Everyone looked at Breve and thought that one way or another, they had no other choice right now. Mr. Hu said for the young man to gather brushwood. They will make a stretcher so that the second brother can carry Elder Wei. They will also carry the injured to Silhouette City. On the other side of the Red Spiral Valley, a warrior tells them that they found tracks that look like hoof prints. They were unable to find anything else. Mr. Duke says this man is human, useless trash, and kicks him in the face. A man says they can't even find a common horse. This rare animal may be injured now. That gentleman was the young Duke of Silhouette City. The Duke said to go back to the wars and find that horse. He must have it for himself. 2 days before, the girl leaned down and told the child not to be shy. The boy shyly walked out of the room. He was intimidated by so many people in front of her. The girl said this baby was a real beauty. The clothes are a little big on him, of course, but it's the only thing they could find. The young man said he hadn't noticed anything the day before. How did Lady Shu find out? The girl thought, what does the young man mean by what happened last night? The night before at the abandoned monastery, a man asked Lady Shu what it all meant. This child and Mu 4 could be involved in what happened with the Ocean Gate. The child can't be taken away. The man said he was going to pick up the 2 men and go with them to the post house. There, he would wait for his foreman and they would sort out what had happened. He said they have to work it out between the adults. And this is just a kid. He has nothing to do with this. Besides, he's got a hard enough life as it is. The girl said that this child would now live in the Moonwater Pavilion. If it was necessary to bring him again, she would personally bring him. The man said that Mu 4 is a very important witness, so we'll have to take him away. Priest Su said, to the best of his knowledge, Moonwater Pavilion doesn't take boys as disciples. Otherwise, Lady Shu might take Mu 4th with him. Therefore, he will take 4th Mu with him. Lady Shu asked, who said that Yao Er is a boy? If the people around her didn't notice, she will say that the child is a girl. Lady Shu added that it's not hard. You just have to look closely. Can't you see the feminine aura in this child's eyes? The man thought, no feminine aura in his eyes. As expected, he still had much to learn. An elder had once told the man that he had a narrow view of the world. Lord Tang said that they were finally able to resolve this conflict peacefully. Priest Su and the others left the mail house and went in search of their master this morning. Lord Tang said that Mu 4 was seriously injured. He is grateful to the girls for taking care of him. The Lord added that he had sent his men out to gather information about Elder Wei and the Demon Blade. He would let them know when he had new information. Lady Shu thanked the Lord for that. She said a few people would stay here in case he needed help. The man thought of Elder Vea and wondered how he felt now. There are only 3 great weaponsmiths in the Eastern Sea. The youngest of them is a rising star of Silhouette City. He has become a favorite of martial arts practitioners. Dugu Tianwei, Lord and Mayor of Silhouette City, a descendant of the imperial family. The 3 heads of Silhouette City are very mysterious. One of these heads, General Hearn Shin. Mr. Hu said that the Silhouette City is beautiful. The lord of the city is obviously a very powerful and rich man. The man wondered why they were coming in from a side entrance to the city. After all, they are not thieves. The guy said he actually left town to deliver the blade, but he's actually already late. So he brought them here also because he needs to get into town fast. One of the guards on the city wall recognized the young man and asked what was wrong. The young man said there was a story that happened to him, but it is long to tell. He asked a co-worker to tell Chapter Hearn that he wants to meet with her, and it is very urgent. Young added that the girls from the Moonwater Pavilion are with him now. The guard on the wall said if there were strangers with the young man, he should notify the head of the patrol about it, so that no strangers could enter the city without permission. Pei Lai told his colleague to inform General Hearn first. It's very important. The guard said the young man might get him in trouble. He should think about how to behave. The young man said if something happened, he would not sit idly by and would try to help his co-worker. The guard told the young man to wait a moment, and he would be right back with an update. The gate opened and the head of the Silhouette City Patrol rode out on his horse. He told the men to introduce themselves and give their names. The young man realized that his colleague had betrayed him. Mr. Hu realized it too. The young man was upset. He had not expected this from his colleague. The young man introduced himself and said that he was an apprentice of the Law and Order Bureau. He was running errands for the 2nd chapter at the Moonwater Pavilion. He returned later than he should have due to unforeseen circumstances. The 2nd abbess of the pavilion and her female disciples are with him now, as well as Mr. Hu and his horse. They urgently need to meet with General Hearn. The patrol chief said they have not heard from the Moonwater Pavilion. They have their own methods of confirming identity. The patrol leader asked where they got this wild horse from. The young duke is looking for one. Maybe this is the horse. The patrol chief pointed at Mr. Hu and said that this man looks suspicious. He might have stolen that beautiful horse. Mr. Hu sent the head of security far away. He said there are a lot of people in front of him right now. Why exactly does he look like a thief? Mr. Hu told the patrol chief that this is a magic horse. It's from the heavenly prairie, and it belongs only to himself, and advised this horse not to provoke him, or he would be sorry. The patrol chief said that a horse without a master that entered Silhouette City became the property of the city. He ordered that this horse be taken away and taken to the young duke. The horse was saddled and led to the young duke. The warrior who sat on that horse was terribly frightened. The horse went down on one knee and bowed. The duke was terribly surprised. It was indeed a magic horse. He couldn't believe it. It had come to his doorstep. The duke ordered the soldiers to surround this horse. The 2nd brother and Mr. Hu, standing beside him, were surrounded. The horsemen circled around this horse. They were waiting for further orders from the young duke. The head of the patrol approached and bowed his head to the young duke. He paid his respects. The young duke asked Mr. Hu, "Is this horse really his own master? Who are they to each other?" The man said he and this horse are brothers. The duke laughed. Who would treat an animal like a human? This guy must be insane. Mr. Hu said he had to disagree. Compared to those who make slaves out of people and treat them like cattle, he sees nothing wrong with calling an animal his brother. The duke wondered why this young man had the nerve to be so sarcastic. Was he not afraid to drag his clan into it? Mr. Hu was surprised. He's talking about those who do evil. What does this have to do with the imperial family? Mr. Hu said that the imperial family cannot be slandered. Even the duke won't get off lightly after this. And he urged all the people to witness what the duke had just said. The duke called Mr. Hu a scoundrel. He said he was trying to deceive him. The duke ordered the man to be seized. Mr. Hu, the horse, the young man, and the girls were instantly in the crosshairs of the armed men. At the same moment, the city gates opened, and the guard announced that the 2nd head of the city was about to appear. The duke ordered all the soldiers to hide their weapons immediately. Everyone turned their eyes to the 2nd head of the city. The young man rejoiced. He would finally get a chance to explain everything. The duke bowed and said he was honored to welcome Her Highness. The girl said she had neglected her guests. Thank goodness for the young duke who met them himself. thereby preventing the silhouette city from appearing rude. The girl continued, why, as a token of her gratitude, shouldn't she introduce the Duke to any of the guests? Mr. Hu thought, is the second head in general of Silhouette City, who raised the city to the top, really a woman? The girl said that the great hero Hu Yanxi was standing in front of the Duke. He lives up to his title as the only disciple of the Ocean Gate Elder. Mrs. Henshin continued, it was now up to His Highness whether Silhouette City could start cooperating with Ocean Gate. If the Ocean Gate relationship breaks down because of some personal disagreement, it will be hard to explain to the city's mayor. Henshin pointed at the girl and said that it was the second abbess of the Moonwater Pavilion. This is the daughter of General Rana, a man whose name inspires terror in all the people of the Northern District. The Duke was very surprised to learn whose daughter was now standing before him. The Duke thought her father, a true god of war. Even the Emperor respects him. The Duke thought his daughter was an incredible beauty. The girl said hello to His Majesty. The young lady couldn't get up and said she had several injuries, and she hopes for His Majesty's understanding. The young man was also surprised to learn who Miss Scarlet's father was. The guy decided that he and the girl were like heaven and earth. This vast gulf can't be bridged by a night of grief. Henshin told the girl that they didn't manage to have a normal conversation last time. A whole year had already passed since then. The young lady said who would have thought that the next meeting would be only a year later. Henshin turned to the Duke and said that it was getting dark and the guests were tired. She asked to be escorted into the city. The Duke was a little at a loss, but he didn't want to give up his horse. The girl thought that the Duke was partial to this animal. Henshin reminded His Highness that the last time they were at the Lord Mayor's house, they had a disagreement, and the Lord had said that she would make all the decisions in the city. The girl reminded him that the Duke had been present at that conversation too, and she hoped he remembered everything. Hern added that all the guests could proceed to town. Only the young man would remain with her, Pei Lu. The Duke looked at Henshin as she walked away. He thought that if she didn't let him catch her in a mistake, otherwise, one day, he would force his father to give her to him. His Majesty thought, as for the guests, as long as they were in town, he would have plenty of chance to get rid of them. The young man thanked his brother Riju for being able to summon the general to meet with them. The young man tells his colleague to save his thanks for later. The second chapter summons him to an interrogation. There's no telling if he'll come out of it alive. Riju told the young man if he didn't know how to answer the question, just let him say he was wrong. Silhouette City, the courtyard of General Hern's second chapter house. In the yard of this house, the horse rests. He knows that he will not be disturbed here. The general listens to the guests' account of what happened to them. The girl couldn't believe that Elder Wei had died, and the lady, Breve, had been possessed by a demonic blade. It was unlucky for the young people to encounter such dangers. Mr. Hu said there was not a single lie in what they said. It is exactly as they said. Mrs. Hern asked the young man, so the sword behind his back, the demonic blade's scarlet eye? The young man confirmed. The general asked to see this blade. The young man and Lady Scarlet were frightened and said it was impossible. The girl apologized and said the blade was poisoned. Poison only works on girls. At best, the general would lose control, and at worst, she would be torn apart. Henshin was calm and poised. Sipping her tea, the girl asked, "How dangerous?" and added that their priority right now was Lady Breve's safety. The general has already ordered the best doctors to take care of Lady Breve and the other girl. She's sure everyone else is tired too. Their rooms are ready and they can go to rest. The general added that tomorrow she would have her men send a message to Lady Shu of the Moonwater Pavilion. They will convey to her how the young girls are doing. As for Elder Wei's remains, she will take care of them. She will ask the disciples of the Shikian Palace to come and retrieve the remains. The general said she would seal the Scarlet Eye and hide it for the time being. Lady Scarlet thanked the general for her excellent handling of all matters. Mr. Hu also thanked the general and said that they would now go to rest. It had been a busy day. Henshin told the young man to stay. She had more questions for him. Pei Lai carefully placed the Scarlet Eye in the box. The general told the young man to take care of the ink after he finished sealing the demon blade. The guy prepared sealing wax, seal, paper, and ink. The general wrote a letter to Lady Shu of the Moonwater Pavilion and described the situation with her girls. Henshin thought that it had been a long time since she had encountered such an insidious thing. The girl thought they would really find out how to stump her. This time, even the Shijian Palace was involved. The young man blushed and thought that he should now answer as Riju had advised him. The young man, without taking his mind off his business, said he was wrong. Henshin smiled and asked where he picked up such a sly answer. The general continued, She'd rather have the boy who thought she was guarding the armory the first time they met. The young man remembered how their first meeting had gone. He motioned for the girl to take a seat. His seventh uncle had warned him that a man was coming to take the guns away. He didn't expect it to be such a beautiful lady. The guy said he has an older sister. She is about the same age. The young man offered the girl, in a simple way, to taste the raisins he had made. The seventh rarely has guests. The young man introduced himself and said he could be called by his first name, and asked what his guest's name was. The girl tasted the raisins and said her name was Shin. The young man smiled and said he would call her Shin if she didn't mind, and said he had more raisins. The young man said that back then his uncle didn't warn him about the girl, the second head of Silhouette City. Shin asked, did he really think she was a fragile lady? The young man said he didn't think so. He wouldn't even dare to think that. The general asked the young man. He said that the virtuoso of demonic arts died after he used his life force to heal the lady from the Moonwater Pavilion and gave the scarlet eye before he died. The girl said that she suspected that the elder must have told the young man how to subdue the demonic blade. The guy said he thought Elder Wei wanted to warn everyone. Shin said the young man is a very honest kid. The general recalled her conversation with Miss Scarlet. The general said that when she warned that she would take care of the scarlet eye, Miss Scarlet didn't object. If the virtuoso of demonic arts handed over the scarlet eye to her, the blade would become the property of the Moonwater Pavilion, and she wouldn't be able to explain its absence from her sect. Shin concluded that the young man was the last person to hear the elder's words and to whom he had passed the secret. The girl continued, there are two possibilities. Either the young man thinks he is insignificant and wants the demonic blade to be learned from her, or the elder asked the young man to keep some secret. The boy thought Lady Hearn was incredibly clever. She's right about almost everything, except for the mind temple technique and the breathtaking mantra. Both techniques, they are secret abilities. The young man vowed not to tell anyone about it. The guy confirmed that the elder had told him a lot about the demon blade. Everyone knows the general's name, as long as it's taken seriously. The guy decides that he doesn't want to deceive Shin, but he won't mention the exciting mantra to her just yet. The general said that the demonic blades were truly terrifying. Since those were the elder's last words, she would have to believe those rumors. The young man asked, what rumors are we talking about? The girl asked if he had heard about the intercepting pavilion. The girl said that 30 years ago, there was no armorer from Silhouette City among the top 3 armorers. Only the intercepting pavilion, a pavilion with 500 years of history, had handled these. They had even caught the first outbreak of demonic blades. This pavilion was firmly on its feet. They used the holy relic, the heavenly crystal, to create countless holy weapons. The young man asked, were those demonic blades? The girl nodded affirmatively. She had done everything she could for 10 years to make Silhouette City what it was now. She would not allow the city to be dragged into a storm of demonic blades. The tragedies of the past would not be repeated here. The Scarlet Eye must not remain in the city. The young man must give the blade to her. The girl added that the boy must not attend the convention of the 7 sects, nor should he tell about the secrets that the elder had told him. The girl said for the young man to have a good rest, and she would take care of the demonic blades. The young man bowed and said he was leaving. When the young man had gone, Lady Hearn took out a box containing a mask. The mask had a seal on its forehead, which the girl retrieved. Lady Hearn wrote a note indicating that the demon blade was nothing more than his consciousness, and it's still in her hands. No one knows about it. The Scarlet Eye has no master. It needs to be moved to another place. The girl asked for a meeting with the recipient of this letter. She wanted them to finish the matter together. Lady Hearn put a seal on it that stated that the sender of the letter was the ghost of the void. The general thought, is that really her only option? Law enforcement, student residents. Pei Lai is trying to sleep, but he can't. The young man next to him makes a loud snoring sound. The young man opened his eyes. He thought he heard the door creak open. The unknown man peered into the room. He had glowing eyes like a demon. He whispered quietly that he could see the young man's state of mind, and it was not the same as usual. The stranger said it was even better, and he could do what he wanted with the young man. The boy jumps up and sees a stranger rushing towards him with a sharp knife in each hand. The boy tries to resist, but the stranger cuts him. The guy screams and jumps up from the nightmare. It was a dream. The young man looks at his hands and sees knife cuts on them. After a few moments, these wounds heal. The neighbor wakes up and asks the young man, is he having nightmares again? The young man said the nightmares were much more realistic this time. The noise woke up the other people and said why should they be awake if these two were awake? They could go out to the yard and count the stars. Already outside, the young man told his friend, even though he's here because of him, the guy has a big heart, and he even brought his tatami here. Riju replied that his interlocutor was still a child. What makes him think that everything will be fine if he doesn't make any mistakes? He dared to spend the night at the Moonwater Pavilion. On top of that, he brought some pretty girls. He fooled the head of the patrol. He must have had a lot of fun. The guy continued. The second chapter didn't even punish the young man for it. This means that his co-workers are jealous of the young man. From this, sooner or later a conflict may arise. The guy said he had no reason to be jealous. He could tell the whole story, but only to his friend. Riju held out a vessel of wine to the young man and offered him a drink. The boy said his friend was too well prepared. Pei drank some wine and told his friend about the corpse and the other murders. Demonic blades manipulating a man and destroying the innocence in him. And it all happened before his eyes. He should be terrified. But he wasn't even scared. The guy said that while he was thinking about saving people, he became interested in demonic blades. It's probably because he's a blacksmith. The interlocutor said that even if the demon blades were to invade, it wouldn't affect people like them. Does he really want to defend the world like the great heroes? Riju said that if being useless in itself is useful in some ways, it's also useful in some ways, and he's fine with that. He advises the young man to think about his sister and his father. The boy thought that he had some use for him as well. At least he'd saved the second abbess of the sect in Lady Breve. In the morning, the boss came and woke up the young men and told them to do everything clearly and quickly, and he distributed the duties among the young men. He told them to start work after they had finished eating. The man added that he would have to go to the main hall first and listen to the teachings of the second chapter. The young people laughed at Riju and said that he was a very funny eater. He is a disgrace to his family. The young man continued to mock Riju and says he is not worthy to be in that position. The young man said that those who enter the Gaian Brotherhood in the service of the second chapter are not men without manners and wisdom. He doesn't understand how these two ended up here. Today, Chapter 2 will choose 2 people to be her followers, and in the future, she will value them more than the others. The young man said if he was chosen, he would send these 2 to where they belonged. Riju and Pei Lai didn't pay attention to this rude person, but ignored him and walked past. The young man became very angry. Pei Lai thought that only Riju could ignore him in law enforcement, but he still doesn't believe that he is the Prince of the South. He doesn't look like one. The atmosphere in the kitchen is very tense. Everyone is busy doing their own thing. The chef is handing out tasks left and right. The young man thought he had just finished working with the cilantro. The kitchen was indeed very hectic. The assistant cook shouted out that a new dish was being prepared for the mayor of the city today. A lamb dish. Whoever makes a mistake will sleep in the sheepfold. The young man thought that this man, called the Old Fist, was the best cook. Riju confirmed, but said the young man didn't know about it because he used to pound metal in the mountains. Old Fist became the third chapter due to his culinary abilities. The man went to the Old Fist and said that the stone cauldron had gone cold, and asked him to look at it. The chef said it was enough. The main thing is to put the spices in immediately after opening the lid. You just have to lift the lid, but do it quickly. Otherwise, the meat will get cold. The spices must be evenly spaced, so that the meat does not lose flavor. The young men prepared to lift the lid of the stone cauldron with their forks. The lid was very heavy and the boys almost dropped it on the food. Pei Lai managed to put his fork under the lid at the last moment. By doing so, he saved the dish. When the lid was opened, everyone saw the meat evenly roasted on the coals. The dish was almost ready. The cook shouted for the spices to be poured immediately. The young man immediately began to spread the spices on top of the meat. The aroma of delicious roasted meat spread throughout the room. The young people smelled the aroma and drooled. The cook cut off a piece of meat with a sharp knife and looked at it. He said that the spices and gravy were mixed perfectly. The authentic flavor of the lamb was preserved quite well. The cook said to cut some of the meat into small pieces, and the workers tasted the product. The young men approached Pei Lai and thanked him for saving the dish by keeping the lid from falling. The young man said that he used to be a blacksmith in the mountains. Maybe that's why he's a little stronger. The man said the young man earned a double portion of lamb and offered him a plate of meat. Pei Lai asked, "Who is that young man sitting in the corner?" He was told that this fellow was brought in by an old fist. It seems that this young man is mute. He's also a little clumsy. That's why everyone calls him a fool. The young man thought that people were being unfair to this guy. The young man looked familiar to the young man, and he didn't look stupid. Rather, he was confused. Pei looked at this young man's arm and thought that he was only a mute teenager. How could he hurt himself like that? A young man approached this guy and offered him a lamb. He said he had an extra portion. Lai asked if he had a name. If he can't speak, he knows the language of the deaf-mute. Riju came over and said that he could help to dispose of this lamb. The amount of meat in the plate began to decrease dramatically. The guy thanked me for the food and reminded me that Chapter 2 was coming soon and advised him not to be late. Pei remembered and rushed to meet the general. It was reported to the general that the law enforcement disciples were built. Ms. Hearn said there is a riotous arena coming up. It will be held in this city this year. The young people began to discuss the event, and they've all heard about it. Now it's their city's turn to host the event. The young man remembered that Uncle Seven had told him about it before. Riot Arena, it's not just an event about gun battles. His uncle told the young man that many important officials are among those who attend the event. This is a great opportunity for the blacksmiths. They present their weapons. The best one is chosen. The winner can sign a contract to supply weapons to the Imperial Armory. The losers get to do business with the Northern District in Sishan. Uncle Seven told me what traditions among gunsmiths they had on the continent. Even though Silhouette City joined later, they can take this chance to showcase their talents. Seven added that although blacksmiths compete with each other, no one can replace each other. Essentially, the three vendors protect each other in the arena, preventing other smiths from gaining more influence. Riju said he would like to attend the event as well. The man shouted loudly and told them to be quiet. Lady Hearn had not yet finished her speech. The girl said that the closer the event got, the more things she had to do. That's why she would need 2 close apprentices to become her apprentices. The man gave the general a list and said he had prepared the candidates. One of the young men thought that now he would be in charge. The 2,000 coins he had paid to be put on the list were worth it. The girl looked at the list. She said she was satisfied with it. She asked the boy to announce the results. Pei, a commoner, showed himself to be a faithful and capable disciple. Therefore, he was recommended. The young man was dumbfounded. Riju was recommended as the second boy. He distinguished himself by his ability in numeracy and clerical tasks. The stubborn young man can't believe his ears. How is this possible? Must there be some mistake? The general said it was some rowdy young man. She ordered that the unauthorized noise be stopped and that the disobedient young man be punished. The second chapter told what duties would be assigned to these young men and said that the rest of us could go about our daily business. Hearn Shin said that the young man would follow her. They had to meet someone. The young man asked who they were going to have a meeting with. Miss Hearn said they are going to meet with the mayor of the city of Silhouette. The Duke asked his subordinates if they were following that guy with the surname Hu and his horse. The servants said that they had already set up men and were watching them. This young man and his horse are now in the guest house. The Duke told them to keep watching. This man humiliated his father, and he is not loyal to the imperial house. The men on patrol heard his remarks as well. Duke thought that given his father's character, he would instantly execute that man. By this time, Hearn Shin would come crawling on his knees to beg him. The Duke asked for a horse to be prepared for him. He wants to meet with the Lord Mayor. Mrs. Hearn reported to the mayor that she has arrived for an audience. There was a serious incident in town yesterday. She asked that the servants disperse and she will speak about the event. The mayor said Miss Hearn is a good decision maker in these matters, and he likes to rely on her for that. The Lord Mayor said he wanted to see the girls dance, but his girls are kind of boring, and he'd like to see the general do it now. Hearn Shin said she'll dance for the Lord next time. Right now, she has important business to attend to. The Lord said he didn't want to hear anything. Looked at the young man and asked who the young man was. He looked very familiar. Miss Hearn said this is a law enforcement student, a witness to yesterday's incident. The Lord Mayor said that means this young man is very important. In that case, Mrs. Hearn must come up and dance. Otherwise, he will execute this young man. The girl thought that the Lord Mayor might do that. Hearn Shin stood up and walked over to the mayor. She asked why the excitement. The girl said that she would only dance once, but when she finished, the Lord Mayor would listen to her. The man agreed. If Mrs. Hearn obeyed him, he would do the same. The girl knew that in the dancing mechanical pool, the figures of the musicians were connected to the mechanism under the pool by mechanical springs. If the dancer gets into the rhythm, the water will make the mechanism work and the figures of the musicians will come to life. Mrs. Hearn began her dance and told the Lord to dissolve into that dance. The girl danced and a miracle happened. The wooden figures of the musicians came to life. The Lord Mayor was astonished. He shouted that the figures were moving. They were playing. Henshin moved through the water and danced gracefully. Everyone present couldn't take their eyes off her. The young man thought that she was incredible, but she has to dance to save him from being killed. The Lord Mayor said that the girl is indeed the best dancer of the Eastern Seas. No one can match her. The mayor told the girl to come over to him. Mrs. Hearn sat down next to him and said that there was a serious incident yesterday. The students from the Moonwater Pavilion were seriously hurt and came to the city to ask for help. She asked that command over Dr. Chen be given to her so that she can take care of the injured, still asking for the servants to leave this place. Lord agreed with everything and said that he didn't like to discuss any serious issues. He said the girl can do whatever she wants. He just wanted to see her up close. Pei Lai said he had an urgent message from the patrol. The Lord Mayor said the young man has a very loud voice, but he's willing to listen to him. The Lord Mayor said that if there was nothing important in this report, he would destroy the young man and whoever sent it. The young man said that the ambassador of the Eastern Conqueror Mu Zhou with gifts demands an audience. He is waiting in the main hall. With him are the military strategist of the Eastern Sea and the head of the Autumn Pavilion. The Lord Mayor was upset at being interrupted, but realized that these meetings could not be canceled. Mrs. Hearn thought there was nothing unusual about the right hand of the imperial government deciding to visit the Duke. The girl thought that it was probably because of the demonic blades. Could it be that the information spread so quickly? The Lord Mayor said he has a difference of opinion with these people, and he does not want to meet with them. He asked Henshin to deal with these issues and leave him out of it. The girl said that a stormy arena was about to take place. Perhaps something had now happened if the Eastern Conqueror had sent a messenger so unexpectedly. It would be better for the Lord Mayor to meet him himself. The man said he would look into it himself, but it would depend on his mood. Lady Hearn withdrew and told the young man to follow her. The girl said it was the young man who stopped the messenger. He didn't want others to see her shame, so he interrupted the mayor on purpose to save her. The guy apologized. He said he acted on his own accord. Mrs. Hearn said the young man has a good heart, but he must be careful. Never again should he interrupt the mayor without her permission. This time he was saved by the title of Eastern Conqueror. Mrs. Hearn said that the emperor appointed 4 men to conquer the 8 sides of the world and bring peace there. Henshin told the young man about the 4 warriors, and about which of them did what and who was in charge. The Eastern Conqueror is the hardest to deal with. He always confronts the mayor in the imperial court. The girl said we should see who was sent to this meeting. The Eastern Sea's military strategist said that it has been quite some time since the last time he met with Mrs. Hearn. He is accompanying 2 very important guests. One of the guests, this is the head of the halberd crest, a saint among the military. He is called the Eye of Heaven. The second of the guests is the ambassador of the Eastern Conqueror, the famous octagonal berserker. The guests said they'd heard about Lady Hearn. She is indeed incredibly beautiful. The girl greeted the guests and said that she was very happy to see them. With the girl came a young duke. He did not understand why he had been summoned. The girl said that one of the guests had a sword behind his back that shook all the Eastern Seas, a dark red spike. Mrs. Hearn added that she also dreamed of meeting Mr. Nangong. Looking at him, she realizes that he really has a powerful aura that makes others show respect. The man said he came here for the raging arena. He has something to say to Mrs. Hearn. Henshin said that her opponent is very blunt, but she is ready to answer him. The man asked if the girl knew how many rampage victories the Silhouette City had had in the last 10 years. Henshin replied that there hasn't been a single win. They still have a lot of growing to do. The man recalled that Emerald Hornet had defeated Ruth the blacksmith 23 times, twice. The winner gets a contract with the Imperial Palace and funding from the Imperial Treasury. In order to receive such privileges, they persistently occupy the top 2 spots in the exuberant arena. But this is a setback for the Silhouette City. They are forced to spend a huge amount of money without benefiting themselves. The Eastern Conqueror has submitted a special petition to the Imperial Palace. He asked to change the rules of the riotous arena, to help the lady out of this situation. The man said another faction may join the raging arena. To get rid of the rogue, they will inject new blood. The House of the Eastern Conqueror will participate in this year's tournament. The girl thought that the emperor had probably already accepted this amendment. How would the event be handled then? How would the other forges be forced to agree to it? Lady Hearn said that she did not expect General Mu to be interested in building weapons. His involvement in this competition is insignificant. The girl said for the ambassadors to stay a bit longer and wait for the Lord Mayor to arrive. The girl thought that the Lord Mayor would definitely not come to this negotiation. She was deciding what to do. Shin knew that the life of Silhouette City depended on this decision. It was not something to be taken lightly. The young man turned to Lady Hearn and said that the mayor had invited all the guests to a banquet in the Cloud Buffet. The girl was terribly surprised. She had not expected the mayor to agree to this meeting. Had the sun risen in the west? The guests looked up at the refectory going into the sky. The heavenly refectory looked impressive. The Lord Mayor knows how to enjoy life. The young duke said the building was designed by his father. This is the only place in the East Sea where you can see something like this. The young duke thought that Mu Shunzhou's envoy's visit would definitely spoil his father's mood. Once he told him about Hu Yanji's insult, he would be furious. The duke told the guests as they approached the banquet hall and invited them to go inside. The Lord Mayor waved his hand and said that the young duke and the unknown guests had arrived. He cordially invited everyone to join him. Mayor Lord said he was terribly excited about tonight's event and would love to dine in good company. At neighboring tables sat the girls from the Moonwater Pavilion. Mrs. Hearn wondered why these girls were here. The Lord Mayor was accompanied by Hu Yanji. The two of them were having fun and drinking. The Lord Mayor said that he wanted to introduce the great hero to the honored guests. The Lord turned to the young Duke and said that he and old Hu are like brothers, and so the Duke could call him Uncle Hu. The Lord said for the Duke to come over and say hello. The Lord said for the young man to hurry up. Where are his manners? These children never grow up. Following the guests, tributes to the Lord Mayor were brought into the room. The man greeted Mr. Mayor and said that these were gifts from General Mu Rongzhou. The mayor told the man to take a seat. He heard from Hu that the guest, the berserker of the East Seas ring, and he wants to see if it's true. The servant said for the dear guest to be seated. The young lady saw Pei Lai and said hello to him. The boy thought Lady Ran was avoiding looking at him, but she looked much better now. Shin said that the Eastern Conqueror's house had received the Emperor's consent to participate in the arena. According to the previous agreement, each faction will provide weapons. The best will be chosen based on form, material, and strength. Guests said since the event has been updated, new rules need to be put in place. It used to be that weapons were evaluated by humans. This way was subject to outside influences and was most unfavorable to factions. The general invited representatives of each faction to fight in the arena with their weapons. There was a pause in the room. Everyone listened in silence, trying to figure out what would follow. The guest continued, if the weapon is destroyed, it is a defeat. If a fighter is killed, also counts as a defeat. The arena for the fights will be in the Fall Pavilion. The Heavenly Eye will be the judge. The man said if the arena is held at the Fall Pavilion, he wants to take charge. Mrs. Hearn assumed, according to the rules, the representative of the House of the Eastern Conqueror. Is it Mr. Yue? The girl thought that Yue Chengfeng is hailed as the berserker of the ring. The dark red spike he wields is a rare treasure. These rules were set by him. The man said that the general wished to ensure absolute honesty, so he has decided to move the arena a year ahead. This city can make preparations. The tournament is scheduled for next spring. The Lord Mayor noted that Mu Rongzhou cared a great deal about the event. The mayor continued, would he be willing to host a tournament? After all, it's not a cheap event. The mayor told the cook to serve the food. The old fist shouted for food to be served immediately. The man announced that this would be the new specialty of the city. Guests commented that the lamb smells delicious and looks terribly appetizing. It makes you want to eat it. The mayor of the town was pleased with the dish and said that he didn't make the old fist chief manager for nothing. He likes to see such satisfied expressions on the guests' faces. The man looked intently at one of the people present. He hadn't seen him here before. An unfamiliar young man of strange appearance stood before him. He had a detached look in his eyes. Everyone saw a servant standing in front of the gifts to the mayor. They wanted to send him away. Pei Lai recognized the man. It was the fool from the kitchen. What's he doing here? The fool looked intently at one of the guests. The man looked at the fool. Their gazes met. The Lord Mayor asked who this fellow was. He must be from the Old Fist kitchen. The servant said he's the new kitchen assistant. His name is Dum Dum. He's a deaf mute, and he's about to be taken away. The mayor asked, how do they talk to this deaf mute? The servant said that this young man could read the lips of his interlocutor. The mayor said it was adorable. Was the young man named Dum Dum from birth? Could he have another name? The guy started gesturing something with his hands in response. The mayor asked, what are those gestures? And he told me to get him an interpreter right away. Miss Scarlet said she garrisoned to learn a few gestures from the officers in camp, but that may not be enough for translations. The mayor said a few gestures is useless and inquired if anyone else knows this thing. Pei said he understands sign language and offered his translation services. The Lord inquired as to how the young man knew the language. The boy explained that his sister was born deaf. Miss Scarlet and Hearn Shin looked at each other. It was the first time they had heard of this information. Pei Lai told the Lord that the name was stolen from this young man by a dishonest person. The Lord Mayor wondered, are there really bad guys who steal names? He asked the young man to tell his story. The young man said that he was born into a family of martial arts masters in the north. He had a kind father and a loving older brother. During one harsh winter, his father met a young man under a mountain. He claimed that he had come from the south and had been robbed by bandits on the way. His father took him in as his adopted son. Shortly thereafter, his father became ill and died. The foster brother began to help his older brother. He was very diligent and capable. One day he said that he wanted to return to his homeland. His brother agreed and gave him money for the journey. The people said that the young man had stolen the money and would not return. However, to their amazement, not only did he return, but he brought much more with him. With him came a girl whom he called his cousin. The young man said that this girl lived on a street in a faraway land. The young man's older brother fell in love with this girl and married her. After the wedding, his adopted sister said that men should have more ambition. So his brother started leaving home to go into business. His sister-in-law was exceptionally kind to the young man, but at night she would sneak out of the house somewhere. The Lord Mayor interrupted the young people and said that he understood the rest. Her husband was going away for a long time, and she couldn't get around on her own. The girl said that the mayor seemed to be used to such things. The Lord replied that the girl didn't understand anything. He used to be a prince of the capital. He was suave and bold. No lady could resist. Dum Dum continued. One night, he still decided to follow his sister-in-law. It turned out that this girl and her foster brother had gone to the forbidden land beyond the mountains, to where his ancestors' burial ground was. The young man said that these men were opening graves. They were digging up both new and old graves. They seemed to be looking for something specific. Then they laughed as if they had gotten what they wanted. The young man said he was frightened. When his brother returned, he immediately told him what he had seen. The two men did not deny it and immediately admitted everything. Then his foster brother and the girl left. This event wounded his brother's heart. He could not forgive the betrayal. A year later, the men from the Fall Pavilion came unexpectedly to the door and said that someone was challenging his brother to a deadly duel. It was his foster brother. Mr. Hu wondered, did this rascal really have the nerve? As far as he knows, a challenge to a duel in the Autumn Pavilion requires putting some valuable item on the line. What item had the foster brother put on the line? Dum Dum said that the man betrayed his adopted sister. From his rival, he demanded that he pawn the family heirloom, the sword. The girl was indignant. Does the Fall Pavilion really take wives as collateral? That's outrageous. The man said that he rarely participates in those fights that take place at the Fall Pavilion. Given the Fall Pavilion's place in the martial arts world, there must be a reason why this deal was accepted. To get his wife back, the Dum Dum's brother agreed to a duel and to field his sword. Dum Dum said his brother had practiced martial arts since childhood. His skills were good. There was no way he would have lost, however. This man's skills increased as he fought. In the end, he defeated his brother with difficulty. The man said his brother had surrendered. He didn't expect him to fight so weakly. Now both the sword and his rival's wife belonged to him. The man said if that wasn't enough for him, he could challenge him to a fight at the Fall Pavilion again. After he's practiced, he'd never say no. After that, the Dum Dum's brother became more and more silent. He was no longer in charge of the family business. He even drove away all the customers. He only practiced martial arts all day long to retrieve the family sword. 6 months later, his brother went to the Fall Pavilion and mortgaged their estate, demanding a duel with the man. This time, the duel ended when the combatants crossed blades over 200 times. His brother had lost. They lost almost everything. All they had left were their family plaques and their family name. For the next year, his brother trained more and more ruthlessly. In the eastern seas, only a few could match him. This time, he pawned their surname and ancestral tablets and challenged that person to a fight again. Eldest brother said that he didn't have much time left. That person was getting harder and harder to defeat each time. His older brother said that if he died in battle, that was the end of his revenge. The young man must hide his name and move on with his life. Then the most unexpected thing happened. Before the fight, Min entered the Fall Pavilion, Big Brother's ex-wife. The girl said her husband knew nothing. In all the years they lived together, she had many men, except for her foster brother, when he went away to do business. And on the loneliest nights, her bed was warmed by none other than his good old brother. Pei said that he didn't want to translate Dum Dum's words. Dum Dum looked sternly at the translator. This man has conspired against them to get his hands on a unique martial arts book passed down in their family for generations. The 7 Seals of the Tiger. He found 6 volumes, but not the last one, the final one. Maybe he thinks the clues are hidden in their family tablets. The older brother said there was nothing in the plates. As long as he doesn't find the last volume, the young man can live in peace. The boy said he didn't blame his older brother. When his brother passed away, this man became the rightful heir of his family. Eager to get his hands on the last volume, he ordered his men to find the young man. They couldn't get anything out of him, so they tortured him. Afraid that the young man would tell what had happened, they crippled his hands with hot iron and coal, so that he would never be able to write again. The boy continued the story. He couldn't stand this torture. He wanted to live. One day he took the opportunity and ran away. However, his wounds were too severe, and he soon lost consciousness. He thought he would die in that wilderness, but he was saved by a former soldier and his granddaughter. The young man came to his senses, opened his eyes, and saw before him an old man and a girl. These people took the young man in. He spent his days with them. During these peaceful days, he almost forgot about his hatred. It seemed to him that he could forget everything and start over. The girl tried to communicate with this boy. She saw that he could understand from his lips what she was saying. The boy said the good times were soon over. The scoundrel who tortured him came here too. Right in front of the young man's eyes, this man had done away with those people. This scoundrel tortured the girl and her grandfather for 3 days and 3 nights. The girl, fainting, told the young man to run away quickly from there. The Lord Mayor stopped the story. He said that even he could see that the man was a scoundrel, and he demanded to know the name of the scoundrel. There was silence in the room. Everyone present looked at the dum-dum. The dum-dum pointed his finger at the guest. Pei Lai translated the strange young man's signs. He said that the foster brother who stole his name through murder is the guest of honor Yue Chenfeng. The real name of the dum-dum is Yue Chenghai. He was the second born in the 14th generation of the Tiger King dynasty. The man said it wasn't true. Is Silhouette City a place where commoners are allowed to talk nonsense? The Lord Mayor said that the guest was right. If the young man came here to accuse an Ian boy of an Eastern conqueror without proof, he is a fool. Dum-Dum took out a book from behind his sinus and gave it to Pei Lia. The book had on it, Finale. It was the 7th book his foster brother was looking for. The young man handed the book to the town governor and said it was to the gentleman from the Dum-Dum. The Lord Mayor looked at the book and said that the final, this is the last house, just a few papers, and asked what Chen Feng thought of it. Chen Feng said that the world is full of crooks, and the mayor shouldn't take it all seriously. The mayor said his interlocutor was right. If it was easy to fool him like that, what would people think of him? The man asked for a lamp to be brought to him. The Lord Mayor said he thought these papers could just be burned. They're of no value whatsoever. Chen Feng shouted for the Lord Mayor to stop. The man was very angry. The town governor told the dum-dum, although he threatened the conqueror with this book today, he cannot ask for more than the value of this book. The man said the conqueror will stay as he is. He will make an appointment for him. Next March, he will fight in the Fall Pavilion to show the truth in front of heroes from all over the kingdom. Mrs. Hearn thought that this was a great move. If Chen Feng answered the challenge, he wouldn't be able to represent the Eastern conqueror in the arena. Miss Scarlett said she had a question. She had heard from the story that he had a servant who committed crimes for him. If what the dum-dum said was true, what happened to the servant who followed the young man? Pei Lai said that the heavens have given weapons to the dum-dum, and he killed that dastardly servant. He doesn't want to wait until next year. He wants revenge right now. Dum-dum kicked one of the crates of gifts. The contents of the crate shattered, and everyone saw a strange mechanical creature. Everyone was looking at this marvel. What is it? The Lord Mayor asked what the iron turtle was. Someone should explain it to him. The young man grabbed his head. It was splitting. Some voice in his head was telling him to kill at his heart's desire. The young man held his head and did not know how to get rid of the sensation. Dum-Dum removed the bandages from his hands. The servants approached the turtle and noted that it contained a sword. They decided to move the turtle closer to the Lord Mayor. One of the servants inadvertently pulled some kind of lever. The sword jumped out of the turtle and wounded one of the servants. Blood splattered in all directions. Everyone present was horrified. The mayor shouted, "What kind of outrage is this? How dare Mu Rongzhou give him such a meat grinder?" Chen Feng said the general would never give such a gift. The gifts must have been switched. This town is famous for making outlandish weapons. Maybe it's a local trick. The mayor shouted that there could be no such thing. He wouldn't let his own guards bring such a bloody meat grinder here. It was obvious it had rolled out here from the chest. Miss Scarlet told the girl not to scream and to keep her cool. Miss Scarlet came closer and took a look. She said it was definitely a sword, but the hilt of the sword is covered in spikes. How do you fight with it? The next moment, the dum-dum reached up and grabbed the hilt of the sword. The spikes pierced through his hand. The veins in his arm swelled. Dum-dum cried out in pain. He pulled the sword out of the turtle. Miss Scarlet thought the thing was entering the young man's body through the blood vessels. What could it be? The young man's eyes turned an unnatural color. He looked like a demon. Holding this sword in his hand, the dum-dum walked towards the enemy. Dum-dum approached his opponent and was about to fight him. The mayor noted that the young man was very fast, probably due to his sword. The guy was spinning quickly and his blade movements turned into a sphere because of his incredible speed. His opponent would have a hard time. Suddenly, Servant Chen Feng decided to intervene in this fight. He headed in their direction. Mr. Hu stopped him and asked him where he was going. He shouldn't get involved. There's one-on-one fighting going on. If a man wants to play, he is willing to grant him that favor. Lady Ran approached the fighting men. She thought that her wounds had not yet healed, and Kunwu's sword was not with her now. Mr. Hu thought that Chen Feng was engaging other people in battle to save himself. Pei Lai stood in front of Miss Scarlet with a sword in his hands. He wanted to stop her way. The young man said that the demonic blade in front of them was an split azure blade. He could channel unfathomable power into his puppet, giving it unrivaled speed. The young man's mind kept pounding. Kill, kill, kill. He thought he wanted to kill now. Mr. Hu noticed that the young man was getting right into the sphere of strikes. Even he couldn't do that. Looking at what Pei was doing, Mr. Hu thought that the young man had become someone else. Chen Feng thought that he was almost surpassed in what he was best at. He told his servant to give him a sword. Mr. Hu appeared in front of the man and reminded him not to move. Chen Feng headed towards Mr. Hu with a shout. He wanted to get his sword and shouted that this fanatic had ruined his precious sword and slandered his ancestors. Mr. Hu turned around sharply and stopped his opponent with a fist punch to the jaw. Chung Feng clenched his fist and said that there was an amused fanatic standing in front of him. The Lord Mayor watched silently from his seat. The old fist guarded his lord. Chung Feng thought that this cook was a master of disguise in the past. He's not that simple. This is his territory, and so it is better to just observe. The man thought that this sword was indeed a legendary demonic blade. The conqueror would definitely be interested in it. Pei Lai fought with the dum-dum. From the outside, it seemed like they were in some sort of sphere. The speed was unbelievable. At some point, the dum-dum returned the demonic blade back to the turtle. The young man couldn't understand what was happening. He suddenly came to his senses, just like last time. It must be because of the exciting mantra. Pei looked at the dum-dum. His veins began to return to normal. The young man was slowly calming down. Pei Lai ran up to the young man and grabbed him under his arms. The young duke came to his senses and shouted for the guards to capture these young men immediately. The guards immediately flew up and twisted the young men. Dum-Dum and Pei Lai were lying face down on the floor. They had spears at their backs. Miss Scarlet said it wasn't fair. Pei Lai defended Mr. Mayor. Is this how Silhouette City rewards heroes? The young duke was surprised. This girl remembers her servant's name and protects him? The duke shouted that this young man had been in the city for several years, and not much in the way of martial arts. Perhaps he's a spy who snuck into town. He should be interrogated like a criminal. The mayor of the city threw the jug at the duke's face and shouted with fury for him to shut up immediately. The town governor said to let everyone go. They took Dum-Dum to Dr. Chung to fix him up. If anything happened to the boy, he would quarter and bury everyone here alive. The Lord said that Chen Feng should stop. He holds the book for the Dum-Dum. But as long as the young man is alive and the battle is not canceled. Chen Feng said goodbye and said he hoped they would meet again. He told Guraka to follow him. The mayor asked the young man how he knew that the iron turtle was the demonic blade, Azure Split. Hernshin said that she asked the same question yesterday. It was because of the elder. He talked about different demonic blades before he died. The young man heard it too, so he told it. The Lord Mayor said it was understandable, but this time his foolish son might be right, and he ordered the young man to be rounded up. If this young man is even capable of curbing a demonic blade, why did he become a servant in his city? Could it be that he really is a spy? The guy thought that he was under the influence of the intercepting mantra. That was why he was able to suppress the Azure Rift. But it was unlikely that anyone would believe him if he told the truth. Besides, he had promised Elder Wei that he would never tell about it. Mr. Hu said that the young man must have used the same swordsmanship technique. Mr. Hu wondered, had the guy forgotten that he had told him about it the last time they met? He said that when he was a kid, he met an old man who taught him swordsmanship. Hu recalled that the boy had told him about an old man who had the spirit of an aristocrat. In gratitude for the young man feeding him porridge, he taught him the art of swordsmanship in 3 days. Mr. Hu didn't believe the young man at first. The man said that he was now convinced with his own eyes that the young man was telling the truth, and so he was able to suppress the demonic blade. His movements were smooth, but not entirely confident. Mr. Hu continued, as everyone here saw, the dum-dum posed a threat, even to Chen Feng's octagonal berserk when he picked up the demonic blade. The man asked, wondering who could train the young man like that in just 3 days. The girl asked, maybe it was a mischievous blade? But that was still impossible. He wouldn't be able to learn to wield a sword like that in just 3 days. To be able to grant a young man such power for 3 days, one would have to be a truly legendary figure. Mr. Hu turned to the man and said that he had seen many martial arts. In his opinion, who would be the teacher according to the techniques demonstrated? The man named several teachers who could have achieved this result. Mr. Hu said that by having one of these teachers, the young man had the opportunity to learn such a swordsmanship technique. But those teachers have long since passed away. Mr. Hu added that there is only one option left. The Lord asked, did his interlocutor really think that the young man's teacher was the northern conqueror of the previous dynasty, the Blade King Yun? Mr. Hu stated that this was indeed the King of Blades. This master had no heir to pass on his skill. He had become a hermit decades ago. Who would have thought that this master would hand over his skill for a bowl of porridge as a thank you? Everyone had decided that Pei Lai was the only heir to the heavenly marquee in the entire kingdom. Silhouette City attracts great talents. The King of Blades, Tiger General, is considered one of the founders of this country. Who would have thought that this city would produce an heir to the heavenly marquis? That's something worth celebrating. When the young man fought, the difference between his state before and after was truly huge. The skills he possesses are unique. Lord Mayor said that he had the honor of meeting this teacher when he was young. He could indeed teach a young man. The mayor said, if Pei Lai is a disciple of such a great man, he should not stay in the city as an ordinary servant. Otherwise, word would spread that the mayor was wasting his talents. The mayor said that henceforth, he assigns the young man to the defense. He remains under the command of the second general manager. All the girls looked at the young man attentively. They were happy for the change in his fate. The mayor said that he would send out people to report the news. If the young man's teacher was still alive, he should know that his student was serving in Silhouette City. Maybe he would still return to the martial arts world. Hearn Shin said that this is excellent, and added that young advocate Pei can thank his mayor. The young man knelt down and said he was forever grateful to the Lord Mayor, and he would never forget his favor. The town manager looked at the metal turtle and said he had lost his appetite after everything that had happened. The Lord Mayor said to obey his orders. No one is to go near the demon blade. Seal the refectory for the duration of the study. Mrs. Shin is to take care of everything else. The servants sealed the refectory. They boarded up all the doors and windows. Pei told Lady Hearn that he had behaved rashly in the refectory. The girl said that the young man had not just behaved rashly, he didn't do anything he was supposed to do at all. The young man lowered his head and sincerely said that he was very sorry for this. The second chapter smiled. The young man is incorrigible. He repeats the same mistakes every time. Shin said that the young man now holds the title of Protector, which is awarded for 80 years. He must behave appropriately. He will now have his own room. The rules of social behavior she will teach him later. The young man saved Chen Feng today, but also embarrassed him in front of his subordinates. It was quite possible that his family would now be involved. She will send her men to escort her sister and father to the city. The girl said that she would handle the demonic blades herself. Silhouette City must not be jeopardized. Mr. Hu stealthily approached the young man from behind. The young man inertially elbowed the man in the chest and asked why he said he was the heir to the Blade King. Who is this supposed teacher of his anyway? How famous is he? Hu started coughing up blood after being hit in the chest. Pei was frightened and asked what had happened to him. The man replied that he was fine. He looked around to make sure no one had seen his blood. Hu said as his palm collided with Chen Feng's fist, In his hand was a brilliant surge, a yin poison. If he hadn't dispersed 90% of the poison, his internal organs would have already been charred. Apparently, Chen Feng had mastered the Seven Seals Tiger's purple lightning technique. This rascal is unpredictable. Mr. Hu told the young man the history of the Chen Fei dynasty and what merits his family had. The man was telling Pei about the battles that the Chen Feng dynasty had fought and with which clans. Thereupon, Mr. Hu told the young man what his supposed teacher was famous for, of which he told the Lord Mayor. The boy learned a lot of interesting things about the history of this continent. Before that, he did not know many historical facts. The young man listened to Mr. Hu with bated breath. He was amazed at how much this man knew. The young man learned the details of how Wu Denyun's wife died, punishing her husband with death for abandoning his post and allowing the country to be destroyed. Wu Dengyun, who arrived much later, was in terrible sorrow. At this moment, the enemy suddenly deployed his army. The lands were left leaderless. Outside forces were arriving, signifying imminent chaos. The conqueror's advisors convinced Wu Denyun to become king, and his family hoped he would revive the golden age of the Golden Chimera dynasty. After that, Uden volunteered to lead his army to fight on the front lines. He sought death, but he was an excellent fighter, and his name inspired awe in his enemies. After that, he decided to go into seclusion, and no one has seen him since. Mr. Hu said that there is a triple benefit to being Wu Denyun's disciple. Pei Lai was surprised. What kind of triple benefit are we talking about? First, the martial arts of that family are closely tied to destiny. This could be used to explain the fickle level of the young man's martial skills. Secondly, only a small fraction of the blades who fought the king were able to survive the battle. Not even a saint among warriors would dare claim to have seen the heavenly prince. There would not be those who doubted the young man's swordsmanship skills. Third, Mr. Hu added, the king of blades is most likely dead. Even if he is alive, his heart is dead after those events in the north. In any case, he won't show up here to expose the young man. Pei thought Wu Dengyun an imposing figure. He had gone through a lot of pain. Mr. Hu slapped the young man on the back and said that names are as short-lived as floating clouds. The man added that this could be the divine elixir that would save the young man's life and would allow him to do what he wished and protect whom he wished. At the banquet, he recognized the azure split. Apparently, the demonic virtuoso had passed on his knowledge to the young man, not Hern Shin. The young man's fate is now inextricably linked to the demonic blades. In his life with the kingdom, the young man must not look at the world with a slavish mindset. He must be the calm and determined young man who fought back against the demonic blades. At dusk, in the crevice between the living and the dead, the raven of the thicket called a secret meeting, the Guy. The members of the Guy must conceal their identities from each other to prevent private conversations between members. This rule was established by a blood oath. All who are here are the chosen ones. Mass said there was no need to ask questions. No one needs to know anything. The Mass said you can't disobey orders. Otherwise, you could lose everything but your enemies. Today, the one who always came first, was late. Everyone was waiting for the raven of the thicket. It's been an hour already. Why should they wait for him here while he hides? What's the point? Mask wondered why the stream tiger, who was always silent before, spoke today. His voice comes through the mask's cane so that he can't tell the gender of the speaker. The willow cicada is usually quiet and reserved. He must be a respected figure, perhaps an elder. The creek tiger said the gorge monkey is gone too. Maybe they should just split up today. The swan of the deep called everyone to silence. The raven of the thicket appeared and said that he had unfortunately kept everyone waiting. Raven announced that they, the members of the Guy, had gathered today due to extraordinary circumstances. The situation with the demonic virtuoso has changed somewhat. It should be discussed. The swan of the deep said that the demonic virtuoso has fallen. He's almost certain of his source. What could have gone wrong? Perhaps the demonic virtuoso had passed on the secrets of the demonic blades to a disciple from Silhouette City, Pei Lia, before his death. The young man called himself the heir to the king of blades. He fought the azure split and knocked the blade out of the puppet's hands. The gorge monkey wondered, is he really the king of blades? Is he Wu Denyun's disciple? He's just trying to defend himself by resorting to such absurdity. If it was true, they should all be on alert. The demonic virtuoso had done something to the boy if he was able to strike the azure rift. Could the demonic virtuoso have made the young boy his apprentice? Raven said they all had to get to the bottom of it. He had the ghost of the void deal with it. He gave it 3 days to find out the truth. If the demonic virtuoso really trained the youth in battle techniques against every demonic blade, then what should they do with the youth? Raven asked. And what did the ghost of the void think about it? The blades have been released, so there's no turning back. Only the death of their sworn enemies can lead to success. If they fail, they are dead. The obstacles must be removed. The demonic virtuoso is dead. There shouldn't be a second one in the world. Shin thought that the Raven had made up his mind. He's just making them express their positions. Raven continued, they must be careful. Before the 5 blades are assembled, we must destroy the boy before he becomes too strong. Monkey added that she didn't care about this Wooden Yun disciple. We should finish him off. Many agreed with this view. If the young man is really the second demonic virtuoso, we need to eliminate him. If left alive, he could cause them a lot of trouble. Raven asked the ghost of the void again for an opinion. The ghost of the void said if the young man becomes a hindrance to their plans, they must eliminate him. Raven has spoken, so the decision has been made, and everyone is free to go. They will discuss their next actions when all 5 demonic blades are gathered. Everyone dispersed, the ghost of the void remained in place. Raven asked, why is the ghost of the void still here? The ghost of the void said that there was a promise that the Silhouette City would not be affected. Now the Scarlet Eye is in the city. The Eternal Scar has become a lifeless ravine. 3 of the 5 demonic blades are in Silhouette City. This is an unacceptable situation. Raven said that his promises still stood. It's only 3 demonic blades. With the wisdom of the Void Ghost, one can escort them out of the city easily. Raven asked, or does his opponent want him to instruct them to avoid the Silhouette City during their missions? In that case, they would immediately figure out who the Ghost of the Void was. Raven said that the Void Ghost's problems were not limited to demonic blades. The remains of the demonic virtuoso are still in the mountains. Considering this, the Four-Sword sect would soon be at their doorstep. Also, the Eastern Conqueror had decided to participate in the rampaging arena. If Void Ghost can't deal with this, Silhouette City will be in serious trouble. And without the city, the Void Ghost is nothing more than an ordinary person. If the Void Ghost can't deal with all of this within 3 days, then we should get rid of Pei Lai. Raven said that this time he would pretend that the girl in front of him was weak and had said something stupid. But it must not happen again. Mask asked the Raven, is he hurt? Raven said, he didn't expect to have to take a hit from Elder Wei. He was lucky that the man specialized in leeches. Thanks to the bandage, he was almost cured. On the other hand, Pei Lai's situation is very unpleasant. Mask said he had no regrets. But if Her Shin can't kill Lai, we'll have to make sure he stays alive. Raven said that his interlocutor had an attachment to the young man, even though he was not his child. He's gotten older, just like the girl with the last name Hearn. He's gotten too emotional, even though he still wants to protect him. No one could have predicted Wei's death. They know nothing of the fascinating mantra, nor do they know if he passed it on to the young man. The outcome could be unpredictable. What's more, both the thrilling mantra and the demonic blades devour their weaker counterparts, and they are both tied to the same word, poison. Regardless of their origins, they are similar. Hearn Shin is very uneasy. If the young man survived, it would confirm the rapid growth of his strength and that he had taken the path of poison. We should let the young man leave and watch his changes. It will help them understand the demonic blades. Crow said in order to become more efficient, they need a breakthrough. Raven added, if Hearn fails, he'll take care of him himself. If he passes the 2 tests, he's worthy of staying alive. The man opened his eyes and can't figure out where he is. He can't understand why he has a sword in his hands right now. The wounded man across the street tells him not to go there. It's dangerous. The man asked the wounded man what was going on. What did he say? It seemed to the man that there was someone ahead. There is one girl alive among the wounded and killed people. She's not feeling well. The girl says they were fooled. He's not the 6th demon blade. He's the traitor from the prophecies, the last dagger. The man thought there were 6 people in the battle to seal the demonic blades. This must be the memory of a demonic virtuoso? The girl says they are all dead. The man can't figure out who the woman is. The woman gets up and walks away. The man holds out his hand in her wake. Pei Lai woke up after a nightmare dream. The young man thought it was a dream. He realized it wasn't a dream, but the aftermath of an addictive mantra. He was ceasing to be just himself. Pei asked why he called him in so early. The man said that the guy had to go to the government today. Hu gave the young man a sword and told him that it was a doubly tempered metal. This sword was forged by the blacksmith of Silhouette City. Hu said that he wanted to test the Blade King's heir's abilities. Whether the young man can give himself away, he must hit this scabbard. Then he wins. The young man's reward for this: the best wine they got as a reward from the mayor. Pei said he's pretty good with a sword. He's been chopping trees since he was a kid, and he's pretty good at it. The young man drew his sword and said that he would now set his opponent. The boy thought this sword was from a local blacksmith, smoothly shaped like willow leaves. His seventh uncle had told him that such a sword was best held 7 inches below the hilt. The boy remembered that he had often secretly practiced with Uncle Muji's technique, whereby the stump should not move. You must become one with the sword. After that, it should be pulled away from the center of gravity, applying force only to the hilt. The young man swung around and took a swing, but didn't hit the scabbard. The boy was very surprised. Hu asked, "Is that a good thing? He is like an old granny threading a needle." Pei said he didn't expect his opponent to be able to dodge, and he didn't even bother. Hu said that now it was his turn to attack. The young man must defend himself. If he touches his sheath 3 times, the boy has lost. The man told the young man to watch him closely. The young man held the scabbard in front of him and was ready for his opponent's attack. Hu struck 3 quick blows, and each time he touched the young man's sheath. The young man thought to himself as he failed to dodge. How could he? It was as if the opponent knew his moves in advance. Mr. Hu looked down at the young man. He realized that he was no match for him. The young man closed his eyes and he had a new feeling. It seemed to him that he had had this feeling before. The boy remembered it was exactly the same that time, when he was attacked by the dum-dum. Mr. Hu and Pei Lai tried the exercise again. The young man was already dodging more effectively, and the opponent could not complete his task. The young man noted again the feeling that had appeared to him. It was already familiar to him. Hu noticed that Pei was behaving differently. The further he went, the more he realized how to behave. Now it was as if he could track every movement of his opponent's sword. Pei Lai dodged the attacker's lunge and grabbed Mr. Hu's weapon with his bare hand. Hu thought the guy was doing much better this time. Progress was evident. Lai realized the feelings of comprehending the art of the sword. He had not expected that a sword could bring him to such a state. After the training, Mr. Hu told the young man not to relax. It was just a warm-up. Now they would play big, dodge, and attack. To win, you have to chop your opponent's scabbard. Pei's colleague looked at this fight and thought that the young man had already decided for himself whether to choose tofu or sword. The guy decided that he too had chosen a future direction for himself. He realized he would be doing tofu and all the hard work that goes along with it. The sword, it wasn't for him. 4 hours of training have passed. The young people rest and recuperate with great wine. Mr. Hu said his opponent in this fight was strong. The style that Mr. Hu created himself is based on concentration, but also on relaxation. If mastered, the movements in a fight would be hard to recognize. Hu didn't expect the young man to do so well, as if he already had experience. Pei Lai asked if this sword style has its own name. Hu said that this style is called the Peerless Chopping Blow. The young man noticed that it was a simple and straightforward name. Hu must have made it up just now. Hu showed the young man and said that he had only managed to hit the scabbard once. He would have to learn a lot more to be able to fight as an equal in the future. The young man agreed, but wondered why such a rush to be trained. Suddenly a stranger appeared and said that she had finally found Mr. Guard. The girl said that she was the maid of the young man, Shi and today she would be helping him with his household arrangements. According to Madame Feng's orders, she must escort the young man to his new home. Mr. Hu is terribly surprised. This guy gets a lot of privileges around here. The guard gets a personal maid. Hu grabbed the young man by the neck and said if he had known, he would have gotten a job as a guard himself. The girl attacked the man and said that he had no right to treat Mr. Guard like that. The man said let them deal with things here for now, and he would go see his other older brother. He said they would continue training with the boy the next day. The girl moved closer to Pei and asked how the gentleman was feeling. The guy says he's fine and he's against the girl calling him master. He is not used to it. The girl said that she is acting under special orders. Mr. Hu watched Pei Lai's action from the side. The young man said that he didn't need any help and could get to his feet on his own. The maid led the young man to his new dwelling and told him that in this house he could use whatever he wanted for his needs. Lai saw the sword on the wall and touched it with his hand. He asked the maid if the lady had spoken to him about an audience. The girl offered the young man some water and told him that the mistress was terribly busy all day and night. She puts everything in order and answers official letters. Lai said for the girl to relax and rest. When they are alone, she can call him Brother Pei. Until a few days ago, his position was no different from the girl's. The girl agreed and said that Brother Pei was a very nice man. Master's clothes won't be ready until the day after tomorrow. If there are any instructions, she will be around. The young man thought that Madame Feng was all worked up about him stirring up a hornet's nest. The demonic sword incident could be because of his arrival in the morning Silhouette City. The guy thought that when he was of a lower position, he could have been by her side and been of help. Now he was some kind of guard and unable to do anything. The young man doubted if he was doing the right thing. The young man reassured himself that he had at least helped Madame Shin. He wondered how she was feeling now. The maid reported to the mistress that Lai was very worried when he heard that the girl was in labor, and he asked how she was feeling. Madame Shin said that it was enough for the girl to come to her once a day. She must serve the master guard first. Shin thought that there were already 2 days left. The girl said that Lady Hearn had sent them shortened skirts. These clothes would look great on them. A friend said Lady Rand should pick out her outfits first, and they should wait. Lady Rand said that girls could choose for themselves. She was not used to wearing girls' outfits. The girl thought Lady Rand looked rather exhausted today. At the evening banquet, she was full of energy as she defended Pei Lai, and Pei Lai defended Mr. Mayor. This is how Silhouette City treats honorable people. The girl looked out the window and wondered what this young man could even be doing right now. This young man was practicing sword fighting techniques with Mr. Hu at this time. Mr. Hu congratulated the young man and said that his skills had increased significantly. He is not the same young man he was before. The man asked, "What is the guy thinking right now? What are his thoughts?" The young man showed his scratched scabbard. He said that offense requires hardness, while evasion focuses more on moving. He seems to be slowly getting used to it. The teacher said it's good, but they don't have time to catch their breath, and the kid has to defend himself now. Hu said he was about to carve the moon into the young man's scabbard. The boy said that he should take better care of his own. While resting, Hu said that the young man had incredible stamina. He must have been born in the year of the bull. The boy replied that he had to give his best in every training session. The teacher said the boy is progressing. They could start sparring tomorrow. He said that the next time they would see each other would be at dawn at the same place. Lai thought that Hu was always in a hurry to go somewhere lately. Lai thought that Hu was afraid that Chen Feng would take revenge. The boy decided to visit his seventh uncle in his spare time. As he passed by, he heard two maids talking to each other. They said Lady Hearn was very troubled. She looked pale. They had never seen her like this before. Lady Hearn hasn't slept in 2 days, and she's lost her appetite. Won't even take her tonic soup. Lai thought that Lady Hearn was feeling bad about him. The guy kept believing that he was the reason why there was a mess of demonic blades going on in Silhouette City. The young man decided that he alone should be responsible for what he had done, and he decided he had to see Lady Hearn. The young man entered the house and was surprised that no one met him. Why is no one there? Where is Jun Yang? He thought they might be in the courtyard. Lai saw smoke billowing from the courtyard, and he smelled the odor of burning. It alarmed him. Lady Hearn was taking a bath. She had just immersed herself in hot water. The young man looked into the room and saw this picture and was embarrassed. He decided that he had to hurry up and leave immediately. The young man was about to go outside when he heard a voice from there. The guard warned His Highness that he could not come in here. The guard was telling the Duke that he couldn't come in now because the second chapter was taking a bath. It is unseemly to rush indoors at this hour. The Duke said his men reported a man entering the second general's quarters. He must investigate and restore order. The Duke didn't want to obey the servant and told him to step aside. He also ordered the surrounding area to be surrounded. The young man had no other choice, so he went into the bathroom. Lady Hearn saw him. There was a silent scene. Duke thought if he caught the intruder now, there was no way Hearn Shin would be able to get away with it. The Duke unceremoniously entered the room and saw the girl taking a bath. There was no one else around. The general saw the Duke and asked if he realized what he was doing now. His Highness was at a loss. He couldn't have been mistaken. He had been informed with 100% certainty. Where is the spy? The Duke himself checked every closet and nook in this room. He wanted to find out where the spy was hiding. The girl said the mayor trusted her to run the city. So shameless to barge into her bathroom and trample on her dignity. Does the Duke really want to humiliate the mayor's door like that? The Duke shouted that Hearn Shin had hidden him somewhere, but he didn't know where. At this time, the secret spy had moved to the bathroom and was in close proximity to the girl. Hearn said that there wasn't much space in this room. Why was His Highness hesitating? The Duke was depressed. He was confused. He said the girl shouldn't be so secretive. Shin said that if the mayor found out what happened, he would be in trouble. Hearn Shin added that if the mayor found out that Duke was paying attention to Yunjin, the mayor's favorite, it would be difficult for Duke to maintain his position. The man asked fearfully, "How did this come to be known?" He was just discussing music theory with a girl. Hearn Shin gave a little advice to His Highness. Even though the mayor can't have children out of certain circumstances, we shouldn't forget that miracles do happen. One should not think that everything is allowed to the Duke just because he is the sole heir. The girl sternly told the Duke to disappear from here immediately, or she would make him pay for this impertinence. The Duke said he came here out of the goodness of his heart, to arrest a spy. But if there's no one here, he's leaving. When the Duke was out the door, Hearn told the young man that the danger was over, and it was safe to surface. The resurfacing did not happen. The girl grabbed the young man by his clothes and pulled him outside. She told the boy to pull himself together. The boy did not react in any way. His consciousness had left him. Hearn thought it was bad. It looked like the young man hadn't gotten enough air before he went under. The girl thought that the young man had chosen the option of suffocating, but only to avoid suffering. She should give him CPR immediately. Hearn tilted the young man's head back and took a deep breath. She opened his mouth with her hand. The girl started to give the young man artificial respiration. From the outside, it looked like a kiss. Hearn Shin didn't give up hope and continued to bring the young man to his senses. The boy was unresponsive. She tried. After a while, the young man coughed and water began to come out of his mouth. The young man was resuscitated. Pei Lai woke up, pulled himself up and looked at the girl. He realized that something had happened to him. The young man said there was a misunderstanding. He didn't see anything. He saw smoke and thought there was a fire in the manor. He didn't expect things to take such a turn. The young man was distraught. He was depressed. Lai asked if he had committed a crime. The boy said he didn't have time to make another decision. The Duke was just around the corner. It was the first thing that came to his mind. The girl said not to worry about the Duke. He's brainless, and she caught him in a mistake. Now he's hooked. Hearn Shin said that the young man now looks like her careless brother. The young man inquired of my lady where her brother was now. Hearn said that before she was in town, they were separated. Tea could be heard filling the cup. The girl added, when she first saw Pei Lai, he looked exactly like her brother. The general offered the young man some tonic tea while it was still hot. The girl said that she is aware of the fact that the guy cares for her like a sister. He is like a brother to her too. Silhouette City and the young man, that's the most important thing she has. She won't let the Duke hurt the young man. The boy said he was. He always thought of Hearn Shin as his sister, but he's from a humble background. The girl said that few people like the young man fought at full strength rather than fleeing when faced with demonic blades. Hearn said that she didn't treat the young man like a brother because of his background. The Lord Mayor made him a bodyguard, though it was an accident. Guy asked if the Lord Mayor could put the second chapter in a predicament with the demonic blades. Hearn Shin told the young man not to worry. Their mayor is not a stupid man. When Dugu Tianwei was young, he looked the best in the Tianwei family. There is nothing in common between him then and now. Dugu is the uncle of the current emperor. When the emperor was still a prince, Tianwei was his tutor and they were very close. Dugu had always been very careful in his actions, trying to avoid palace intrigue. But unfortunately, the old emperor was hard to understand. Out of fear of the Dugu clan and the prince's close relationship, the emperor ordered the prime minister to get rid of Dugu. At that time, the prime minister was already quite old. He swore that he would destroy Dugu before he passed away. Fortunately, Dugu Tianwei realized in time what was happening and began to lead a lustful and capricious lifestyle to avoid death. At a critical moment, Hearn Shin was the one who helped him. She used her connections she had gained as a first flower to help him move his entire family to the eastern seas. In gratitude for this help, Dugu gave her the right to run Silhouette City. The current mayor was well aware that the city could only prosper because of her ability. He would never purposely make life difficult for her. The guy said he understood. In that case, he's the one making Hearn's life difficult with demonic blades. What can he do now? The girl closed her eyes and said, "First flower, second general." Those are just titles. The only thing she knows is that she is Hearn Shin. The best thing the young man can do to help her is to call her sister when they are alone. Lai blushed with embarrassment and said that he would protect his sister even at the cost of his life. The girl bowed her head and said she had a very good brother. Hearn said she could handle the demon blades, and the young man can relax. He should focus on his business. She will support him. Lai said that there was information about the demonic blades that he hadn't disclosed yet. The demonic virtuoso had ordered him not to tell anyone before he died. The boy added, if Hearn was now his family, he believed that Elder Wei would understand him. Before he died, Elder Wei used an intercepting mantra to make his consciousness remain in the young boy's body. That's why he reacted the way he did to the azure split during the banquet. Lai added, perhaps this information would help his sister deal with the problem with the demonic blades. The girl told the young man to go out the back door. That way he could avoid meeting the Duke's men. The boy said he didn't know it was possible to go through here. The young man said goodbye and said he was always at his sister's service, at any time of day or night. The morning of the next day came. The young man, having woken up, started water procedures. He wrapped himself in a towel and rubbed his body with a damp cloth. The young man closed his eyes and imagined how nice it was not to have to use one bucket with a bunch of men as it was in the dormitory. Suddenly he heard the voice of a maid who said that she had brought the young master some new clothes. Lai was frightened and shouted, "What is she doing here?" The girl was not confused and said that she had only brought clothes. The guy, embarrassed, pushed the girl out the door and told her she'd better get out. He was used to doing this alone. The maid said the new clothes fit the young master perfectly. He was made to be a protector. The guy twirled his arms and said that the suit was comfortable to move in. He decided it was time for a good workout. The present day brought new training for Pei Lai with Mr. Hu. The young man continued to make progress and please the teacher. The servant reported to Mrs. Hearn that the young man continues to improve his skills and practice in the mountains. He is progressing rapidly. Mrs. Hearn told the servant to proceed with the arrangements. We'll have to let them know tomorrow. The servant expressed doubts about whether Master Hu would obey. Hearn said that there was no need to worry about it. We just need to make sure that nothing else will be revealed, and asked if the letters had been sent. The servant said that all the letters had already been sent. The girl handed over an envelope with a further plan of action and told the man to proceed. The man said goodbye to Lady Hearn and walked out the door. The girl thought that if the wild stallion was really good, as word of mouth said, it would be a decent bet. Hearn looked out the window at the outside world. What will be, she thought. The demonic blades must be dealt with. The young man cried out in pain. It was expected but unpleasant. Pei Lai told the doctor that he's feeling much better now. Dr. Chen, the best doctor ever. The young man added that last time Mr. Hu's punch was impressive. Hu noticed that this time, the young man had withstood a great deal of his attacking blows. The young men asked the doctor how Lady Breve and the Dum-Dum were doing. Would it be possible to visit them today? The doctor said the young men are not awake yet, but their condition has stabilized. The doctor said he had made some unusual discoveries about the possession of the demonic blade. The doctor led the visitors to Breve. The girl was in bed. Hu wondered, could this girl, after all she had been through, really recover? The doctor said that the young lady's present condition was conducive to her recovery. If she were conscious, she would be in terrible pain. During the chase, Mrs. Breve's inner energy was forcibly sealed inside her. It wore her down a lot. Her body had already reached its limit. If the treatment was delayed for a while, even the gods wouldn't be able to help her. She was enduring unbearable pain. At this stage, her organs had already started to decompose. Lai said that the girl wasn't paying attention. Perhaps she was under the influence of some kind of medication. The doctor said he tested this girl. There's no trace of drugs in her system. Dr. Chen said his diagnosis, this girl was possessed. Miss Breve needs to equalize her qi and blood flow. Once they return to normal, her life will be out of danger. Mr. Hu asked if the scar on her face could be healed. The old man said that there is a sage surgeon who has a technique to restore skin, but he's very difficult to contact. He has an appointment for many years in advance. Lai asked the doctor how the Dum-Dum was feeling. The doctor said Dum-Dum's situation is different. This young man was poisoned. Strangely, the poison entered his body from the weapon. The poison traveled through his veins to his meridians. It caused evil to rise in him and good to disappear. The poison gradually dissipated. If he touches the blade, he will die. Lai thought, Lord Mayor wants the Dum-Dum to fight Chen Feng, the Azure Split Master. We need to convince the mayor to rescind his order. Mr. Hu said the Dum-Dum himself should try to convince the mayor of this. Hu continued, Dum-Dum saw the death of his entire family. It's very hard to understand what that does to a child. The young lady saw Pei Lai and asked, "When did the young man appear here?" Mr. Hu wanted to taste the tea that Lady Huang had. The girl threateningly told the man to remove his hands immediately. "This is a special tonic for Lady Breve." Dr. Chen said goodbye to the young men and said he would visit the patients again in a few days. The old man said that it was very boring to be an imperial doctor. The demanding work had awakened his strength. If he could study this poison more deeply, he would consider that his life had not been wasted. Lady Huang told Mr. Hu that she had a private conversation with Pei Lai and asked the man to watch Mrs. Breve for a while. The girl grabbed the young man's hand and led him behind her. She said it wouldn't take long. Lu asked the girl what her question was. Miss Huang replied that it was nothing special. Just like that, Hu and Breve could be alone together. The girl explained that Mr. Hu liked Lady Breve. It was not the first time he had visited her. The boy thought that he had never had that information before. Huang asked the young man why he still hadn't come to check on Lady Ran. The boy said he thought of her often. Last time at the banquet, he didn't get a chance to ask. How was she feeling now? The girl said that if the young man was worried, he could go and ask her himself. The guy wondered if it would be the right thing to do. Would she agree to meet him? Lady Huan said that the young man is now the Lord's protector. He should take it easy and pull himself together. The girl said that she would now go to Lady Ran and tell her that a young man would visit her. He must make preparations now. Lai asked why the girl was so joyful. She replied that she liked to make the young man happy. The boy became embarrassed. He hadn't had a chance to talk to Miss Ran until now. The young man was anxious. Would it look decent if he visited the girl and inquired about her health? Lady Ran was at a loss. She was embarrassed and blushed. Had the young man himself expressed a desire to visit her? Huang said he had warned her about it and advised Lady Ran to start packing. The outfits sent by Chapter 2 are still here. The girl asked why should she even agree to meet the guy. Huang said, perhaps the young man is worried about her. It's been a while since they sent the letters, so it's likely that the elder will arrive soon, so we should hurry up. Huang concluded that after that, they would have to head back to the Moonwater Pavilion. The girl agreed. They had caused enough trouble for the city of Silhouette. We should thank them properly. Huang said, in that case, it's the perfect opportunity. She will warn the young man to wait in the hall. Lady Ran can wear the outfit that is on the table. The girl thought that the young man had come here specifically to see her. Lady Ran recalled episodes in her life when she had crossed paths with this young man, and she thought that they had been through a lot already. As she put on her new outfit, the girl thought that the young man shouldn't be mad at her for ignoring him earlier. The girl put on a new outfit and transformed herself. Looking in the mirror, she liked herself very much. Lady Ran decided that this outfit suited her better than ever. The guy who met the girl asked if Lady Ran had agreed to meet him. He had only dried fruit with him. Lady Huang told him to hurry up. The girl told the young man to wait in the hall. She'll make them tea now, with kosanaki. The boy was red with embarrassment. He didn't know what to say to the girl when he met her. The young man walked into the hall and saw Mrs. Kai Lan there. It was one of the girls he had done the detoxification regimen with. The young man asked how she was feeling already. The girl was frightened and shouted, "What is he doing here? He must get out of here immediately." The guy thought the girl had forgotten him and said he was the one who helped her. Doesn't she remember? Kai Lan covered her ears with her hands and shouted for the young man to shut up. He dared not talk about it. The girl said she would recognize him, whoever he became. The young lady turned around and snatched her sword from the sheath that hung on the wall. Kai Lan pointed her weapon at the young man and made a threatening appearance. She was serious. Lady Ran walked down the stairs to the bottom of the stairs and heard Kai Lan yelling at the young man to get out of here quickly. The girl couldn't understand what was going on. What could this young man have done? The guy tried to calm Kai Lan down. He's here to meet Mrs. Ran. The girl became even more fierce. She moved the blade even more against the young man's chest and said that he had no right to mention the name of the second abbess. After all, she is the general's daughter. The girl screamed that the young man was a coward. After what he did to them, he has no right to show his face here. The young man remembered Elder Wei asking him if he could take responsibility, even at the cost of his life. Lady Ran stormed into the room and pounced on Kai Lan. How could she say such a thing? The boy began to justify himself. He said that from the beginning he wanted to save from Mrs. Ran and the other girls, and he wished for nothing else. It was out of altruistic aspirations. Lady Ran heard those words and blushed. It turned out that the young man only wanted to save their lives. Kai Lan replied, no one cares what he was thinking. On the outside, He might be a kindly man. If he really cares about Lady Ron, he should disappear from her life forever. The lad asked in that case to at least give the lady a basket of dried fruit. The girl took a step back and started to fall as she stumbled. Lai shouted for Kylon to be careful. The guy tossed the basket of dried fruit aside and grabbed the girl's hands, wanting to help her. Kylon screamed at him not to touch her and accidentally wounded him with her sword. The guy grabbed his arm. Blood from the wound rushed out in all directions. Kylon said she warned him. He disobeyed and approached her, and now he dare not blame her. Pei apologized for bothering the girl and said he was leaving here. The young man left the premises with the intention of leaving the Moonwater Pavilion. Miss Wan wondered why the young man was leaving and what happened to his hand. What about the delicious tea with kozinakas? Huang entered the room and saw Kylon with a bloody sword in her hand. Huang shouted, "What happened here?" Why had she injured the young man? The girl said that shameless rascal was just here. He came to blackmail them. He deserved to be punished. Huang immediately slapped her colleague's face. Huang said that Kylon is a spoiled and spiteful woman. Other than admiring herself in beautiful clothes in front of the mirror, she is incapable of anything else. Miss Wan said that this young man had gone through hell to save them from the demon blade and bring them here. In doing so, he had risked his own life. Huang continued, "If it wasn't for him, Kylon would have been chopped to pieces long ago. She has no right to call him shameless. What right does she have to make decisions for Miss Ran?" Huang told Ran to hurry up and bring the young man back. Miss Ran sat sad on the steps. She said everything was ruined. There was no point in running after the young man. Huang looked sadly at Lady Ran. She was very sorry for what had happened. The man said that being in the presence of General Hearn was an honor. The girl said that Silhouette City was honored that Master Shao had visited. Shao Lunsheng is the third master of the Emerald Hornet Forge, the best forge of the Eastern Seas. The blacksmith apologized for his unexpected visit. Hearn Shin said that it was her mistake. She didn't receive the master well enough. I should have warned her in advance so that she could prepare herself. The man said he is here today on behalf of the Emerald Hornet Forge. He's traveling alone. Miss Hearn didn't expect someone from the Emerald Hornet Forge to be the first to arrive. His arrival is clearly not an easy journey. She is not sure she wants to fulfill all the requirements of the Emerald Hornet Forge. She wonders what this man has in mind. The girl said that her interlocutor was a man of talent. He has carved his senses in famous mountains and treacherous streams. She wondered what was in his baggage. The master said he was embarrassed that the lady saw his worn-out backpack, but he is traveling in nature and it is unavoidable. The girl said that she envied the lifestyle of the third head of the forge. The man said that's it, not really. He just admires calligraphy and drawing since early childhood. The girl said that she pays homage to the forge. Her interlocutor knows her work. The commoners say that the heavens give them rain to save them from want. The chief blacksmith of their forge gives his blessing, like the Buddha of the Eastern Seas. The man said, confused by the words of his interlocutor. It was indeed his brother who had made the Emerald Hornet Forge what it was now. He had always been an advocate of thrift. The man pulled out a box and said that his brother asked him to give the box to the city if he was passing through Silhouette City. The blacksmith handed the box to Mrs. Hearn and said she should like it. The girl opened the box and saw a knife in it. She pulled the knife out of its sheath and looked at it. She was surprised by the texture of the knife and the shine. It seemed to the girl that something was wrong here. Hearn Shin asked his co-worker, "Was his sword forged by the best blacksmith in the city?" The man confirmed. She asked him to bring it over. The man brought the sword and the girl told him to hold it tightly in his hands. Hearn Shin swept the gift blade across the man's sword. The blade cut that sword like butter. The girl thought that this was definitely not an ordinary blade. If an ordinary person like her could cut a sword silently, what would happen if it was in the hands of a master? Hearn said it was a marvelously forged dagger. It's designed to be so thin on purpose to retain its sharpness. But if it were a long sword, the high elasticity would be a problem. Forging a dagger, truly a brilliant idea. The girl said she heard that the first master hasn't been blacksmithing for a long time. The interlocutor said that Mrs. Hearn had a very keen eye. His brother was most proud of his 9 weapons, which were nicknamed 9 Blades of Nirvana. The man said it was one of his blades. His brother once said that the essence of righteousness is not its scope, but its power. To save loved ones, any weapon will do, even 30 centimeters long. That's why he called a dagger righteousness. Hearn asked, "Is it really one of the 9 Blades of Nirvana?" She cannot accept such a priceless gift. She is not skilled in martial arts and asked to take the dagger back. The strength of this dagger cannot exceed the importance of their clan's bond. Therefore, Master Shao asked Lady Hearn to accept this gift. The girl said she was surprised and thanked her interlocutor for the gift. She assumed he wasn't just here to give her the dagger. Master Shao said that this trip was already considered a success, thanks to the good tea he had just had. He was interested in the details of the change in the conduct of the riotous arena. The girl said that the Eastern Conqueror had petitioned the Imperial Palace to have the number of participants in the tournament changed from 3 to 4. The event will be held in March next year, at the Fall Pavilion. The winner will be chosen by means of a duel. The representative of the Eastern Conqueror will be the 8-armed berserk Yue Chenfeng. Master Shao was surprised. It turns out it was true that Mu Rongro wanted to get in here. Mr. Shao said the purpose of his trip, to discuss the possibility of an alliance with Silhouette City, amidst all the events. The girl thought the same thing. If the Silhouette City and the Glowing Forge formed an alliance, they could avoid many problems. Giving such a fine weapon to a city that also produced weapons was not that easy. Master Shao said that in the face of injustice, they should unite. When the demonic blades brought chaos to the world 30 years ago, sects from all over the Eastern Sea united against them. Before starting his journey, a rumor reached him that there was a young man in Silhouette City. Hearn Shin realized that this was the main reason for this audience. The man said a summit should be organized, and he told me who would be present besides Mrs. Hearn. Miss Hearn thanked Mr. Shao for his time to have this conversation. She said she was ready to receive all the guests. Hearn Shin came out to personally greet all the new arrivals. All the high-ranking officials Mr. Shao mentioned came to the meeting. The girl said hello and said that she hadn't met Miss Hearn in a long time. She noted that Mr. Shao was also already here. She said that she recently received a letter from which she learned that Miss Hearn had taken in their female students. The Moonwater Pavilion would definitely thank her for that in the near future. The hostess said that Madame Shu was too modest as usual. The Moonwater Pavilion was home to the rarest of heroines. Hearn invited the guests to take a seat and taste the best tea of Silhouette City. Mrs. Shu suggested that Lord Tang, following etiquette, have tea before they got to the main topic of their visit. Mr. Shao and Lord Tang greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Madame noted that everyone present was aware of the news. Everyone is aware of the incident with the 4 sword sects surrounding the demonic blade in the Spirit Temple a few days ago. Elder Wei has gone missing. Silhouette City was attacked by the demonic blade. Everyone was surprised when they learned that the owner of the blade was a young boy. Madame Shu had asked to invite this young man to detail what had happened and help them in resolving the issue of the demonic blades. Lord Tang said that Chief Elder Shao ordered him to find the demonic blades. He would like to retrieve the blade that is in the city. The Chief Elder would be very interested in talking to the young man who was able to subdue the demonic blade. The young man said that his master, Elder Wei, had left the possession of the sword, Scarlet Eye. If there was someone in the city who was able to subdue this blade, he wanted to know if the incident had a connection to his master. Hearn Shin thought that everyone here was only here for Pei Lai with the demonic blade. They aren't even aware that Elder Wei has died. The girl asked. So Elder Wei's disciple, Mu 4, had just spoken to her? Hearn said there are inaccuracies in what they know. The rescue of the girls was a mere coincidence. A couple of commoners from the town were passing by and lent a helping hand. As for the demonic blades, the main characters in this story are the second abbess of the Moonwater Pavilion, Miss Ran and the other girls. At that moment, Mrs. Ran and the other girls entered the room. The girl asked how they were feeling. The young ladies told her that they were fine now. There was no need to worry. Hearn Shin said she has one piece of information that she would like Mr. Mu to confirm. The girl asked as Mr. Mu followed her into the courtyard. Mrs. Hearn led Mu forth into the adjoining room. Lord Tan thanked Lady Hearn in advance for the delicious tea. The man said that demonic blades are a serious problem. The Chief Elder attaches great importance to it. If there is a subordinate demonic blade in Silhouette City, it should be handed over to the head elder. The girl apologized and said she couldn't do that. Lord Tang asked, what was the reason for this? After all, demonic blades are very dangerous. The blacksmith said he heard that the demonic blade that attacked Silhouette City was an azure split. Mrs. Hearn said that Master Shao was right. The azure rift is capable of killing on its own. She ordered the area where the blade is now located to be sealed. The entrance is boarded up with wooden planks and melted copper. It is impossible to get in. Therefore, the request cannot be granted. Lord Thane asked, then what about the man who wielded the blade? Chapter 2 said it has to do with city business. She could not reveal them. The girl told the servants to bring him. Lady Hearn announced to everyone that a demonic blade, the Eternal Scar, was now on the premises. According to Lady Ran, the blade was in a lifeless ravine not far from the city. It took a lot of effort to get it. Everyone present looked at the box and was surprised. Did this box really contain a demonic blade? The girl added that it was the same blade that had brought the second abbess and all of them to the city. All information about the Eternal Scar could be obtained from the second abbess herself. She decided to protect the honor of the Moonwater Pavilion and not reveal that Brebe was possessed. Mrs. Shu said that the Moonwater Pavilion was attacked by a deadly weapon. She would give more details later. Master Shao said that he didn't expect to see the demon blade. Giving it to Lord Tang was naturally the smartest decision. The man added that the Elder of the Ocean Gate, Lu Banja, was requesting an audience with Lady Hearn. The Elder said that this mansion was really full of people today, and inquired why Lady Hearn had invited him today. The girl replied that the Elder was a cultivator. She was burning incense and praying to the heavens. If he came, then the heavens had heard her. The old man said he didn't want to hear any more flattery. He came all this way to request a man from the girl. He was involved in the deaths of several of his students, and he most likely knows the location of his adopted son. The old man heard talking in the next room and became wary. He heard Mu Four's voice coming from there. Mu Four was in the next room, sobbing over the coffin where Elder Wei was lying. The servant expressed his condolences to the gentleman. He said that Lady Hearn had already sent a letter to the palace. Mu Four jumped up and ran up to Lady Hearn. He said that he had one question for her. The young man, sobbing, asked how his master had died. Everyone present was terribly surprised when they heard the question. Did Elder Wei really die? Lu Bianjia said it seems that everyone present was unaware. Mu Four said that it was a surprise to him. The old man himself came here. Mu Four shouted, if it wasn't for this old man's sneak attack, his master and his elder brother would be alive right now. The young man fiercely clenched his fist and shouted that the old man would pay with his life right now. Lord Tang shouted that it was very bad. The young man's wounds hadn't fully healed yet. He shouldn't use his chi. Everyone thought that Mu Four turned out to be a very fast young man. Lu Bianjia put up a cobra defense, snake palms. He said, how dare an arrow at the end of its flight expose itself? The young man produced an attack, a stinking storm. The old man couldn't handle it. Elder Lu thought, this young man is injured. How can he be so strong? The old man thought, he can't die like this. The blacksmith thought that this young man's inner life force was evaporating. This is a sign of the energy circulating backwards. Madame Shu shouted for the fourth Mu to stop immediately. Mu Four thought he was close to his goal, but his strength limit is running out. Elder dodged his opponent's blow and counterattacked him. The Elder's attack was unsuccessful. The Elder flew backwards. The servants lifted Lu Bianjia up. The old man said, how dare he use the stinking storm against him, and said to have a sword brought to him immediately. The old man drew his sword from its sheath and rushed to attack his opponent. Elder Lu approached the young man and shouted that he was about to send him to his master. The fourth man said, let that old man try. He threw the blacksmith's bag that came to hand at the old man. The blacksmith picked up one of the scrolls that had fallen out of his bag. He walked over to the young man. Master Shao told Mu Four that he is praised as an azure artist, and he wants to address him as an art expert. The man unfolded a scroll across the room and asked if Mu Four wanted to look at his painting, Misty Rain in the Gorge of Thunderclouds. It is said that the winds there turn into a downpour and save the people. A young man, as one of the four geniuses of Thundercloud Gorge, should be good at this. Time flies fast, and with it comes change. Master Shao added that his painting could not convey ordinary people or the truth, but his teacher would certainly understand what message was contained in it. Perhaps the same was also applicable to Master Mu. Lady Ron said that when danger came over them in the form of the Scarlet Demon Blade, Elder Wei was the one who saved them. Before his death, the Elder called for an end to the rampage of demonic blades. He wished them to live in the name of justice and never speak of hatred. One must live by the Elder's instructions. Master Shao said for Mr. Mu to recover his breath and focus his energy. The old man shouted that no one would dare stop him. Lady Huang said that Lu Beijia's behavior was unworthy of the title of hero. Mrs. Shu told Huang to hold the horses. If Mr. Shao enters the battle, he must be confident. Mr. Shao said that he and Elder Lu are both guests of Silhouette City. It's not proper to have a fight in front of Mrs. Hearn. Lu Bianjia didn't listen to anyone and didn't calm down. He intended to inflict a penetrating wound with his sword on his opponent. Master Shao parried the blow with his scroll. It was an interesting battle, a sword master against a scroll master. The old man thought that his opponents were underestimating him. Elder Lu pierced the scroll with his sword and slid it onto his implement. Master Shao struck the old man with the rest of the scroll he was holding. The old man clutched his chest. Master Shao took a step back. Lu Bianjia asked. Victory was in Mr. Shao's hands. Why did he show mercy? The man bowed and said that Mr. Lu flattered him. Master Shao added, if he continued, this might not end well for him. The chi of the cobra armor swirling around the old man truly stunned him. Lu Bianjia said that his opponent's skill is truly exquisite. To use a scroll instead of a sword without wanting to harm his opponent, it's inspiring. He has learned many new things. Master Shao said that his opponent is flattering him again. The painting is not that important, but the paper torn during the battle is quite expensive. The old man turned to Mrs. Hearn and said that the guy from her city was related to demonic blades. He was traveling with the disciple of the Ocean Gate, Hu Yuanji. The old man said that young man had a demon blade behind his back, a scarlet eye. He even had a witness to confirm it. That young man must have met his adopted son who was badly injured. He asked the girl to give him that young man. Lady Hearn said she seemed to know which injured young man we were talking about. The mistress told them to bring him in. The servants carried in a stretcher with a wounded man wrapped in bandages. The old man saw the young man, shouted, and rushed toward him. The girl stated when they were looking for the eternal scar, they found this young man near the watchtower. Seeing that he was still alive, they brought him to the city. The old man rejoiced and said that it was indeed his son. Lady Hearn said that the doctors took care of his wounds. They were only able to prolong his life a little. There is only one person in the world who can save him. Lu Bianjia bowed to Lady Hearn, thanked her, and asked her to tell him the name of this incredible doctor. The girl said it was one of the 9 sages of Confucianism, the sage of inconsistencies, Huang Liang. The old man thanked the girl for the clue. If his son survived, the old man owed her a debt. He can't wait. He takes his son and goes in search of a doctor. Everyone said goodbye to the old man. The girl thought that she still had a lot of guests. Therefore, she couldn't see Elder Lu off. Master Shao was upset that Elder Lu didn't reimburse him for spoiling the scroll. Madame Shu thought that one clap of Lady Hearn carried out the injured young man. Obviously, she had expected Lu Bianjia to arrive at this very time. Madame Shu thought that Lady Hearn's Shin was an incredible woman. Lady Hearn thanked Master Shao. She was in great consternation and worried about Mr. Mu. Master Shao said it was all trivialities. The man stated that what happened to Elder Wei was a big surprise. Who would have thought that demonic blades were so dangerous? If they were manipulated by someone, it would be a disaster. Still, he was interested in the young man who had subdued those blades. A servant came running and told Mrs. Hearn that a huge force had arrived. Straight to their gate, about 500 men. The servant reported that these people were Jinjun Eagles from the Sacred Forge. Mrs. Hearn knew that these Eagles were the Shining Forge's most elite military unit. It was rumored that only those who could survive in a cage with a tiger, leopard, and other ruthless animals with just a dagger could become part of the squad. Why did these Eagles come here? The girl asked who was in charge among them. Has he introduced himself yet? A man entered the room and said menacingly that he was the chief eagle among them. The man said he had heard a lot about Lady Hearn. His name is Lei Feng Kai. He is the head teacher of the Glowing Forge. Master Shao shouted that most of the members of the Glowing Forge are savages. And this person, the only one among them, is a bandit. How dare he bring eagles into Silhouette City? This is the official residence of the Duke. For the last few years, these eagles had done nothing but rob and pillage. The man who had arrived said that he probably still hadn't forgotten the taste of his fist. Lady Hearn said her guest's name was known across the eastern seas, and today she has the honor of meeting him in person. What brings him here? The man said that 3 months ago, his faction received a report stating that the Eastern Conqueror wishes to modify the riotous arena and turn it into a fighting ring. His faction is not going to take any casualties for this unreasonableness. When it came to forging weapons, his faction was second to the Emerald Hornet Forge, which was in first place. With all these years, Silhouette City might have overtaken them as well. Therefore, he wishes to borrow the 9 blades of Nirvana created by the Emerald Hornet Forge. The girl said that 7 of these 9 blades already had owners, and moreover, 6 of them had already won previous tournaments. Therefore, according to the rules, they could not participate again. Lei Fengkai said that the last of the blades has always been kept secret. Since wants to borrow one of them, he obviously wants to borrow the best one. Otherwise, his faction would have no chance of winning. Master Shao said that his brother had not shown his latest work even to him. Therefore, he would not lend anything to anyone. The man said he had his own way of borrowing things, glowing forge style. Once it was in his hands, it would belong to him. Lei Fengkai tasted the tea from someone's cup and said that it was a great tea of proud silhouette, and it lives up to its title as a relative of the emperor. The man asked those present to guess what he currently had in his binder. Master Shao was indignant. Did this person really steal the 9 blades of Nirvana? Hearn said that was impossible. These blades are spread all over the world. The man said that he could travel over 1,000 miles in a night thanks to his qinggong. He decided to trade these blades for the last unknown blade of Old Man Shao. He would not be able to refuse him. The blacksmith said that all the previous owners of the 9 blades of Nirvana were pious. This man will be kicked out of the glowing forge in any decent society that has pious people in it. He would be considered one of the heretics of the 7 echelons. The man said that the martial arts world is full of dangers. Survival of the fittest. Those people couldn't live in peace when they had swords in their hands. If they wanted peace, they had to stay at home and farm. The blacksmith said that this is the city of Silhouette. The mayor of this city is Duke Dugu. He was appointed by the emperor himself. Don't be so arrogant. Lei Fengkai said that the lady should lend him a blade if she has one. The girl said that her interlocutor was joking. Madame Shu stated that the great teacher did not come here to boast about his strength and take away the blade. The man stated that he was here today to show those present the contents of his bundle. The guest unwrapped the bundle and showed its contents. There was a cold weapon cut into pieces. Master Shao listed these swords and said that they were all broken. How dare Lei Fengkai destroy them? These are famous blades created by the Emerald Hornet Forge. The man stated if he could have destroyed them, he wouldn't have tried to trade them then. The man stated that these broken swords were nothing compared to what he was about to tell. It all started when he arrived at the Palace of the Formidable Pass. At that time, he already had 5 of the 9 blades of Nirvana. His next target was the Winged Tiger Shuttle. He was the only one of the owners of the 9 blades of Nirvana who could withstand his 3 strikes. It was already dark when he arrived at the palace. All he wanted to do was break in and take the blade. But someone was early and beat him to it. The Palace of the Formidable Pass was opened wide open. Corpses were lying everywhere. There were 270 bodies, and all the weapons had been chopped in half. In the study, he found the shuttle of a winged tiger. He was cut in half, the cut was smooth and clear. He thought He Fu Yu was dead. And at that moment, the man saw a shadow of some kind. It was an unknown person who slipped to the side. It was not a man, but a demon. His eyes glowed with demonic fire. In the hands of this demon was a sword that blazed with flames. It burned like a torch. It was the demon who spotted the man and rushed at him, swinging his flaming sword. The man thought that this flame was very dangerous, and it can't be stopped with his bare hands. Lei Fengkai asked, was he really the one who cut the winged tiger shuttle with a flaming sword and then slaughtered the entire sect? The demon only roared in response. The man shouted that the demon couldn't get to him. Lei Fengkai drew his sword, black tortoise light from the 9 blades of Nirvana, to repel this demon's attack. The light of the black turtle, it is the heaviest of the 9 blades of Nirvana, but the opponent chopped it down with a single blow. Now we had to figure out a way to escape. The man jumped over the wall and thought he had escaped the enemy. The enemy cut this wall apart with his flaming sword. It was like cutting through butter. Lei Fengkai whistled and activated a broad iron palm. A fire tiger appeared. The man wanted to use it to deal with this demon. The great teacher used an auspicious omen and threw the demon far back in such a way that it broke the wall. Lei Fengkai saw a huge flash and even squinted his eyes. He was surprised. The opponent's blade in his hands exploded. The demon was on fire. The flames instantly engulfed the palace. He had no choice but to retreat. After the flames subsided, Lei Fengkai took his men and searched the palace. But he couldn't find that strange blade. He only found an inscription scratched on the wall. It said, 4 swords destroyed, 3 swords merged into 1. The Zhuan cult will rule the Eastern Sea. There was silence after the story. All the listeners were digesting the information. Master Shao couldn't help himself and was the first to ask, how was this possible? Lei Fengkai said that everyone here is an extraordinary person. They can personally examine the broken swords. and he brought the tape that was on the wall. The news of the fall of the Thunder Pass Palace would soon spread throughout the East Sea. Len Fengkai said that there were 4 demonic blades. The one he saw could be the 5th. The listeners continued to digest the information. The number of unknowns increased. It was a very confusing story. Len Fengkai said that the situation is quite vague to discuss now. Guessing without any clues is useless. They have a hidden enemy, and it is too late to do anything about it. Len Fengkai suggested that we should all stick together now. That's why he came here. Demon blades come first. We need to discuss all the information available without holding anything back. The blacksmith said, this is exactly what Chief Elder Shao was calling for. Len Fengkai knows what they all have to do. Len Fengkai told Madame Shu that her teacher has been in seclusion for a long time. But as one of the few survivors of the Holy War, she must go out to fight the demonic blades. Mrs. Hearn must hand over a young man named Pei Lai. The girl wanted to be indignant, but Lady Shu stopped her. Madame Shu said that they are resisting demonic blades. She is cautious as it concerns the secrets of her sect. But today she has no choice but to share those secrets. She asked to keep it secret for the sake of the sect family congress. Lady Shu revealed that her master had been badly injured during the battle against the demonic blades. Therefore, she traveled to a secret place to treat her wounds. Only then did Lady Shu become an apprentice. During her apprenticeship, the master realized that the body and the sword are one. Therefore, she concentrated on practicing the heavenly sword renunciation technique. Lord Tang asked, so the sect leader had been in the Moonwater Pavilion all this time? Shu said that there was after all, but it's a big mystery. Len Fengkai shouted that Head Hearn should immediately hand the young man over to them. The girl said it was impossible. The young man had already left Silhouette City. She gave a secret mission to take the Scarlet Eye to Chief Elder Shao. Even she doesn't know the path he took. Why don't they go there together in March and discuss everything together with Chief Elder Shao? Len Fengkai said that he suspected that Hearn Shin wanted to keep this young man around. Lord Thane said it was a wonderful idea to give the blade to the Chief Elder. Len Fengkai shouted that Lady Hearn had planned everything. Now they won't be able to blame Silhouette City. That's not fair. The man added, so then it shouldn't be surprised if the young man meets some bandits on the way. The world of martial arts is very dangerous. Lady Hearn answered nothing. She was having a brainstorm. She was thinking how she could protect Pei Lai in this situation. Len Fengkai said that in that case he would see everyone in March at the Chief Elder's house. The warrior stopped the cart and said they had orders to check all crews, since there are a lot of bandits on the roads now. The man on the cart said he was carrying the wounded from Silhouette City. They had been struck with a sword and poisoned with poison. He's been ordered to take them for treatment, so they don't infect the others. The patrolman said they were under orders to catch bandits, so they have to check everywhere. The patrolman looked into the cart and saw 2 bodies wrapped in bandages. The smell was terrible. The patrolman studied the profile of the criminals given to him by his supervisor before his shift and said that maybe these 2 were faking it. They need to be unmasked and identified. The man began to unwind these wounded for collation with the portrait. The patrolman looked and saw that the wounded man had real stitches, and he's really wounded. The patrolman sent the cart and said he had no claim. The coachman thanked him and said that these wounded men had not much left, and there was no need to make them suffer anymore. Mr. Hu was the coachman. He thought that staying calm at the sight of half-dead bodies was not typical of a normal patrol. The man thought that Hearn Shin was proving to be an incredible strategist. She had predicted that the glowing forge was close with the Eastern Conqueror, and they would seize the opportunity to capture them. That's incredible. The cart stopped near a reservoir. Pei Lai decided to swim in this lake. He said Mr. Hu had a good idea, using the dung to disguise himself. It still smells disgusting. It's impossible to get rid of the smell. The man said he learned it from an undertaker. They did autopsies for all sorts of high-profile people, so he could recreate rotting wounds with bones peeking through. Chief Hearn was right. There were rumors that the young man had saved Chen Feng from the demonic blade. Many people would hunt him down. Lai asked how the dum-dum was feeling. Who said he's in the wagon? He's fine. Not many people have seen his face before. Plus, he was already covered in wounds. There was no need for a disguise. Mr. Hu added that no one could even think that they would not go directly to Baichen Mountain. They first went to the place where Old Man Shu died of poisoning alone. The young man asked why they need to look for evidence in that place. Does Miss Hearn not trust the dum-dum's word? Hu said if they could prove that Chen Feng ordered him to be killed, they would have an advantage over him. The man pulled out a map and decided to study the driving route. He said that right now they are at the border of Manhwa City. According to the dum-dum, Old Man Shu's house is on the Ghost Ridge in the north. Mr. Hu thought that this old man might be Elder Yu, the Nightblade. Then Chen Feng would be in for a scandal. If that happens, he won't be able to participate in the riotous arena. Lai thought that taking Dum-Dum there, even though he hadn't recovered yet, was too cruel to him. Hu said that there is always plenty of cruelty in this fist world. Only after meeting brutality face-to-face can a Dum-Dum stop dreaming of revenge. Something as horrible as the Azure Schism. Hu added that Pei Lai should get used to this cruelty as soon as possible. Mr. Hu gave the young man the case and said his job was to deliver the Scarlet Eye. Lai asked his interlocutor where his other brother was now. Hu stated that the second brother was now dying of boredom in Silhouette City. Mr. Hu added that on this trip they should be as inconspicuous as possible, and the second brother is too conspicuous. When he has played around, he will catch up with them on his own. Lady Hearn was in her study. The man in the cloak asked Lady Hearn why she had ordered Mr. Hu to accompany the young man. The girl wondered if he had personally come to Silhouette City. She thought to herself she shouldn't turn around. Suddenly he's not wearing a mask. The man wore the mask of a raven and he repeated the question. Why did she say that the young man left with the Scarlet Eye? And why did she put Mr. Hu on the young man? The girl said that they shouldn't get hurt within Silhouette City. Chen Feng also doesn't want his past to be found out. Mr. Hu has made Chen Feng uncomfortable in the past, so this ensures that Pei Lai will disappear forever. Raven wondered why she hadn't mentioned it in their last meeting. Raven said, even though he's in the Eastern Conqueror faction, he also has his own powers that no one knows about. It seems to be the Seven Hermits. He is more than sure that because Mr. Hu is there, Cheng Feng will ask for help from his secret forces this time. The girl said that was just fine for their overall plan. Raven reminded her who their real target was, said to never forget that. The girl noted to herself the new information that the Seven Hermits were subordinate to Chen Feng. She hoped that Pei Lai would survive. The cart arrived at its destination. Mr. Hu said the old man fought to the last man. Hu added that judging from his wounds, the killer must have hidden somewhere inside and jumped out unexpectedly. Chopped off his left arm. The old man tried to fight back with a sword in his right hand. He was most likely trapped because he was trying to protect his granddaughter and Dum-Dum. The young man saw the book hidden on the corpse's body. He reached out and took it. Guy read the title of this book, Lunar Lithium Manual, Instructions on How to Create the Shu Family's Blade. It was indeed Elder Yushan, the Nightblade. There's a blade creation technique here. Mr. Hu suggested burying these bodies so that they could rest in peace. After an assassin massacred an old man and his granddaughter, the Dum-Dum destroyed the villain with an azure split. Who sent the azure blade to the house on the ridge? Was it an accident? Mr. Hu said that they would surely find out the truth. He added that the old man could now rest in peace. Lee turned around and saw Dum-Dum in the doorway. The young man asked, "How did the other one end up here?" After the bodies were buried, Lai told the Dum-Dum that the half-moon ring was all the old man had left behind. He felt like the blade and crafting technique should go to the Dum-Dum. Dum-Dum couldn't stay on his feet and fell. The guy asked with signs, why does Lai care about him? After all, he only brings misfortune. He wants to take his revenge on his own. He needs the Azure Rift. With it, he can destroy the villain. Lai said that the young man can no longer use the Azure Split. He could look at his hands. He will die if he continues like this, and his enemies will only rejoice. Dum-Dum said he didn't understand anything. The Dum-Dum started to resist and wanted to release his hands, which were held by Lai. Mr. Hoodwinkle neutralized the Dum-Dum with his fingers. Hu said as he knocked the guy out. He started to use his life energy. It could speed up the spread of the poison in his body. Dum-Dum used a technique similar to circular power. This young man is talented. He seems to have been practicing this technique for several years now. Who taught him this? Leah said the first thing to do is to get Dum-Dum to the wagon, and it's time to get out of here. Lai asked, what did Hu mean when he said that Dum-Dum practiced the technique circular power? Hu said that people practicing the inner art have a qi storehouse. Qi is contained in the meridians. It can warm a person without fire, moisturize the organs without water, and the qi master will not die until it runs out. Qi can be withdrawn to fists, feet, or weapons and strengthen them. The places where meridians are located can be cultivated into a vault. When it is used by different martial arts, the element also changes depending on the martial art. The Chen Feng martial art is related to the element of lightning. The strongest masters can make their vaults the size of a temple. The circular force used by the fool doesn't belong to the inner arts of his sect. When he wakes up, it's worth asking him about it. The young man said he thought that only brute strength was important in battles. Elder Wei trained him in Qi movement. Could he become a master if he worked hard? Who said that you can't speed up the cultivation of internal life energy? It all depends on the size of the Qi storehouse. There is a way to check the size of the storehouse. If a young man allows him to transfer his Qi, he can calculate the size of his storage through the rebound of Qi in his storage. Mr. Hu took the young man by the wrist. The man was surprised. He didn't feel any recoil. It was probably because the young man hadn't cultivated his Qi storage yet. Mr. Hu said that there was no need to be upset. The young man will definitely become a master and can return to the second abyss. Mr. Hu said it was just a joke and suggested having tea in the tea house he saw up ahead. The young men stopped and were offered tea. Today there is a 50% discount. The owner said this tea house was the only one on the way to the Redwater Pier. It was lively inside. The host offered a menu as well as a tea list and said they had a purple tea that arrived just today. Mr. Hu was furious. How can tea cost 10 coins? It's 50% off today. The owner said they only have an honest business. Usually a teapot costs 20 coins. Hu said even though they have a small store, their prices are high, and they still have to pay taxes and insurance. That's because there's no competition. For that money, he would like to get at least a plate of nuts. The young men looked back at the noise. They saw men at a neighboring table harassing the girl. They insisted that she drink alcohol. The men said they would soon be moving on and urged the girl to behave herself. The girl burst out and whispered, "Help, help!" Tears were in her eyes. Leah told Mr. Hu that the lady behind them is whispering for help. It seems those two are holding her against her will. Mr. Hu asked, "How did the young man guess?" The guy said this store is about 5 miles from the village he grew up in. She is dressed as she usually dresses there, but there is no man near her. It was ironclad logic. Mr. Hu wound up that none of the customers even resented him. It seems to be considered normal here. Mr. Hu handed the young man a sword and told him to take old man Shu's crescent moon ring and help that girl. The man said the young man has become a protector. That is part of his duties. In addition, he must begin to learn the dangers of this world. If it gets dangerous, he promised to cover the young man. The boy gingerly agreed. He realized that he really had to do something about it and try to restore justice in a single store. The young man moved leisurely in the direction of this company. The villains, anticipating this conversation, became wary. Lai came up, bowed, and said he had a question. One of the 3 men turned to the young man and asked menacingly, how dare he interfere in his affairs? Was he prepared to die? The young man was frightened. He didn't even have time to say anything. Does everything in this world get so hard at once? The villain drew his dagger and attacked the young man. The boy calmly dodged the blow. The rascal said this young man is very fast, but he'll see about that. Lai asked, who are they? He thought that the opponent had a double-sided blade. Seventh uncle had told him that such blades were used in close combat, so the opponent had trained for such occasions. The young man drew his sword from its sheath. The boy prepared himself for a confrontation. Against him was an adult opponent with 2 daggers. Several more men began to surround the young man. Mr. Hu thought coldly as expected. The ambush would require more men. Hu felt that the culprit behind him was about to strike him with a dagger. He dodged lightning fast and gave his opponent a stabbing blow. The owner of the store yelled to keep the place free of manhandling. Hu thought that attacking with the opponent's dagger was not bad, but for some reason, it seemed to him that the opponent had no connection to the martial arts world. Mr. Hu tossed the shopkeeper a silver bar. The man said that would be enough to buy this store. The shopkeeper took this ingot and estimated its value. The merchant hid and said the man could do whatever he wanted with the store. It's already sold. Hu thought that none of the visitors even moved. Perhaps they have already been poisoned. Hu was curious to see what other trump cards these attackers had left. He shouted for Pei Lai to quickly attack from the right. The young man thanked for the advice and executed a magnificent attack on his opponent. It was timely. The villains couldn't understand how this young man could be so strong and fast. Mr. Hu stood quietly to the side and gave advice. He told the young man to relax his shoulders and not to make unnecessary sweeps. He reminded him what the opening of the shell was like. The villain was surprised that the young man was being given clues in this fight. He wanted to see how much more the young man could take. The young man was surrounded. There were already two opponents against him. Hu thought that these two could combine their attacks. His disciple was in a losing position. One of the opponents used a yo-yo against the young man. Lai remembered what his seventh uncle had said. Yo-yos were hard to control, but even harder to create. It requires incredibly thin steel threads with black gold or iron. It's even created in a special way. It's a very rare weapon. Lai said he suspected his opponent had a yo-yo as soon as he saw the ring on his finger. Looks like these are some unusual gangsters. The villain says the young man is right. He hooks the snake, attacks all targets the same way, and attacks with whatever is at hand. The villain shouted that they should attack at the same time. If the opponent survived, they would be in trouble. The criminal released a yo-yo in the direction of the young man. Lai effectively dodged to the side. Mr. Hu told Scarface that they were attacking his brother with a mob. Why did they choose to ignore him? He wants to play a little game too. Mr. Hu jumped up and dodged his opponent's blow. The sword whistled past him. Hu said that this man is quite strong, but he is too slow. From the looks of it, he's just a pawn. Mr. Hu seriously kicked his opponent in the back, and the latter, losing his sword, flew away. Mr. Hu landed after a jump and immediately noticed that a whip had been used against him. The man saw a silver bar being thrown at him, which he gave to the store owner. The attacker thought he had disguised himself as a shopkeeper and thought he had done a good job of it. The villain with the whip didn't realize where he had gone wrong. How could his opponent figure him out? Mr. Hu said that the silver ingot he threw into the column using the palm core of a fallen feather would not have been able to reach an ordinary peddler. The perp said it all makes sense now, but he really wanted that silver. Mr. Hu saw that his opponent was letting out smoke. The man wondered, what is this? Is it really art? The breath of a keeper? The opponent thought that Mr. Hu was really smart. He now knew the movements of his opponent's internal power and where he drew it from. Although his internal energy was based on speed and destructive power, he now knew these parameters. The opponent said it was all sad, but now Mr. Hu won't be able to escape his rattling whip. Hu thought that the poison was just a distraction. With his martial art, there was no need for him to use poison. This trap was very well thought out. Who are they? Mr. Hu thought that these people might be from an Eastern conqueror. Yo-yo blade for fighting distance, a double-edged blade for close combat. I wonder if the villain will be able to handle it. Lai, holding his sword tightly with both hands, went to attack his opponent with a yo-yo in one hand and a dagger in the other. The young man chopped off a few of the villain's fingers on the hand in which he was holding the yo-yo. He said that compared to Hu's attacks, he was lacking something. The young man turned around and attacked the villain once more. He was wounded in the back and out of action. The other villain uses the girl as cover, threw her on top of the young man and restrained his movements. A young man got between a girl and a criminal to protect that girl. The villain grabbed the young man by the neck and began to strangle him. The boy tried to resist, but his movements were restrained. The villain pulled the young man off the ground and lifted him up. The boy began to suffocate. The girl, the victim of this violence, fell down and tried to crawl away. Mr. Hu rushed to pay Lai's aid. He was as fast as a hurricane. The criminal with the whip thought Mr. Hu should take care of himself. His brother didn't stand a chance. Hu said that his opponent was wrong. The villain failed to discern his intentions. His judgment is wrong. The villain pointed his whip towards Mr. Hu and said that he probably wanted to hide behind a human shield. Did Hu really think that the Amber Island's secret technique could be so easily mistaken? The villain continued, from any item Hu put his inner energy into, even a needle, he could get all the information about his cultivation, but only if he didn't use only 10% of his power when he threw the silver ingot. His leg is injured, and so he advises Mr. Hu to give up. Hu said he had heard that the Eastern Conqueror had someone who used a whip. He was nicknamed the Invulnerable Whip. It might be his current rival. If word gets out that he's quietly killing innocents like this, he might have a hard time reporting to the Eastern Conqueror. The opponent said that that old man uses a thunder whip. It's very different from the rattling canvas he uses. The man with the cunt got off the box and said that the Eastern Conqueror had sent his men to capture Mr. Hu. The villain figured that if everyone turned up dead, no one would know it had anything to do with him. Mr. Hu said his opponent uses a patented whip-wielding technique, but it's unlikely to help him. He said they're in trouble if they don't destroy them. They probably get their orders from someone. Moreover, they know the plans of the Eastern Conqueror. Mr. Hu reached the young man and freed him from the hands of the villain who was strangling the lad. He simply cut off the villain's hands. Pei Lai fell to his knees and held onto his neck. He was greedily gulping for air. Mr. Hu said that this rascal had failed to strangle his brother, and now he knows his place. The villain with the whip was surprised. Even though he had wounded Hu in the leg, his speed was still dozens of times faster than what he had seen with the help of the Guardian's breath. Hu said that he loves traveling, and not all sources of his power need to be popularized. He has something to hide. Mr. Hu spilled out the lead ingots and said that they had always been tied to their feet. Now the situation has changed. Hu added, the opponent was right. He only used 1/10 of his strength when he threw that silver ingot. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have recognized the opponents from Woody Cave. Hu said, since his enemy is a member of the 7 heretics, he will have to be a little more serious. Mr. Hu threw off his cloak and said that the inside of his cloak was woven of black iron. It weighs 60 kilograms. Now the opponent should be more careful. Hu started jumping from side to side, rapidly approaching his opponent. He couldn't do anything with his whip. He thought that his opponent was very fast. Hu stated that the blade given to Lady Hearn was not so simple. They ambushed here, but they are not the people of the Eastern Conqueror, and they were probably sent by Chung Feng. The enemy thanked him for the lesson and said that he had learned a lot in this battle. He had behaved recklessly. Hu shouted, how is this possible? The severed hands continued to move. Those hands started choking Pei Lai again. Hu placed his sword on the shoulder of the girl, the victim of the abuse, and menacingly ordered the hands to let go of the young man's neck. This girl is in charge, he said, and he addresses her. The girl claimed that she was an innocent village girl who was brought here by robbers. Why is Mr. Hu making things so complicated? Hu told me where the girl had blundered. The shoes she's wearing don't quite match her clothes. It's obvious. The girl understood and said it didn't count. She wasn't used to wearing other people's shoes at all. Hu added that she was also controlling the person who attacked him in the beginning. What kind of sorcery is she using? The grieving fist, or a soul enslavement technique? Hu added, if she didn't stop maligning, he would cut off her right shoulder. The girl thought the ferocious wild horse would be an interesting person. She didn't think he would be so cruel to her when they first met. She said she would obey. The girl began to control even the dead villain, and he, grabbing a yo-yo, rushed towards Mr. Hu. The armless fiend also rushed to the attack, willing to gnaw the enemy with his teeth. Hu thought that these two should have fainted long ago and perhaps even died. What kind of sorcery is this? Hu broke free from the encirclement and, wielding his swords, scattered his opponents in different directions. Mr. Hu stabbed through the armless enemy with all his might. Right behind him stood the sorceress. Mr. Hu hoped she had gotten it. Mr. Hu saw that besides the villain, he had pierced that girl's clothes. There was no sign of her in the clothes. Could she have escaped? The villainess thought she almost got it too. Mr. Hu is very strong, but if he destroys her luck body, how can he make up for it? The man noticed that all the immobile customers were starting to get up. Could she really control everyone? Hu asked, what was that body of luck the girl had mentioned? The girl said some people call her a bloody weaver. The villainess added that as for the luck body, if Hu gave her his body as compensation, he would know what it was. The girl directed all the revived cafe customers directly at Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu was crushing the attackers with his swords left and right. The girl shouted that Mr. Hu was killing people. The villainess asked, is Mr. Hu really going to kill all the ordinary townspeople? Hu thought that there were some very strong people among these people. What is this villainess plotting against him? The man said he wouldn't care about the few lives under her control. She doesn't know the wild horse well enough. The man used the falling palm feathers technique. Hu waded through the enemy and applied fluttering steps. He was already close to that fiend. At one point, Mr. Hu jumped up and grabbed the girl by the throat. He lifted her off the ground and said he had finally caught her. The girl began to choke. The girl said with a wheeze that Mr. Hu was a man with a good heart, but he showed no mercy when he made his way to her. The villainess said the Lord was worthy of her love and plunged a needle into his arm. The man loosened his grip and released the girl. She sank to her knees. Hu asked, what's going on? Why can't he control his hand? The girl said that Mr. Hu was very wrong about her. She is not using the soul enslavement technique to control these people. The blood weaver she uses is a very sophisticated technique. The blood weaving machine will be able to enter the victim's blood and penetrate the meridians. Mr. Hu shouted and tried to move. The girl said he was very stubborn. The villainess pulled the hairpin out of her hair and said that Mr. Hu would be first-class material for her. The conniving girl said she'd make him her body of good luck and he'd be with her forever, and stabbed him in the back with his hairpin. After deactivating Mr. Hu in this way, the girl said that Pei Lai would also be her victim. The young man felt himself stiffen. The villainess asked if the young man felt that his body was no longer under his control. The young man, looking at the belt of this treacherous girl, thought he was fainting, so he dragged Mr. Hu into this dangerous undertaking. The guy was losing consciousness. An image of someone appeared before him. He thought, who is it? Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation.